Check. Hello. Check. Sound check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Check. Sound check. Hello. Hello. Check. Check 4, 5, 6. Sound check. Hello. Check. 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 Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Check. Sound check. Hello. Check. Check 4, 5, 6. Sound check. 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 Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Sound check. Hello. Sound check. Hello. Hello. Check. Main pay put it. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. 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 Hello. Check. 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 Hello. Check. Check 4, 5, 6. Sound check. Hello. Check. Check. Check 4, 5, 6. Sound check. 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 Hello. Check. 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 Right.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Namaskara, and welcome to day 2 of the 4th edition of TiECON Mysuru 2023, Mysuru's biggest conference for entrepreneurs. I had expected none of you to applaud because it's too early in the day for us Mysurians, right? It's so early that I won't be even introducing myself. And on a Saturday at 9:30 a.m., forget about it. Now, speaking of AM, I'm an associate member at Time Mysuru, and I'll be your host for this AM's event. I know some of you are missing staying at home, watching TV with a hot cup of coffee, but rest assured, we have here a 100% fact screen, high impact TV Mohandas Pai here today, who is sure to wake you up from all dimensions of slumber. You will feel like you just had a cup of coffee with a double espresso shot. Dr. Pai, I listened to you yesterday wanting double espresso shot. So before we proceed with today's jam-packed event, I would like to call upon Dr. Mahesh Rao, co-chair of TiECON Mysuru and president-elect of Time Mysuru, to deliver the opening remarks for this remarkable event. Dr. Raoji, stage pe aao ji.
Thanks, Adarsh. Good morning, all. Shubhodaya, Swagata, Suswagata, Namma Mysurige, Nimagellarigu Swagata. I am Dr. Mahesh Rao, President-elect and board member of Time Mysuru. It gives me immense pleasure to be in front of this august audience, gathered to talk about TiECON 2023 of Time Mysuru. Let me take a couple of minutes to talk about TiE and what it has accomplished and the TiE Mysuru, what it has accomplished. The Indus Entrepreneur, TIE, was founded in 1992 in Silicon Valley by a group of successful entrepreneurs, corporate executives, and senior professionals with roots in the Indus region. TiE is a non-profit organization devoted to entrepreneurs in all industries at all stages, from incubating to funding, throughout the entrepreneurial life cycle. With a global reach and a local focus, the heart of TiE efforts lies in its 5 foundational programs: mentoring, networking, education, funding, and incubation. There are currently 15,000 members, including over 3,000 charter members, or what you call it as the mentors, in 61 chapters across 14 countries. TiE's mission is to foster entrepreneurship globally through mentoring, networking, and education. Dedicated to the virtuous cycle of wealth creation and giving back to the community, TiE's focus is on generating and nurturing our next generation of entrepreneurs, and TiECON Mysuru 2023 really speaks for that, with the scalability and sustainability as the theme. The foremost and widely known event that TiE hosts is the TiECON, which is the largest professional and networking conference for entrepreneurs. The TiE Mysuru is a 4-year toddler chapter hosting the 4th edition of TiECON with the theme of business sustainability and scaling in tier 2 cities. We have more than 60 charter members, 70 plus associate members, 50 plus student members, and with 4 institutional memberships. TiE Mysuru also hosts a wide range of programs and events catering to various industry verticals, educational events, etc. Some of them are TiE University Pitchfest for empowering and encouraging the college graduates, chaired by Mr. Shivashankar, and TiE Women Pitchfest for empowering women entrepreneurs, chaired by Dr. Sri Lakshmi. Ours was the first TiE organization globally to recognize and categorize the startups based on their stages, such as ideation stage, minimum viable product stage, and the revenue generating stage. TiE Mysuru was recognized 2 years in a row as the best TiE chapter globally. Just as an example, one of the pillars of TiE, mentoring, was done very well and well recognized globally. Like this year, we have had more than 60 mentoring sessions of 50 minutes plus, with an average score of 98% from the mentees given to the mentors. The impact created by TiE Mysuru has been immense, with more than 60 plus webinars, 30 plus in-person meetings with entrepreneurs, policymakers, investors, and legends of the business world, with more than cumulative 5,000 plus attendees. And we have reached more than 1,000 new age entrepreneurs through our network. And we are proud for a young organization to have had such a real impact. We hope to get better by every passing year. In a way, the best days of TiE Mysuru are just ahead. I'm sure you have seen the program for today. It's packed with great speakers, starting with Mohandas Pai, ending with Madan Pariki, in between Gurumurthy Swaminathan, and various other people, industry leaders, influencers, policymakers, to whet your appetite. Today, we have a series of excellent speakers who have come here with their vast experience, wisdom, knowledge, and are going to invigorate, inspire, and instigate your thinking about your enterprise or new ideas by sharing their experiences in their entrepreneurial journey. Who knows, some of you may have your serendipity moment coming out of this. So just sit back, relax, absorb, network, and enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for keeping it succinct and to the point. Now to introduce the phenomenal business leader, the prudent investor, and a passionate Indian, the MD Pai, I call upon stage Nagarajan Srinivasan sir, Chair, TiECON, and board member to the stage.
Thank you, Adarsh. You know, this job of introducing MD Pai is, I think there's a saying in Kannada, Suryang torch hididange anta. I think that kind of sums up my job of having to introduce MD Pai. But anyway, it's a formality that has to be done. And ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and my privilege to introduce Padma Shri Mohandas Pai to you. A multifaceted genius, Mohan has served in the areas of finance, accounting, information technology, human resources, education, corporate governance, social impact innovation, environmental conservation, policy formulation, heritage preservation, philanthropy, and the venture startup ecosystem over a career spanning 37 years. I think he deserves that. He is currently the chairman of Arin Capital, chairman of Manipal Global Education, member of the boards of Havels India and the Institute of Public Enterprises, member of the board of governors of the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, governing council member of the Center for Advanced Financial Research and Learning promoted by the RBI, chairman of the Regulatory and Financial Technology Committee of the SEBI, chairman of the SEBI Primary Markets Advisory Committee. He was awarded the Padma Shri by the President of India in 2015 and the Karnataka Rajyotsava Award in 2008. Mohan was previously a board member and the chief financial officer of Infosys over a span of 17 years, an investment committee member of the SIDBI India Aspiration Fund and the 10,000 crore India Fund of Funds, a board member of the SEBI, a member of the board of the National Stock Exchange of India and the Ascendus Property Fund, the trustee manager of Ascendus India Trust, trustee of the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation, chairman of the FICCI Skills Committee and Higher Education Committee, president of the All India Management Association, and I love this one, founder trustee of the Akshay Patra Foundation, which is doing, and I'm sure you would have heard about the Akshay Patra Foundation, which is doing phenomenal amount of work in supplying midday meals to a whole lot of government schools. Mohan holds a bachelor's degree in commerce as a university rank holder from St. Joseph's College of Commerce, Bangalore, and a bachelor's degree in law from the Bangalore University, and is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India as an All India rank holder. On a personal note, seeing Mohan here brings back very fond memories of my Infosys days. His sheer intellectual brilliance, attention to details, and the ability to absorb, process, retain, and recall enormous amounts of information was a lore at Infosys. I'm sure many of you have visited the Infosys campus in Mysore. And if there is one man, apart from Mr. Narayan Murthy, who has been responsible in creating and shaping that magnificent and iconic campus, it is Mr. Mohandas Pai. In fact, every single campus today, whether in India or abroad of Infosys, bears an indelible footprint of Mr. Mohandas Pai that will stand the testimony of time. Sir, it's a privilege for us to have you here today. Welcome.
Thank you very much for that warm introduction. I'm very happy to be in Mysore. And do I press the cursor here? I press the cursor here? No, the cursor. Oh, this is the one, is it? Okay. I want to thank you for inviting me because I've had fond dreams of Mysore. We came here in 1999 through Infosys. We invested a lot of money. We created the world's largest corporate university. At one point of time, Mysore produced more software engineers than any country on the planet, excluding the United States and China. 40,000 young people used to get trained in a 26 weeks course here to become world-class software engineers. and we had 650 computer science professionals to train them, the largest for any university in the world. It was an extraordinary experience where they came together and worked. And it was a mind-blowing experience to come to Infosys, because 50% of the young people who were hired came from tier 2, tier 3 colleges. They grew up in poor circumstances. When they came there, they were, you could see a difference. They're very quiet. They never mingled. We had to train them how to use a Western toilet, how to stay there in 10,000 rooms, fully air-conditioned with high-quality housekeeping, India's largest laundry. And when they finished, they could work any part of the world. I still remember that the Indian women cricket team came and trained there for a month. And they went to England and they beat England at Lords. Suddenly in my room in Bangalore, I had a call one day from Sudha Shah, the coach. He called me, "Sir, I want to talk to you." I said, "Great, what is the news?" He said, "We beat England in Lords." "Congratulations." I said, "Fantastic." He said, "That's not the reason why I called you." I said, "Why?" "Sir, London is very dirty. Mysuru is better." Now, this is important for one thing, the mindset of an Indian who comes from a very poor circumstance, going to New York, walking on the street with a tall building, destroys your confidence. So when you work in Mysore, you work at Infosys, you go there, you feel you can conquer the world. Battle is in the mind, and we are able to do that. And Mysore did that. Though I'm very disappointed, Mysore has not grown. Mysore is a beautiful city, the cultural capital of Karnataka, a great legacy, fantastic infrastructure, high quality of life, and very good people who still are thinking what to do tomorrow. And I hope this will give you an opportunity to think better. How do you turn? Okay. Now, it's important to understand what is India. Most of you will not know this. We are 1.4 billion people. We're growing only at 0.8%. Fertility is 2.0. We'll age very soon. By 2030, we'll start maybe declining in population. Last year, China declined by 0.43%. We don't have a population problem. We have an aging problem. We have $3.4 trillion in GDP. We have $12.2 trillion in PPP. The PPP multiple for India at 3.5 is the highest in the world. This economy is much bigger than what people think it is. Per capita income is only $2,400. Export-import are $1.7 trillion. We have good foreign exchange reserves. Government borrowing is low. The only challenge is that 22% of what we pay as taxes goes to pay for interest. Next year. Now, this is an important slide. Throughout history, India was the richest country in the world. From the start of the Christian era till 1000 ADE, we were the highest per capita income and higher GDP. Then for the next 500 years between China and India. In 1750, China and India made up 45% of world GDP. Then started a very unique event, and that was the invention of the steam engine. The machine age came. And the machine age came because Europe traded with South America, looted the Incas, took away the gold, traded with Asia, and created capital. And a new merchant class came up in Europe. And that merchant class were the first, venture capitalists, right? Because they traded and created wealth. And then the steam engine changed everything because you could build factories. Factories could work and standardize goods, and you could sell at a lower cost. And then they started colonizing other countries for raw material. And China and India declined. And Europe became the biggest economy in the world, including the Europeans going to America. Therefore, between 1750 to 1900, we saw an extraordinary proliferation of wealth in Europe. The British came to India, looted India, took away $45 trillion of wealth from India and today's value. Utsa Patnaik of Columbia University has written a document which shows the extent of the loot of the British. So you must not believe that India is a poor country. It's been a rich country. It has been impoverished, looted by many people throughout history. And after we became free in 1950, we had a prime minister who was educated in the Fabian School in Cambridge. And he shut up India and created a socialistic paradise. He suppressed private capital. India has been a free market economy, a trading nation throughout the history. 2000 years ago, Pliny the Elder of Rome wrote that trade with India will impoverish Rome because India exported spices and and textiles, and they had to pay for it in gold and silver by looting other countries because there's not enough gold and silver in Europe, right? And that really is the wealth of India. India gave the world zero, mathematics, so many things. And we have been conquered for 1,000 years from the West, but we still survived. But when Pandit Nehru shut down India, he impoverished India. In 1950, India was the richest country in Asia because China was destroyed in the war, Japan was destroyed in the war, and Southeast Asia was destroyed in the war. Of the 5 richest families in Asia, 3 were Indian. We had 1.5 billion pounds at that point of time from Great Britain for the war efforts. 2.5 million Indians fought in the Second World War. 1.5 million Indians fought in the First World War for the Allies. And in Asia, it's the Indian army along with the British that drove the Japanese back from Kohima when they had conquered almost the whole of Asia. I'm saying all this to let you know that the policies that impoverish people. So Nehru suppressed private capital, but in 1950 to 1980, India grew at 3.5%, population grew at 2.5%, and we did not invest in women, we did not invest in literacy, we did not invest in primary health. We had some 5 IITs, 70% of them who went abroad, and for every IITian who went abroad, 100 young Indians lost their future because they didn't get educated. It's a tragedy of unbearable proportions. Right? During the time, the world grew at 4.5%, Asia grew at 6.5%, but 1980 on a comparative basis, we are poorer than 1950 because we shut shop. We opened in 1980, we grew at 5.5% from 80 to 90, and population grew at 2.25%, per capita income at 3.25%. Our debt grew from 20 billion to 80 billion by 1990, and we are broke. We had 15 days of foreign exchange, and we opened up. We gave back economic freedom to the Indian people, and look at this. GDP grew from 275 billion to 3.4 trillion dollars, 8.24% per year in dollar terms for 32 years. 8.24% in dollar terms. Only China has grown at 9.9, 10% from 1978 till 2023. GDP grew from 5.32 lakh crores to 273 lakh crores, 13% a year in rupees. This is incredible. This is what India did. This is what you people can do. And this is how we have grown. And you can see export, import, etc. We have a investment rate of 31% of GDP. We invest $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion a year. And we got a savings rate of 30%. We are not dependent on foreign capital. There's enough money. It has to be applied properly. Then look at the next slide. India, China. Population, China is declining by 0.43%. The Chinese live longer than Indians because in 1949, when Mao took over China, he made a promise. Women hold up half of heaven. He educated China's women. Nehru did not educate India's women. And there's a direct correlation between fertility and women education. And we are paying for Nehru's sins today. Look at the literacy, 96.8% for China. We are still at 78%. $18 trillion GDP. But the PPP is only $30 trillion, right? So 1.6 or 0.7. India is 3.5. China is the largest exporter, largest importer, largest foreign currency reserves, largest foreign debt, I guess. Can we become a China? Yeah. We can aspire to become a China. Will we become a China? No. China is once in a millennium. No country can grow like that. But we can aspire to grow at 8 to 9% a year. We have entrepreneurs, we have capital, we have everything else. And there's an important slide for us to dream big. Why don't you switch? Next. We are where China was in 2002. Next. And these are GDP numbers. We grew at 9.1% in 22, 23, 7%. We degrew in 5.8 because of COVID. And this year we're going to grow maybe 6%, 6.5%. Next. The world is changing. This is an interesting slide. The world GDP is $106 trillion. And this decade, there could be a transformation of GDP growth from the OECD to the emerging markets. And this decade, we'll see the emerging markets grow much faster, and that will set off geopolitical moves all around the world. Today, the share of the US dollar, I think, in global trade is about 55, 58%. It's come down from 70%. And we are seeing a shift of global economic power. But financial savings are still with the West, and the West will remain dominant for a long period of time. But the West is shifting. West is aging. The biggest challenge for humanity is aging. UN said that will be 11 billion people by 2100. We could be only 9.6 or even lesser. Japan's population is declining. Only 800,000 babies are born. 1.4 million Japanese die. And China degrew by 0.43%. Russia's population is declining. Scandinavia is declining. America is aging. By 2045, there'll be more Hispanics in America than the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. So when the racial composition changes, you find a shift in the country and in politics, and that's the biggest thing that's happening. So geopolitics is going to be very volatile. Next. Yeah, IMF says India is going to be the fastest growing large economy in the world this year. Next. And look at this. This is important. India is very large in its economy. 125 million tons of steel, second largest in the world. Cement, 545 million tons capacity, 400 million tons production, second largest. Two-wheelers largest, four-wheelers 4.25 million vehicles. China is 21, US is about 17. And then maybe Germany at maybe 5.5. I mean, I think Japan is 5.5, 4.25. Construction, 1.4 billion square feet. ITS, 260 million. By LCD production, wireless, second largest in the world. In everything, we are very, very large in most industries. Next. Coal, we are 780 million tons, and that is second largest. We consume 1 billion tons. Iron ore, aviation, railways, roadways, second largest in the world. Ports, very large, maybe among the top 5, right? Next. Food, 328 million tons of cereals. We are the largest quantum of arable land for any country. Undivided India has the largest quantum of arable land for any country in human history. Right from Peshawar, where the Indus grew, to up to maybe, maybe Myanmar, Burma, where Chittagong and other countries are, where the Ganga goes into the Bay of Bengal. And you can see 180 million hectares of cropland, 537 million livestock population, largest producer of milks, largest in cotton, second largest fruits and vegetables after Brazil, sugar, second largest, spices, largest. This is an extraordinarily rich country. Next. Strong financial base, 5,000 listed companies, $3.3 trillion of GDP of market capitalization. Could be lower now. And many of you should list and become billionaires. I hope some of you become billionaires. Keynes is here, right? You've got to be a billionaire. It's not worth listing unless you become a billionaire, all right? And look at this, FDI into India, 100 billion. This year, we'll have $200 billion of software export, $100 billion remittances, $100 billion of FDI coming in, $125 billion of engineering exports. And India's mutual fund is grown to nearly $500 billion. Next. Young population among all countries. We're not an aging country, 28. And next 10 years, 20 years is going to be the time when we'll have enough young people. Of course, many of them have to be trained and educated. There is a challenge. Next. We'll still be a young population by 2100. All this is important for you to understand the context of India and what you need to do. Next. And we're producing good jobs. If you look at the EPFO, last year, 1.38 crore young people got a new number and paid social security for the first time. This is important. You have the left saying no jobs, jobs. You can't grow this GDP without jobs. You're not able to get hired people. None of those lefties who write this nonsense ever worked and made a living doing something useful in the life. You're not able to get people because there's so much of job, but the jobs don't pay well. 80% of the jobs pay less than 25,000 rupees. That is the challenge. It's the quality of the job. We're not producing high quality jobs. Every year, 2.5 crore young people attain the age of 21 because they're born 21 years ago. And for the next 20 years, 2.5 crore young people are going to attain the age of 21 because every year for the last 20 years, 2.5 crore babies have been born. The largest number of babies are produced in India every year. And 1.5 crore may need jobs because 1 crore will go into agriculture or get married and not want jobs. And we're producing nearly 1.3, 1.4 crore jobs. We sell 850,000 LCVs, MCVs, SCVs. They need a driver. We sell 900,000 tractors. One person is employed. We sell 4.25 million vehicles. 500,000 maybe drivers are required. In all areas, we're getting huge kind of employment. Next. And this is it. For the first time, we are seeing a digital revolution come up in this country. 1750 came the industrial revolution, which transformed society. Now we're in the midst of the digital revolution. Look at the data. 15 years ago, the internet started taking off. Out of 8 billion people on the planet, 5.5 billion people have a mobile phone, 5 billion people on the internet. Now, The entire business is digital on a platform where you can interact with each other synchronously, asynchronously, 24/7. You can get entertainment, you can do business, you can do financial services, you can get health, you can get education, you can get almost everything. The whole of knowledge of humanity is available for free. That is it. That's a digital revolution. We live in a world where the global supply chain is the supply chain built in the industrial revolution era to connect consumers to producers. And the people who control the global supply chain are the Western powers and the big companies. So if you want to reach consumers globally, you have to go through this global supply chain and it makes money. Now you can deal with consumers directly. And now the global supply chain has gone to the back of the business in the platform. So we are in the platform world. And this is it. Look at the change. And this is going to transform the way we think, the way we interact, the way we do things. And with ChatGPT coming and all the things coming, innovation is going to grow exponentially. Next. The biggest, most valuable companies are digital companies, barring Saudi Aramco and Berkshire Hathaway. Saudi Aramco is, of course, a whole country. So you can see this company's $2 trillion for a company, Harish. Can you believe it? $2 trillion. Unbelievable, isn't it? And look at the shift. If you see 1917, 67, 2007, you can see which are the industry growth. Steel was very big. Then came the great IBM, then Apple. Now Apple is still around. Apple makes $500 billion of revenue, nearly $100 billion of net income. $100 billion more GDP, more than the GDP of most countries. Next. The most profitable companies in the world are the digital companies. Of course, some of the banks are there. And see how they've grown between 2005 to 2021. Exponential growth. Because why? They tackle the global market, they have the platform, and they grow. Next. The US rules the cloud. Cloud technology has made computing power easier, cheaper, and faster. And now that has released the genie from the bag, is released the limitation. You want to set up a company, you don't have to have a data center. We all grew up in an era where there was a server, a data center, AC, a database administrator. We should take people and see all the servers, our data center. All that is gone. All that is gone. Infi did an IPO in 1993 to buy money for a AS400. Because that time we're shifting from a main box to a AS400. By the time we finished the campus in 94, we stopped the AS400. Then we had the age of the PC. And I remember we made an order for 2,000 Pentium 4 machines at $2,000. I negotiated it because it's worth $2,500, beat it on $2,000 for a Pentium 4. Can you believe it? Now you get the damn stuff for $100, right? Now those were the days, and you can see how cloud, US is the dominant power. China is there, but it's behind the firewall, and the rest are all gone. And you can see, but India is also growing their thing. All your data is in servers controlled by the United States, where the National Security Advisor Agency of the United States access. They know what you do, what you eat, what you think, what you're going to buy, what you do. And they know what Harish is going to speak after me. Because they can predict what he'll do. Next. The EU is an aging digital colony. The Europe started the industrial revolution. They missed the digital era. No big companies from Europe except SAP. And they're way behind. 45% of social spending in the world is in Europe, with 25% of the GDP. You can see all the YouTube URL, everything is American, except Chinese, right? And EU is fighting among itself to do something which they don't know what will happen. Next. Big tech outspends to maintain monopolies. The enormous economic power of big technology is huge. And many of them are run by juveniles. Because Zuckerberg gave your data to Cambridge Analytica to manipulate elections. You know the whole story, the big hack. You must see that, it's dangerous, right? And now they're all run by young people, don't have the foggiest idea what they are, the size they are. I mean, Tim Cook is very good, that is mature. All these guys are like that. Next. Monopolies are not encumbered by geographical boundaries. This is the word, this is what is happening. Earlier, you want to build a monopoly, you need to have control over shipping, control of supply chain, and have offices in various countries because you have to go to the markets. Now, monopolies are all digital. Sitting in a desert, you can log on to Google and Google becomes a monopoly. And the geographical boundaries are disappearing. When India banned the Chinese app, 62% of our digital territory was occupied by Chinese apps. Today, every country has a physical boundary, it has a digital boundary. And we had allowed the Chinese to come in and conquer us, 62%. Government banned them, so we got free. Many countries, the entire digital world is dominated by China, or dominated by the US. Our digital world is dominated by America. We will become an American digital colony. I'm serious. Next. New normal, global tech conglomerates. Apple, 2 billion in iOS. Android, 4.5 billion on iOS. Amazon, a large part of the world's cloud is Amazon in AWS, right? Next. Look at this, market power. Operating system, Android, 71%. Internet search, 94%. Google, 79% social media. Cloud, 34% Amazon. Microsoft, 21%. Any company from Europe, Asia, anywhere? No, all gone. That's the power of the digital world. Next. The future areas are transversal technologies, applied AI. You got Umakant. Where's Umakant? Umakant is the biggest AI algorithm in India. He's India's greatest AI expert. So AI and robotics is coming together, computing on the edge and 5G coming together. And you're going to have, a distributed infrastructure with cloud and edge computing, a bio-revolution. Let me give you some examples. We start aging from the age of 30 because the number of cells produced in the body keeps declining from that time. Something triggers in your DNA. If you can find out what triggers it and postpone it to 40, just imagine what happens to human beings. Human beings now are going to live up to 100 every year for most people. So if you can reverse aging, that will be the time when huge amounts of money will come. Umakant, you must set up a company to find out what happens to the DNA. So all the billionaires will give you billions of dollars to get 10 years or more of life. Don't do anything rubbish like, improving India socially, helping the poor, all that, forget about it. So biotechnology, working on human beings. Yesterday I was speaking to Doc Ajay and he's telling me that medicine does not agree with 30% of human beings because 30% of us have got mutations. Our bodies have got mutations, so the medicine doesn't agree with us. And that's why we need bespoke DNA-based medicine, because every human being, every ethnicity has got a different makeup in our DNA, and we are not the same human beings. Next. Building exponential organization. This is how you can grow if you're a digital company. Airbnb is the largest hotel company because every house can become a hotel. They solve the discovery problem and they link consumers with the place. Next. Foxconn. Robots can now have dexterity in the fingers. They can do electronic assembly. Foxconn hired 1.1 million young Chinese girls from villages, put them into an hostel. They work 12 hours days and build Foxconn. When they went to their boss to ask for a salary raise, they said, "You want a salary raise? Really?" And started replacing 50,000 of them every year with robots. And in China, there are factories 1 kilometer deep by half a kilometer, fully dark. And when a friend of mine went there, he said, "Nobody's working." He said, "There are no people. There are only robots. Something goes wrong, a light comes on and you can fix it. Then the goods are manufactured, shipped, put into a truck, and the truck goes away." Is it happening? It's happening. And robots have got dexterity. Robots can do 60% of what human beings do. No downtime, 24/7, no attrition, no salary rise, no promotion, no nothing, no HR. HR is the biggest pain in a company. No work-life balance. You have all the work and life for yourself. No work-life balance. And now you know what is happening? Many people are working to make a robo a taxable entity. So every time you have a robo, they will tax you as if it's a human being and use the tax to fund a human being who's going to spend 24 hours watching movies. Yesterday, somebody is saying people are dumbing down, right? Yeah. Why do you need to work? The robot will do it for you. And then we have a democracy, the politicians will make sure that. Okay, next. Adidas reduced its production to market time from 2 months to 2 weeks. You design on the computer, you press a button, 3D printing takes over. Now just imagine You can have distributed local productions all around the world close to markets. You design somewhere and you print it out and it prints everywhere and distributes. You don't need to have a big supply chain. You need to have factories everywhere because it can be fully automated. Next. Robots. Atlas can run, can do a backflip, land on his feet. You can have a dog cart pulling a horse, pulling a cart. You can robots can lift, robots can touch, robots can spot. And they can gallop at 60 kilometers an hour. It's happening. Robots are going to fight wars. Robots are going to go into dangerous places. And with AI, they may try controlling their own destiny. They'll be sentient, right? Next. CRISPR. CRISPR is a way to manipulate your DNA. Can you manipulate the DNA of a baby in the womb to change its characteristic? Can you grow a baby in a Petra dish? They're grown, I think, trying to grow a lamb embryo in a Petra dish outside the womb. There's the old story of Anna Pavlova and George Bernard Shaw. Anna was the famous ballet dancer. He went to George and said, hey, George, if you have a baby, just imagine with my looks and your brains, it'll be a superhuman being. And George said, what happens if it has your brains and my looks? Sorry about being very apolitical, but just a joke. But CRISPR is another great technology. Can you create superhuman beings? Can you elongate life? It can help human beings. A lot of DNA medicine has been done by CRISPR. But, Doc says that CRISPR is also a failure because human beings mutate. What you are today is not what you were 20 years ago. Our cells mutate in a body and create new kinds of cells. Next. Digitalization transforming India. We'll have 1.3 billion internet users by 2030. Next. India has the lowest cost of data in the world. 850 million people on the internet, 23 GB of data consumed every day. Every month. Next. See here the time people spend on the internet, social media, 7 hours like in the US, social media, 2 hours, audio streaming, etc. So people are using digital media. Next. Increase app use, big opportunity in the digital. Next. So the startup system will help get $10 trillion in India. Next. 96,000 startups, third largest ecosystem in the world. $500 billion of value created. Nagraj, Mysuru estidepa? Yes, startup ide. Yenaya ninu nodu. 96,000. ಏನಿದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾನ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಹೊರಟೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಬಾಯ್ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ. You guys must work to get it up. The railway has left the station. Vande Bharat is left. See this. Next. This year we'll have $260 billion of revenue for IT, $200 billion of software exports, $135 billion of money coming in. 5.5 million people are employed. 450,000 people will be hired. Next year, another 400,000 people will be hired. The largest hiring in IT services is in India. It is for the world. Of the top 10 software service companies by market value, 5 are Indian. Of the top 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 3.3 million employees in the top 10, 2.3 million are Indians. Of 6 million people in America, 1 million are Indians in software. And of 10 million working for American companies globally, 3.5 million are Indians. Because of the 5.5 million, 2.5 million work for India. But you got to ask, what is in Mysuru? I'm not interested in your applause. What is in Mysuru? Look at the opportunity. 55 lakh people. 55 lakh people produce $200 billion of exports, 1% of India's workforce. And software by 2025, there'll be 200,000 startups employing 3.25 million people. Right now, 1.6 million are employed, 250 unicorns, and 150 to $200 billion of money will come in. Last year, we got 25 billion. This year, we got 3.6 billion in the first quarter. Next. Is a software giant. We export more software than Saudi Arabia exports oil. Nobody knows, right? We live in enlightened ignorance. I wish Delhi knows all this data. No? Certainly Vidhan Sabha does not know. Next. $136 billion was raised from 2014 to 22. So many accelerators, investors. Last year we got $25 billion. Bangalore got 48% of all the deals. $65 billion came to Bangalore. But look at how Bangalore dominates. Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Yenu illa. KTR should be jumping up and down. Chennai, they're oblivious. They're all coming to Bangalore or going out to the US. Bangalore has got a population of 1.1 crore. 23 lakh people work in technology. Nearly $80 billion of software exports will be there this year. $11,000 per capita income. 15,000 startups, 35,000 IT companies. Every year, 2.5–3 lakh people are hired. 450 labs of Fortune 500 companies, 100,000 PhDs. Some of the most sophisticated technology work happens in Bangalore for multinationals. Bangalore is 2 years behind Silicon Valley. Bangalore pays the second highest quantum of income tax, third highest quantum of bank deposits, fourth highest quantum of bank lending, and the second or third biggest airport. So you should join Bangalore like Whitefield, become a part of Bangalore. Next. 108 unicorns, many Soonicorns. Soonicorns could become unicorns very soon. Next. India VC system has matured. You can see the amount of money that is coming in and the number of AIFs, more than 900 AIFs today. 2,500 fund managers. Next. And you can see the kind of seed capital that we earned last year. We didn't have too many Series C and D, but seed capital. Seed capital and bridge financing, despite the bearish sentiment. Early stage investing. So in the bad year too, we had good early stage investing. Next. We generated above big returns. So if you look at the schemes, you can see the kind of returns that is there, 36%, 40%, etc. Global early stage investing performance. IRR for the basket of venture. How many of you have put money into startups? Put your hands up. Good. How many fund managers are here? What are all the rich people doing here? Buying real estate, buying gold. Next. Value creation. You can see the number of unicorns every year. Next. We'll grow to $1.5 trillion in value by 2026. In 1997, we wrote the first IT policy for India. We were part of a group. We went to Deshpande and told him that we must have this policy. He asked, what is this policy? He said, Madi said, policy. Then he said, you must announce by 2000, we'll have 5,000 crore of software experts in Bangalore. Howdo? Yesterday, Yuvaga. How much is it now? 2,000 crores. You'll reach 5,000 crores by 2003 years. Martira. Sir, the announce Madi, Martivi. We did it. Then he went to J.H. Patil, took that policy. J.H. Patil, Yenappa idu. What is this policy? IT andre yenu. Sir, you're Madi. So announced the policy and it set off. First time in India, we had an IT secretary, IT.com, IT, everything. BB is here. He ran the STPI. We all worked together. 1997, Harish. We worked in Bangalore 25 years. Next. Sophisticated work, deep tech. I had a foreign visitor. He came and told me from London, a lot of innovation in London. People are writing apps. I said, every kid in every street writes an app in Bangalore. What is so big about an app? So we're having a lot of, but we don't have capital. If you had capital, it'll be 10 times this size. We don't have enough capital. Next. Digital platforms have proliferated. Next. Look at what has happened in India. This is very important for us to understand. The biggest challenge of India has been the deprivation of the Indian people. Prime Minister Modi is the only prime minister to tackle this. By this year, every Indian will have a house, water in the tap, power in the switch, a toilet in the house, a food on the table, a bank account, a mobile connection, internet connection, money in the bank, education for children and health insurance. Every Indian, deprivation will be gone. And that will have a remarkable impact on India because Indians will start talking about growth, not survival. We solved the biggest challenge of India, deprivation. Look at this. All this has been done. It's remarkable what has happened in India in the last 8 years because of one man. We must applaud that man for his vision and execution. And it shows India does not lack money. India does not lack anything. India lacks leadership. Mysuru doesn't lack money. Mysuru doesn't lack anything. Mysuru lacks leadership. And you people have to provide the leadership. And when you leave this room today, you must promise to yourself, you'll grow the digital economy 5x in 4 years in Mysuru. Don't go home and back and have coffee and sleep. Next. Digital media is mainstream. 23 GB of data consumed. You can see here. Next. India constitutes YouTube's biggest user base. Of the top 10 subscribed YouTube channels, 3 are Indian. More will come. Next. Online gaming. The gaming system is extraordinary. They create their own currency. They create their own technology. And they're very big and they're growing. Next. More hours streamed on watching esports than YouTube. So new forms of entertainment will come. And they'll be exciting. I asked a guy called Balaji, who is in Silicon Valley, who's a great techie. What will people do when we get automated? Oh, they will spend 8-9 hours a day watching TV and playing games on their PC or their, mobile phone. Next. EdTech, more unicorns than anywhere else. Of course, there's some trouble now because the finding revenues are not growing, but nevertheless, huge amount of investment. My company, my fund gave the first check to Baiju, 9 million at 20 million in 2012. Ranjan Pai did it in Manipal. Not that we knew it's going to be $20 billion, but we gave it. Next. Health tech, many of them growing. Next. This is the biggest piece of innovation, India Stack, done by volunteers in Bangalore. India Stack has given you Aadhaar, 1.3 billion people, digital locker, eKYC, UPI, open personal data store, allowed 480 million bank accounts to be opened. This is remarkable. The best open sources in India is a digital public good. And this is an innovation which will enable big companies, all the small companies to ride on it and grow. Next. See, it's taken 12 years, it's taken a lot of work. It started a long time ago. So much good work is happening under the radar. Next. World-class products are built on India Stack because they're all open APIs. Next. Impact of India Stack. Transaction time has come down. Velocity of business has gone up in opening bank account, mutual funds, etc., where KYC is important. Next. We'll go from data poor to data rich. Umakant, we're nearly there, right? With some of the biggest databases in the world. And then we can run huge AI algorithms. We need computing power. Next. India's banking fundamentals strong. We're possibly one of the strongest banking systems in the world. 122,000 branches, 1.6 trillion credit, 2.1 trillion thing, and very good capital, no NPS. We're not going to have a Silicon Valley bank in India. Next. Full stack banking service and neobanks have come up. Problem in banking was you have multiple bank accounts, but you can't know the balances between two. You can't operate. So neobanks create an app on top of all of that, aggregate your data. So using the app, you can transact money and you can know the balances between this. That allows you to create your own data and give it to somebody to get credit. It's a fantastic piece of innovation. Next. Digital payments in India, growing rapidly at the speed of light. Next. Share of digital methods, 85% of all payments are digital in India. Who writes checks? We all used to write check, then go to the bank, somebody will deposit, stand in the queue, put the tapal, take the check, they'll give you cash, you come back, right? And it takes 3 days for clearing. Remember all those days? Again, clearing, automated clearing. Manel kutkondu clearing madadu. Duddu bandre elinda nodbeku. Duddu hodre nanda kalsidana nodbeku. Next. UPI, last month, $176 billion of transfers, 8.68 billion monthly transactions. 8.68 billion monthly from zero 5 years ago. Unbelievable. Next. 43% of global payments in digital in the world is India. Next. More than China. Banking as a service is coming up to disrupt banking. The banking is going to get disrupted. Next. Zerodha and the lies of digital broking. See what Zerodha has done. He's running about 2,000 crore profit, right? From 3,000 crores revenues. Next. Digital broking. All over India, people are buying and selling stocks sitting at home. Next. Create without fiction. That's what we want. Create in 45 minutes, half an hour. Get all the data, send it. Hopefully somebody will give you money, but you got to pay it back. Next. So we have created something called digital public goods in India, which is a big digital innovation. No other country has. Because if Google controls Google Pay, you're the mercy of Google. You're the mercy of Square. For India, they're all become public utilities and digital public goods. Next. Account aggregator. Now, when you have a data law where data belongs to you, you have to give your permission to give it to somebody else. And for that, you need a consented data exchange has been created. Next. Account aggregator framework. This is just the framework. Next. Consented data exchange for exchanging data. And that's for open credit enabled networks. Because then you can get credit because credit discovery goes away. Next. So that will improve digital lending. Next. ONDC. ONDC is for all the Kirana stores to join into e-commerce, because once you join there, you can trade on Flipkart, you can trade on Amazon, everywhere else. And I think this is beginning to take off. It will take some time, but it's improving. Next. This is the schematic of ONDC. Next. Health stack. 335 million people have health insurance done by the government. About 2.5 crore people have an operation. All the health data is there. With a huge amount of health data, you can run algorithms to find out the efficacy of medicine. India has the largest database in health in the world, because India is a tropical country. People have different DNA characteristics, different kind of disease resistance, etc. Next. UPI moment in healthcare. Will it come? Maybe. Next. Open protocols. We're creating open protocols like the Beacon protocol for urban mobility. Next. This is important, the speed of change. We're living in the world where change is going at a fast pace. 19 days for Pokemon for 15 million users, 13 days for Arogya Setu. Young people are driving change. All of us are the, we are the analog generation. Some of us are analog digital. Young people below the age of 30 are digital. 13 to 15 are the meta generation. They move from virtual reality to reality instantaneously without knowing the difference. It's a different world. And when you're sitting somewhere, you can create the whole world, reimagine, see it in 3D, explore, go inside, go everywhere. Next. Indian conglomerates are coming up in the digital world like Reliance. Next. The Tatas are doing the same. Next. Indians are creating unicorns. 90 of the unicorns in the US are got Indian founders. Next. 44% of unicorn founders in US are not US born, out of which the Indians are the largest. Next. Out of 1,300 unicorns globally, China, India, US make up 1,200. Rest of the world is 112. So the three largest digital powers are going to be US, China, and India. Next. So we're laying a foundation for innovative solutions. A lot of policy, a lot of action, a lot of acceptance. Next. So India is optimizing to increase velocity of business, empower problem solvers, and startups will be the force multiplier to expand the economy, go digital, link everybody, and grow the economy. Next. Thank you. Q&A. Questions. Eli.
Thank you, sir. Good morning and thank you, TiECON. This has been the best morning I have ever spent in my 60 years of life. I have a very simple question. Can you please enlighten us about cryptocurrency and its future?
See, crypto is a reaction by some people to create an alternate money, because some of them believe that fiat money, that is money run by governments and printed, will lose value as the US dollar has been printed. There's $25 trillion of US dollar currency notes printed, right? So they started this movement using, good technology, and they believe that it can be used for payments. It was for payments at one point of time, and then they started getting into markets where everybody speculated and took the price up. Now look, if you want a currency, what is a currency? Currency is a means of exchange, a storehouse of value. Legal tender is a storehouse of value, means of exchange, a unit of accounting. It is backed by a sovereign. Sovereign is a government which passes a law to say that if you have a debt and somebody pays you a legal tender, you must accept the legal tender. You can't say no. So in India, if you have a debt, somebody pays you in rupees or a currency, you can't say no to that to discharge your obligation. So that is fiat currency, and the power to print that lies in the government. In India, the 1 rupee coin or the 1 rupee note is legal tender. The 10 rupee note is issued by the Reserve Bank of India, which is a promissory note. And the Reserve Bank of India writes there, I promise to pay the bearer the sum of rupees 10. So you go to the Reserve Bank and give a 10 rupee note and say, I want legal tender, they have to give you coins because you can't refuse to take the coins. Okay, that's the theory. So they said it'll be an alternative, but it became a tool of speculation. Using blockchain technology. Why blockchain? Because they said the sanctity of that will be done, but there's no central clearing, no central depository. So it will become a free for all. And as in great innovation, it is built up into speculation, and a lot of people are investing not knowing what it is. Then people come out with a new thing called NFT, non-fungible tokens. Non-fungible tokens are supposed to be something valuable which can be traded, right? What is behind that to trade? Nobody knows except hope. And then they also have non-fungible tokens backed by gold for listing, or backed by currency for listing. A lot of frauds have taken place because all kind of juveniles have got into the business. So cryptocurrency will be a curiosity, in my opinion. No government is going to accept cryptocurrency. No government will give the power to issue currency. You can rest assured. So you can always speculate, make money, lose money, etc. Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
A breathtaking presentation at a breakneck speed.
Yeah.
My only question is whether you can share the presentation.
Yeah, you can. I'll give it to Nagaraj.
Thank you.
One question.
Hmm.
I'm Kesri from Powergate Energy. A lot of what you have said over here depends on government policy and the stability
It
of.
depends on you, man. Forget government policy.
Yeah, but then governments, a lot of it does depend on whether government policy is supportive of the environment here. If a change of government happens, it doesn't.
Nothing will happen. Don't worry.
Okay.
We've seen 5 changes of government, Mr. Naidu. Nothing will happen. Everybody wants jobs. They're the only sector that produces good jobs. Everybody wants a nammuralli aagta ide. Other what yen aagta ide Karnatakaದಲ್ಲಿ? Alla? ಏನು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. So they will do it. Don't worry.
So good morning, Bhaskar Kalale again. We met in the morning. Thank you very much for that electrifying presentation. I think lots of us here really enjoyed it, but also I think we have work to do. And in the morning when I had the pleasure of interacting with you, you talked about the leadership in Mysore needs to take a step forward or a leap and present Mysore as a brand, right? So what my question to us as the frontline leaders and me being one of the board members for TiE is what is that you suggest we do going forward, taking all of the other industry associations in Mysore together to put brand Mysore together. And second one is, sorry to put you on the spot, will you be our guiding light?
Look, let me tell you one thing. First, you need to have a vision of where you want to be. What is the GDP of Mysore today? Yaarigu gottilla. I'll tell you, I got the data. What do you want the GDP of Mysore to be by 2030? If you want to grow and go there, what are the things that you must do? There are 3 sectors to the economy: agriculture, industry, services. How will you improve agriculture to connect farmers to markets so they get better prices to agri-techs? How will you get more industry to create jobs, labor-intensive jobs and jobs for a lot of people? How will you get the service industry to come to Mysore to create more jobs? Then how will you create the infrastructure in Mysore? What is required? How will you create tourism in Mysore? How will you create medical facilities in Mysore? How will you have better schools, better education, make Mysore a national education center? What are the things to be done? How will you market the Mysore brand? How will you help entrepreneurs come here and set up shop and not have to go to somewhere and to ask for bribes and all that nonsense? And what will you do to brand Mysore, make it very exciting? You have to think through all this and come out with a plan of action and follow that. And then you must involve your political leaders. They're your representatives. They should go fight for in Vidhan Sabha, get more money for infrastructure. The road is very clear. So you must first think where you want to be and then see how to get there.
Question, the last part of my question, sir. Will you be our guiding light and guide us?
You don't require any guiding light, yeah. Don't worry. 12 hours a day, you have the sun above you to give you light. We're all there to help you out. Don't worry. Look, you're as smart as I am. Nobody is smarter than the thing. We're all smart. There's a model. I got a book. I'll give you the model. You study that. Okay. We wrote the $1 trillion vision report for Karnataka. 2 of us. We gave it to CM Bommai. He was very happy that he set up a 14 different groups to create a vision along with McKinsey. They spent 2 months to write out a detailed strategy map in various areas what to do. That has now been published. It should be ready in the next few days. So you must call Ullas Kamath or FICCI, because McKinsey and FICCI did that together based on a report. Ask him to come here and present the $1 trillion strategy for Karnataka. And then you understand what to do, how to do, and sit down and create a one strategy map. See, you must understand one thing. Nobody in Vidhan Sabha cares a damn for you. You don't exist. They're too busy doing the things they like. So you must go fight your way and demand and get it. Because democracy is a system of competitive lobbies. Where is your lobby? You sit quietly and yenu madakagalla hogutu andre navuttu ella hoytu. Next. I'm serious. I'm really serious. You have to do it. Next.
We'll take 2 more questions, but sir, I request you to please have a sip of water before we go to the.
Yeah, I'm okay.
How fast do you anticipate an integration of the digital public goods like ONDC and OCEN?
I think it's happening very fast, much faster than we think.
Right.
So if you look at number of digital transaction in payments is already past 85%. If you look at digital transaction, e-commerce is going at 35%, and a big base has come up. If you look at digital interaction between consumers, accounting is all digital, supply chain information has gone digital, right? So maybe in the entire work, if you look at all the work that is done, maybe 20% is digital now. And now if you go to manufacturing, it's all done by robots. All the car manufacturers have got robots. It's fully automated. CNC machines are the norm, not that old milling machine and lathes, right?
So that means we are replicating the success of the UPI very shortly.
You are going to do it. If you don't do it, somebody is already doing it.
Absolutely.
Next. Any women asking questions? Kelama.
I'm Dr. Sujata Mutana. I've heard your talk many times before because I'm with Infosys.
I hope I'm not boring if you heard me so many times.
No, not that way. Your electrifying talk as always. My question is, you spoke about the strategy, different sectors that we need to address. However, in terms of a mindset change, a shift that is required, and since you've done a lot of work in Bangalore, would you be able to guide or give some insights on what would be some areas that would help this mindset shift to drive digital transformation?
Look, digital transformation is happening, will happen at a rapid pace. What you have to do is to see what is going to be a market share in the digital transformation. You don't have to do anything, it's happening. Thousands of players are connected. Every day they're learning, new apps are coming up, marketing is already happening. So what you have to do is, how do you benefit from that? How do you all create an ecosystem in Mysuru to benefit? That's the question you got to answer. You can't boil the ocean. It's not going to work because thousands of people have boiled the ocean. It's already happening. Every year, about 1,500 startups come up in Bangalore. 5,000 startups come up in India. Right? They're all coming up. Young people are writing PPTs, doing business plans, doing all kind of stuff. Are you a part of it? Are you making more people do it? That's the question that you have to answer. I've seen Mysuru 25 years. Yenu agala maili. I'm serious. Because you're all sleeping. In Yargu interest illa. Yargu interest illa. Now I'm a curiosity. I'm a piece of entertainment. I'll come and make a presentation. All of you are happy, electrifying everything. After the meeting, you'll go back and keep doing what you're doing. Alva? Ashadane? Yenappa Nagraj? Then you'll have one more TiE conference next year. Same thing people will repeat. You've been repeating it for 6 years. Same thing you'll do next year. See, please remember the biggest challenge for any town is how to keep your bright young people who get educated in your town to build the town. When you start losing them, going away, it's like losing blood from the body. You become weaker and weaker and weaker. Look at Mangalore. Young people are going away. Look at Calcutta. 2 generations of young Bengalis are gone. And no young Bengali thinks the future is in Bengal. Bengal was the place where every Indian went for education. When Mamata Banerjee became Railway Minister, Harish, she was inaugurating proudly 2 full trains of young Bengalis coming to Bangalore for CET. What a bloody shame. And she was saying, yeah, I did it. I was crying. I said, it's a bloody shame, man. You are the center of education. Everybody came there. Now you're sending your children here for what? And you're applauding, you're being happy. You answer that question, you solve the problem. Why should young people stay here? You got a nice life, very good. No traffic, excellent. Manegu Madhyana Malkombadu, very good. Belige tea, coffee kudidu bittu, paper odtira, very good. Star of Mysuru odtira, very good. Sayankala ade ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, very good. Guru ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನದು ಮೈಸೂರು ಪಾಕ್ ತಿಂತೀರಾ, very good. ವೀಕೆಂಡ್ಗೆ ಕೂರ್ಗಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ, very good. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದು ಬೇಕಾ? You must tell young people become a billionaire. There are only 2 emotions human beings have, greed and fear. You people are not greedy. You know this? No fear also. They got everything. Money is there, मेरे पास घर है, बंगला है, शेख है, सब कुछ है. Allah? मेरे पास future है. No, I'm very serious. Please wake up. Leadership ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. You should all do it. Okay, last question.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, really thanks for a wonderful thought-provoking speech in the morning. Just I have one thing, sir. What is the role, because normal credit policy and funding a startup is all a normal process in a bank, which we do. Keeping NP and prudential norms in mind, what is one thing you feel that banks can do extra to get associated with the bank, with a startup?
What is the
one extra thing bank can do to get associated with startups?
What you can do?
What banks?
Banks are in the business of lending, yeah. They're not in the business of equity. Forget about the banks. What you must do is, you must create an angel group to invest. Okay? So that all of you get together and make sure young people come with a lot of things and you put in some money. You lose some money, it's okay, give them some money. Then connect them to other angel groups. Connect them to platforms like Less Venture. Less Venture gets a lot of companies coming to raise capital there. Correct? Then talk to Prashant to connect them to the VC ecosystem in Bangalore. So funding should come. Okay? So you have to create that kind of enthusiasm, but you must put some money and then call Prashant here to do that Elevate program. Elevate program. You know what is the Elevate program? They run a program where they invite people to pitch and they give 50 lakhs for the top 100 people in Karnataka. Naidu? And the force Naidu to come here every 2 weeks to help you out. He goes to Belgaum, Mangalore every other day. Now that the road is good, you tell him to come. He's running Candam, is hopefully got some money also, no? Illa? And then go take Simha, all the MLAs, go to the new chief minister, whoever it is, and tell them you want all this. Tejaratri, where Simha is come today? Mandila. You must do that. Illa Madi. Okay, folks, wish you all the best and have a good time. Thank you. Please on the stage.
Wow. 100% fact screen, high impact TV. and a jolt from slumber, as promised, delivered by Mr. TV Mohandas Pai. I was thinking you would all jump up because of all the things he has said, but at least let's try to stand up and give him a round of applause. ChatGPT, Bard, and every other AI is all a far cry from the actual intelligence of Mr. Mohandas Pai. Huge round of applause to sir for engaging us and for inspiring us. Now I call upon stage Mr. Sunadma Dhananjaya sir, the president of Time Mysuru, to please hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. MD Pai.
Sure.
Remember to be greedy and also to be afraid, and that is the success that will decide Mysore's future. All right, now is a great time to introduce myself. As I told earlier, I'm Adarsh Ramesh, and I'll be your host for today, the first half, rather the better half of today, I guess. So next up, we have with us Mr. Harish Bijur over here. And I'm a digital marketer, so this is right up my alley, whatever the next session will be. So with eagerness to learn his mantra, I call on stage Mr. Kiran Ranga to introduce Mr. Harish, the branding guru we all cherish.
Thank you, Adarsh. And Mr. Mohandas Pai, what an electrifying talk. It felt like I had a vodka Red Bull shot just now. You know, you certainly woke us up from our slumber, and the call for leadership is heard very loud and clear. Thank you for your talk, very inspiring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce the opening keynote speaker for today, Mr. Harish Bijur. Well, Harish is a persona that dons different hats. He started his career as a brand custodian. He is now a brand thinker and practitioner. He is also an entrepreneur. He's a teacher, an author, and he's a renowned public speaker. He runs a boutique consulting firm, which is branded Harish Bijur Consultants, which is headquartered in Bangalore with a global footprint. Harish has spent over 2 decades in the corporate world. He has worked in FMCG, telecom, and consumer durables domains, and has worked on renowned brand names such as Tata Coffee, HLL, and Zip Telecom. In his corporate career, he was always recognized as someone who thinks ahead of the consumer learning curve. Well, as a public speaker, Harish is a member of the Mile High Club. An interesting fact is that to date, he has clocked almost about 15,812 hours as a public speaker, speaking in corporate events around the world. He has held several talks on motivation, people management, strategy, and issues on brands globally. Harish has been teaching in the Indian School of Business in Hyderabad and Mohali for the last 20 years. He also teaches semesters overseas in business schools in US and in Europe. Harish has recently published a book titled Marketing Trends, Smart Insights into the World of Indian Business. And in his signature style, he's written the book in a very youth and empty-ish kind of a way. He's currently involved in a second book on core branding. The book is titled Brand Irrationals, a fundamental journey into brand think. Harish is actively involved in research on rural consumer behavior, rural retail networks, and trade mechanisms at play. This has been a 6-year project covering almost about 84,850 rural consumers in India. That's a phenomenal achievement. Harish has published papers on subjects relating to strategic marketing, branding, consumer behavior, retail networks, and rural marketing. Today, Harish will address
us on the contemporary issues of scalability and sustainability for a politically different world, with a theme of small is beautiful once again. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Harish Bijur on the stage.
While they set up, I just wanted to share with you all that today's session is live on YouTube. So you can share with your teams or with your family or with your friends and make them part of this amazing session that we have lined up today for you. And I also request you all to follow our social media handles, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. All sessions are being posted live. Share it and spread the word to as many people as possible about the amazing event happening here and more so the knowledge that is being shared here. Thank you.
Well, friends, it's an absolute pleasure and privilege to be here at Mysuru. And I typically come to Mysuru for a holiday. I never come here for work. And in that sentence lies the situation as far as Mysuru is concerned. I think Mohan has amply spoken about the key issues in terms of Mysuru itself and possibly what needs to be done, what's not being done, how a young population is leaving the city, and how an older population like I am entering into the city to enjoy myself and partake of good old Mailari Dose and good old Mysuru coffee. I think that is the key issue. But there are solutions, and we're going to discuss those solutions just now. So firstly, I must say that after that fascinating journey of the past, the present, and the future by Mohan, no other name better than him to do that. I think it's time for me to really speak about the fact that small is beautiful in terms of saying, I'm not saying Mysuru is small and therefore you're beautiful, but I'm saying that, sometimes there is a need to look at a new business mantra when it comes to scalability and sustainability. Scalability is a key buzzword which has run our lives for a long period of time. And I'm now wondering whether there is a renewed definition to scalability which needs to come in. And if so, I'm going to comment in this presentation as to what that renewed definition of scalability should be. And sustainability is again a very, very key issue, because we're really talking about sustainability and development goals, which are the keys, which are running the globe altogether. And we have goals to reach by 2027. Prime Minister Modi has committed to big goals from India. And I think this entire nation is geared to run behind those leadership goals. So firstly, I'm going to talk to you about the fact that small is beautiful. And it is a Schumacher line, not the Schumacher on the racing track, but, E.F. Schumacher. And I think Schumacher has always believed that small is beautiful. I would urge you to read the book because there's plenty in it. What am I going to talk about? For a start, I want to say that we are just about emerging out of the long shadow of the pandemic. Okay, we're still not out of it. It's somewhere there, and I'm told the data says that at least 6% in this room are either COVID positive at this point of time, or have any of the other viruses which are going around. Okay, so if I ask you to say how many of you are coughing, I'm sure you'll put up your hands. How many of you are? Okay, oh yeah, that represents more or less 6%. We're just about emerging out of the long shadow of the pandemic. The pandemic has been a life-change event. If you really look at it, we died 2 years too early. I think, we lost 2 years of our life. But then, hopefully, that's not going to be such a big pain as far as you and I are concerned. Everything around us died as well. The outdoor world went indoors, and this is the beginning of some of the digital entrepreneurships that actually flourished. The outside world went indoors, and everybody said that the world is not your oyster. My grandfather used to tell me, young man, go out there, the world is your oyster. It wasn't my oyster for 2 years. In fact, the oyster was my whole world, and the oyster was my home. And I think it happened to you as much as it happened to me. And therefore, when the oyster is your world, everything has to come inside. So I was sitting inside and getting OTT platforms. How many of you relished OTT during the COVID pandemic? Okay, big stuff. I mean, all kinds of things, whether it be Netflix, whether it be Alt Balaji. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't know why you're laughing even. Okay. The outdoor world went indoors. And I think that was the stimulus. The world is your oyster. Down the COVID hole we went, only to mushroom again. Poverty deepened. And this is a reality. This is a reality fact which you and I must accept. And none of us want to notice that. There is a number that says that 93 million people went into deep poverty due to COVID. And poverty is a reality which many new entrepreneurs and entrepreneurships need to look at. Because much of the time, many of us say that I'm an entrepreneur and I go for the rich. And I build a pyramid like this, and right at the top of the pyramid live the rich. In the middle of the pyramid live the poor. No, middle class, nearly poor. And right at the bottom live the poor. Entrepreneurs attack only the rich. They do not attack the poor because it's early cherry picking. My view, all businesses, all entrepreneurship, all startups typically look at plucking cherry at the top. And why not? You have to make a case, you have to make a business plan, you have to be real, you have to get funding, you have to show results. You can't depend on GMV. There are more realistic numbers. Investors are demanding to see. And if you have to get it, you always attack the top of the pyramid. So point number one I want to lay at your doorstep is the entire world of entrepreneurship has attacked the top of the pyramid. The middle of the pyramid is going to be next, and the bottom of the pyramid is going to be never. There lies the opportunity for new thinking. And there lies the opportunity for a humongous way of turning turtle this pyramid and saying that the new entrepreneurships of the future will look only at the bottom of the pyramid and make money out of that. How? We'll talk in a little while. So 93 million people in poverty. Now, we actually see what we want to see. Now, this is a favorite habit of business people, of most entrepreneurs. We like to see what we see, and we glamorize what we see. We don't see what we don't see. What is most important is what we see is not as important as what we don't see. And in that don't see bit lies the opportunity for new entrepreneurship. That's what I'm saying. I'm just laying a thought at your doorstep. Second issue, my dear friends, the top of the pyramid opportunities are gotten saturated. Every sector is getting disrupted. Education got disrupted. Banking is about to get disrupted with BaaS. Software as a service, SaaS. Kabhi bhavu thi, BaaS, loan as a service, LaaS, everything is becoming a service. And if you look at the fact, there is clutter at the top of the pyramid of entrepreneurship. This clutter is rarer in the middle of the pyramid, but this clutter is going to deepen in the middle of the pyramid, but there's no clutter at the bottom of the pyramid of entrepreneurship opportunity. But we don't look at it because these are just numbers. They're not values. They're numbers of people with hunger for this and that, thirst for this and that, lack of opportunity to access this and that. And I think there lies the story of what the new entrepreneur from Mysuru can create. Because if there's clutter, Bengaluru, Mumbai, Delhi, Noida, as captivated the top of the pyramid. And of course, Singapore, and of course, Dubai, and of course, new centers in the United States of America, where a lot of Indians have moved. But then what about the middle of the pyramid? People are going to come in there. Bottom of the pyramid is the opportunity that people within Mysuru can also look at creating something new. Businesses must see more than what anyone else wants to see, my dear friends. You and I must be seeing things which we don't see obviously. One is the obvious, and the obvious fact is ahead in front of us, but the inobvious fact is what you and I are not seeing. So let's get to see the inobvious, and maybe there lies the success factor for a Mysuru or doom them. Everybody is an interested party in this room to create business success out of Mysuru. And each one of you is an interested party wanting to create that success. Now, can you create success outside of the ecosystem of heritage is a point I'd like you to think of. The brand is a thought, a simple thought that lives in a person's head. It's not a reality, it is a thought. It lives in people's heads. People say that TiE is a wonderful organization and people love to come to a TiE event. What kind of an entrepreneur are you? Is a question that you need to ask yourself. One of the things is, are you an entrepreneur in the mind consumption market? Are you an entrepreneur in the physical consumption market? Key questions I'm asking you. So I'll ask this question out here. How many of you operate your entrepreneurship, your business in the services space? Services, please put up your hands. Okay. I would say 60% of this room is services space, 65. How many of you operate your entrepreneurships in the manufacturing space? Okay, about 10%. And the others, I don't know what else. Agriculture space. How many of you operate in the agriculture space? A nano percentage. You know what the meaning of this is? There is a herd mentality in entrepreneurship. And the herd mentality in entrepreneurship is going to the services sector. But my criticism of the services sector, my dear friends, is you can't eat services. You can't drink services. You can use a product which is manufactured. So manufacturing, I've got a little more respect. I'm being blunt, very blunt. Agriculture is a terrain I have immense respect for. Because you can eat what is actually produced, you can drink what is produced, you can export what is produced. We were just talking about cryptocurrency, and cryptocurrency has no backing, no background. Well, services is quite like that. It has no backing. It's got no background. The Indian economy, my dear friends, is dominated by the services segment of the economy. 3 segments of the economy: services, 56% GDP, services, yeah? Manufacturing, 26%. What's left? 18% agriculture. Imagine this is a chair, a 3-legged chair. And on one leg is 56 inches tall. One leg is 26 inches tall. One leg is 18 inches tall. That is the lopsided nature of the Indian economy today. I'm a critic. I think we need to balance our agriculture entrepreneurships much better. I think we need to be investing much more in our agricultural entrepreneurships. And by that, I don't mean a linkage of the agriculturist with the forward market through an app to sell better. No, that is a service again. Agriculture as a service. Agriculture as a product is what I'm talking about. Agriculture as a product. Triple up, not double up. Triple up. To India, you'll contribute to the earth, you will remain sustainable, you will remain scalable forever and ever and ever, and you're in the good part of the business. Is there bad business? Is there good business? Who am I to call a business bad or good? But please define which space new entrepreneurships from Mysuru should belong in. Okay, let me go a little faster. Today, one is physically, as usual, we eat. Secondly, in the mind. I'll go to the RRR site and look at it and I stayed, whenever I come here and stay at a hotel, I order in Swiggy from RRR. That's the power. But then that's physical eating. But most of the time, many of us are eating digitally, which many of you are familiar with. Okay. And it's benign porn, believe it or not. Brands have become intrinsic entities as opposed to purely extrinsic beings. Okay. The snail and fear syndrome was there, and global organizations, governments, businesses scared the masses. And indoors with benign intent, of course. Society is at its smallest worst today. Third criticism. Because I do believe you have to talk politically incorrect things to wake up the future. If you don't talk the politically incorrect things, if you keep repeating the politically correct things all the time, we are not going thinking in entrepreneurship. So I'm trying to do that. Society is at its smallest worst. The I, me, myself syndrome is at its best today. It's I, me, myself. That's all talk. South India, no. Karnataka, no. South India. Selfish than ever before. Society. Strangely, we are more selfish than ever before as a society. Communication distrust is. Nudges over the years have changed, my dear friends. And I'm just listing 5 passion nudges. And after that, I'm going to close this presentation. I believe that there have been many passion nudges for entrepreneurship. For movements in this country. In my research, I've listed 5 of them. And the first one is under the British. We were under the British, a slavish working for the depending on what your age is, you can remove 1 grade. They will tell you, we were very proud to work. Well, every era has its pride. And this was the pride of the era that went by. Today we criticize it, very rightly so, because we under the British slavish working for the crown kind of mindset. That is passion nudge one. You would do anything for the crown. You would act against another Indian for the crown. A nation of servants serving and everything that we have, whether it be jurisprudence at one end, which changed over the years, whether it the second is the fight for independence, the independence movement. We fought against the British and the pride, a nation independence. The third movement, I want to work for India. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Manoj Kumar, Mere Dharti, Sona, Ugle, Ugle, Hire, Moti. I don't know the lyrics, but some of you might understand what I'm saying. Earth. In only gymnasiums. Post-independence, working for the government. We liked working for government. Pride in working for the government. Now comes the working for the government. Why don't I work for the private sector and myself eventually? But I'm working for the private sector. This is the fourth moment. And working for the self, eventually the startup. I'll first work for a private sector, then I'll do success. And that's what I'll do. So beautiful. The rise of early individualism happens here when a person with a salaried mindset says, I'm going to kick my job and I'm going to start an entrepreneur. Ahead of you, people wouldn't have the guts to do it. The salaried mindset is the salaried. You have bitten into it and you have done well. Guess what? This is the next societal challenge. I'll be individual, I'll work better, and by the way, elitism, because all of you work in elitist arenas. Not all, some of you. All of you love working in elitist arenas because success is at the top of the pyramid. Distancing, angst. All of us are elites. All of us are social elites. Criticism number 4. Have I come to Mysuru to criticize? Also, equally, I'm a social elite. Now the thing is, must we be social elites? Is the question I'm asking at this TiECON at Mysuru. Must we be different? And that the children go to the best schools in Mysuru. Please don't put up your hands. Don't. Beda. Adella beda. Obvious. How many of you have gone to a PHC for Medicare? Not here. Hello. Travel. Stay. Radisson Blue. We are entrepreneurs who pluck fruits from the top of the pyramid. The bottom of the pyramid is going to be a forever never market. Make a market out of the never market is the point. Please undo all the wrongs that we have done to society thus far. I know. Startups, entrepreneurs, VCs, marketers, advertisers, media folk, digital. We come into a society where self-pleasure is here, because if I'm only about myself, it's about self-pleasure. Self-pleasure remains the norm. Self-pleasure is the digital, and digital is in reality. Society is deep into it at the level of the individual and the family of 4.5 people. Why 4.5? Because Census of India says there are 5.5. We remain a hedonistic society, and yet society is sensitive, more sensitive than ever before, particularly post-COVID, but selfish sensitive. We are sensitive only to ourselves. Is there a way of turning this skin the other way side? Other way. We are sensitive to ourselves. Can we turn it the other side and make it sensitive to others? Entrepreneurs must get sensitive to the other society. I'll tell you what the other society is. Pyramid, if I draw, repurpose your enterprise. You could be an enterprise which is taking care of only top of the pyramid, but there is this concept called the next 6 billion concept. It's a WMC concept. It's not my concept. It's a World Bank concept. It says there are 8 billion people in the world, 2 billion people are rich, and 6 billion people are not so rich. So all businesses focus, I think, on the 2 billion people. The next 6 billion is the opportunity. The first 2 billion, and then the next 6 billion is important. Old branding is an exclusive business process. You look at the top of the pyramid. Old entrepreneurship looks at top of the pyramid. I am redefining all current entrepreneurships into old entrepreneurships, inverted commas. New entrepreneurship will look at the next 6 billion. Old entrepreneurship will continue to look at the 2 billion. Old entrepreneurship is lazy entrepreneurship, because it plucks ripe fruit at the top of the pyramid. New entrepreneurship is hardworking entrepreneurship, because it creates markets out of non-markets. It creates markets out of never markets. Another 4 minutes. New branding needs to be inclusive. Old branding creates hunger everywhere with insensitivity. You create insensitive hunger. Television reaches top 2 billion and bottom 6 billion. We create hunger and all. But the people who have the wherewithal to actually reach out to these items are the top 2 billion. Sustainability is what we're talking about. Okay, that's a theme of your conference. That's why I'm talking this. New branding will do it everywhere. Target, mission, and vision are so yesterday. Target, we have targets in your organization. You have a mission. How many of you have a mission for your business? Mission? Yeah. Vision? Yeah. How many of you have a purpose for your business? Good. That's a new thing. Purpose is new. Good. Great. Purpose is new. Have purpose. Era of purpose-driven businesses is going to be here. Prepare your business for that era. Have purpose, and the means and the resources shall follow. And the purpose must be re-geared. In parting, my dear friends, I've got another 2 minutes, 33 seconds to go before Q&A. In parting, it's a connected world. I'm going to say goodbye to you now, after all the criticism. The network of the living and the digital is what I'm presenting to you. Analytics, data, and digi-living today is a very promiscuous life. Mohan referred to it a bit at a point of time. Reality is my phone sleeps with my refrigerator. I've got a phone. I've got a refrigerator at home. It's a smart refrigerator. 24 eggs can be kept in it. When 24 eggs become 4, there is my sensor in my refrigerator. I have given it permission to be connected to the Nilgiri store downstairs in the basement. The sensor sends a WhatsApp message to the Nilgiri shop, send 24 eggs to D47. That is the place I live in. My wife and I work. When we come back by about 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock, right in front of our doorstep, 24 eggs. Nice. Who ordered the eggs? The fridge did. Smart refrigerator. But I'm very careful. I still don't trust technology as much as I should. Forgive me, Dr. Naidu, for that. I still don't trust it. So I've given it an authorization limit of only 2,000 rupees. I don't know what it will order tomorrow. My phone sleeps with my refrigerator. This is the reality in the biggest cities and towns of India. My refrigerator sleeps with my grocery store. That grocery store has got 400 customers. He's got data. His data is populated on his desktop. And he does, I don't know what with his data. The 400 houses data is there. His data knows exactly what I eat, when I eat, how many eggs we eat, how many, whatever. Okay. My grocery store sleeps with 40,000 customer phones because he's on a network. My customers sleep with credit cards because all bank credit cards are linked to banks. My credit card sleeps with my bank. Data is moving place to place, possibly anonymized, hopefully anonymized, but it's moving. My credit card sleeps with my bank. My bank sleeps with ICRA because at the end of the day, that's a bigger body. ICRA sleeps with my insurance company because I have insurance also. Cross-pollination of data. My insurance company sleeps with my car because my insurance company also wants to decide how much premium a reckless driver like Harish Bijur must pay versus a non-reckless driver like Mohandas Pai. So who should pay more premium? Actuarial interests, etc. My insurance company sleeps with my car. My car sleeps with Tata Motors. If I have a Tata Motors car, Tata Motors data is data populated, rich. As Mohan said, the cloud owned by major corporations in the United States of America know everything you did last summer. I know what you did last summer. My car sleeps with Tata Motors. My Tata Motors sleeps with my Aadhaar card because to buy a Tata Motors car, I have to give my Aadhaar card, Aadhaar, large database. My Aadhaar sleeps with my PAN card because you told me you have to connect your Aadhaar with your PAN card, otherwise you'll be in a jam. My PAN card sleeps with my jeweler. Every time I go to a jeweler, I want to buy gold worth 2.5 lakhs or more. I have to show my PAN card. My jeweler's database is sleeping. Everybody's sleeping with everybody. My jeweler sleeps with Facebook. He's on Facebook. And Facebook sleeps with Cambridge Analytica. Ouch. And no one knows. Or mostly no one knows. There is a data disaster ahead. I'm not predicting the unthinkable. But till that happens, let's enjoy. Think, who do you sleep with really? Just think. Digital is the final frontier. We've crossed it. And guess what, my dear friends? The moment you forget where your body ends and the digital begins, you're gone. Many of us have forgotten that. We live with our mobile phones. We are closer to our mobile phones than we are to our spouses. I've done a research. I don't talk one item without research evidence. Not one item. Just 2 years ago, I did this when I had nothing to do, or 3 years ago during the COVID time, trying to find out how many people are interactive with their phones. An average human being in India, in the big city of India, spends with their mobile phone very close to their body, not more than 8 inches away from their body for 9.5 hours in a single day. Okay. You can't say the same thing about your spouse and you. Certainly not. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk for you, but me, no. Do you understand what I'm talking? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the fact is that life is changing. I want to say thank you, and I'm ready to take questions for the next 12 minutes. Yeah, thank you. I've also left an email ID out here in case I don't answer any questions in the 12 minutes that I have. I will promise to reply them if you mail me on that email ID. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. If there are any questions, I'll take it. If not, I'll say goodbye.
People with questions, please raise your hands, but keep the questions small so we can get more out of the speaker.
Very interesting presentation, Harish, here.
Oh, sorry.
Looking at your conclusion, the question is, there is a talk about society 5.0. There's a new standard evolving, which is human-centric. Do you think that will save the world, that will get to where you want us to be?
Sir, I think it's a very good question, and I think you have made a very valid point. There is talk about this happening. I don't see action about this happening, and that is my worry. Okay, right in the beginning, I mean, I was sitting in when Mohan was completing his Q&A, and at that point of time, we're talking about what must Mysuru do. I have a ready-made answer. Mysuru must focus on the bottom of the pyramid and the middle of the pyramid, but working bottom upwards. Mysuru should focus on agri startups, which not enough people are focusing on. Yes, I have 19 names of great agri startups in this country. Mysuru should fill the gaps, not piggyback and ride what's already happening. Because it's already too late for you to ride that at this point of time. There's an immense clutter. There is a funding winter which we are going through. I hope this funding winter doesn't go as long as some people tend to say it will. The funding winter will have the lowest gestation time in India, followed by Indonesia, and then moving upwards into Brazil and some of the larger countries in that order. And it will have the highest gestation time as far as US startups are concerned. New Zealand is concerned, Australia is concerned. But if you really look at it, I think, what should Mysuru do? Mysuru needs to rejuvenate itself. And TiECON must lead that rejuvenation. And what you must do is, I want a Mysuru club, like the Bombay club, the Bombay club. But the club, the moment I say club today, will get hammered because club is so Western. Mysuru Kuta. Kuta. We need a Mysuru Kuta which takes the interests of Mysuru businesses and says small is beautiful. That's why I titled it Small is Beautiful. Mysuru is small, small is beautiful. Small entrepreneurships are beautiful. Bottom of the pyramid is beautiful. Middle of the pyramid is beautiful. And the pyramid is not one. The middle of the pyramid has got the top of the pyramid of the middle of the pyramid. It has a middle of the pyramid of the middle of the pyramid. It has a bottom of the pyramid of the middle of the pyramid. Which one do you want to focus? So please look at it that way. Differentiation, that's what I'm saying. Form a Mysuru Kuta. Correct the lopsidedness in the economy. Focus on agri startups because that's a passion area for me. And agri startups can be very fashionable startups as well. Millets. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji has made a very, very passionate call for millets. Shri Anna. And millets. I think every corporation has got a fantastic opportunity in millets. And if you're focusing on that, you're back-ending into the farmer, to the back-end farmer eventually. So I think, extremely important. I'm very excited about startups in agri, startups in manufacturing. Not so excited about startups in the services industry. Okay. But that's me. I'm a crazy guy. I swim against the tide. Okay. Any other question?
So
Sorry. Yeah. Good question. So my view is some of the biggest corporations in India, without naming them, are focusing in this space. And when these big corporations focus on this space, many exciting things will happen. Is there scope for a small entrepreneur to focus on this space and make it big? Any entrepreneurship that you step into, you need to have the focus to say that I'm going to grow in this manner, and then I'm going to own this space. I'm going to own the room. Own the room. That is the final. Because if you don't have that, you'll sell out to someone or you'll burn out. Therefore, this I see to be a burnout space. I don't see it to be a space where you can link network of retailers, data, create wonderful stuff for the future out of this. Give you an example here. Geo platforms is going to come by. Geo platforms, Geo, if you really look at it and look at Reliance's plans, they're one of the biggest as far as the country is concerned and even Southeast Asia is concerned. If you look at it, Geo is going to be tomorrow's link up shop to shop to shop. One of the ways of linking one shop to another shop is to say that, okay, every shop can have a WhatsApp platform and it has a hinterland way of connecting to the closest hinterland, and the shop can supply to customers in homes. What has happened today is the retail businesses of small retailers have got decimated. Okay. And post-COVID, we have seen that to be a trouble area. So what will Geo platforms do? Geo platforms will reinvigorate every small retailer, hopefully in the future, which means to say that you're a small retailer living in Saraswatipuram, at a corner, having a small shop at Saraswatipuram, and you actually there is a home which is 1 minute away from your home, which has ordered for a bar of Vim. Now that bar of Vim, the moment the data hits the Geo platform will give it to the closest shop to that house. And that shop is interlinked to the Geo platforms. Geo also makes some money. And WhatsApp commerce comes in a big way. Isn't this the best way of doing something? Why should you travel 16 kilometers to the mall of Mysuru to buy a Vim bar? You should not, you should buy it at the closest. This is called pure competition, what we studied in our early classes. Everyone is a buyer, everyone is a seller, everyone is equidistant. And therefore, retail is going to become micro retail, enhanced by a macro platform. And maybe that macro platform is Geo platforms or Geo networks. Well, Swiggy Instamart is very different. If you really look at Instamart, they have dark stores, and these dark stores are laid out in a particular place, but it is their dark stores, their own dark stores, who they've negotiated with. They negotiated with about 80 people. They're solving a very small problem of a very large universe. What Geo platforms will do, it will bombard it to the entire nation. And what WhatsApp commerce will do is going to take this on to the next step. That's it. So if you really ask me, most ideas which are small today will become very, very big, and there'll be only 1 or 2 players who will dominate in that space. The usual thing that we've seen in e-commerce, same thing will happen in Q-commerce, same thing will happen in food delivery. Some of the biggest names in food delivery that you think are the biggest names in food delivery will not be alive 3 years from now. Ouch. That's what I'm saying. This is how radical life is going to be ahead. Yeah. Okay. I think Marul is okay. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, there's one, ma'am. Yeah, there are 2 questions. Let me take those and then I'll say goodbye.
Yeah, hi, sir. I'm Nadita. So I have slightly different point of view. You just said that, the bottom of the pyramid and top of the pyramid. people working on the top of the pyramid should work for the bottom of pyramid. But what I personally feel, because we all are, every pyramid, you call it the lower section, mid section, or the top section, everyone is independently interdependent. So even at the village level or any unit, there are multiple smaller entrepreneurs which are working for that section of society.
I got the point. Let me answer this in this manner. There is a way of creating societal change and economic change, which is of a snail's pace orientation. Okay. And then there is a way of creating societal change, which is dynamic. With the digital situation we live in today, we have the weapons to create dynamic change. I call this entire era you and I are living in as a so-mo-clo-litic era. So, social media, mo, mobile, clo, cloud, litic is analytics, add AI to it, add AR to it, add IoT to it. I still can't add quantum computing to it, but once quantum computing comes in, I think we're going to be in a different space altogether. All this has the ability to create quantum prosperity for the bottom of the pyramid. Why are we paying lip service to them? The typical situation is one man will benefit at the top and it will cascade to the middle, and then there use a supplier, and then there is a supplier's family at the bottom of the pyramid, some cleaner's family, all of them will benefit. Why should I think it that way? I'm trying to tilt the pyramid other way around. Both options work. One is called I will not use that phrase. There's a Mahalanobis phrase. Okay, please go look it up, which talks about growth in India. I'll not use that phrase because it's politically incorrect to use that phrase. Yes, ma'am. That's enough. Last question, then I'll run. I have to get back to work in Bengaluru.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bijur, looking forward to reading that book. What you mentioned about agriculture being in the bottom of the pyramid got my attention because I'm an agri entrepreneur from Kodagu. So it is spices, beverages, and millets now. However, one of the challenges that we are facing is, while it's wonderful to see the progress in the country in terms of development, roads, and all of it, that is hampering the agri space, the ecosystem itself. We have a very fragile ecosystem, and there's a lot of roads getting pushed or railway lines that are getting pushed into Kodagu, and we're going to be losing about 9.5 lakhs of trees. This is IISc data. Given that situation, and we are talking about how we need to start focusing on agri startups, there seems to be a little bit of a situation for us because there is a lot of real estate realtors coming into Kurk, and there's a lot of land that is being sold. So that's a big problem. How do we manage that?
Okay. Very simply, Kodagu is my favorite district in Karnataka, fundamentally because I worked in Kodagu. I worked in coffee. I used to be with a company called Consolidated Coffee, which became Tata Coffee later. So I know the pains of the small entrepreneur, who is also an entrepreneur, but is an agri entrepreneur. He, she, they. If you really look at it, the problem is that this is the exact problem. We talk and talk and talk and never connect the dots. We say the top of the pyramid will pull up the middle and the middle will get pulled up by the bottom. But it takes one hell a lot of time. We need to be dynamic and completely dynamic. I've spoken n number of times at Upasi Fora about this, to say that, let's do something very, very different. I mean, Coorg has actually got, coffee, it's got tea, it's got pepper, it's got vanilla, it's got 50 other items. It's got homestays, it's got tourism of every kind, etc. If you look at it, it's all in energetically connecting to the startup environment at the closest urban hub that you have to achieve. You have to get your share of mind with entrepreneurs, with investors. There's no reason why money cannot flow into high value added investments in a district like Kodagu in Karnataka. because you're all about a cash crop. You're completely about a cash crop. Yeah, okay, I got that. If you tell me that you don't want the Kadugu ecosystem to be affected, it's a very valuable idea, very valuable idea. But believe it or not, the horse has bolted. When a person on a coffee estate faces the kind of ills he, she, or they face, they will do exactly what they want to do to protect their ecosystem. Take any city that is developed. What's happened to any city will happen to Kodagu as well, unless you stop it. Unless there's a movement which says back to nature, back to the Vedas, back to the good old ways of doing things. There's nothing like that. Look at Mysuru. Mysuru itself, we use the word development. Development. Development is typically called roads, infrastructure, physical development. Okay, nothing else. Now the same thing will happen everywhere. I mean, Mysuru has changed its entire facade. A city which was this way is now looking this way. A city which was completely different in attitude is wanting to clone and ape what Bengaluru does. But I was talking to some of the administrators who created the new ring road out here, and the man told me a good thing. Sir, we have looked at Bengaluru and we have seen all the errors you have made, and we have ensured Mysuru has made no such error. Kodagu is going to go the same way that any person from Kodagu wants it to go. You know what I mean? If people sell out, nobody can stop you from selling out. I know you want entrepreneurial development. It will not fall into your lap. You have to demand it. If you want a Mysuru Kuta, you need a Kodagu Kuta as well. But the point is, we always think of straight line growth. We are not thinking of quantum growth. So invest in quantum growth thinking. And for quantum growth thinking, you need investment. Don't ever say we don't need investment. Money is the blood flow that creates everything. A lack of it is a clot, and a clot causes a heart attack. And most of our investments in many of the entrepreneurships are suffering due to a lack of money. Even today. Yeah. Otherwise, ideas are big. You need money, but you need to stop the destruction. I don't know how. Only a person from Kodagu can have an answer to that. Thank you. Okay, ladies, gentlemen, my dear friends, bye.
Thank you very much for that session, Mr. Harish Bijur. You said Mysore is small, yes, and it is beautiful, yes, but we will also soon be bountiful, I'm sure. We will try to welcome you for something beyond the RRR biryani. We welcome you for rejuvenation, for our resource potential and a revenue prospect as well. So different RRR for you. Now I call upon Mr. Sudhanma Dhananjaya sir, President, TiE Mysuru, to hand over a small token of appreciation to Mr. Harish Bijur. Thank you very much. Next up, we have a session from the man with a golden touch, Mr. B.V. Naidu. But before that, I think you would all require a brief break. We will just take a short 7-minute break, nothing more than that. Everybody has said not too much food for the stomach, but food for thought. So be back here in less than 10 minutes, please, and we will start our next session. Thank you.
I'll give you some. Okay with chocolate.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಟೋಟಲ್ 100 ಜನ ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 94 ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ವ್ಯೂ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ 9 ಜನ ಫೋಟೋಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಬಿಡಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್.
Everyone, request all the people outside having the refreshments to please come back in the auditorium. The 10-minute break time is over, so request everybody to please come back into the auditorium and we can start Mr. B.V. Naidu's session. I repeat, I request everybody outside to please come back inside the auditorium. We would like to start the session in about 2 minutes, so everybody outside, requesting please come back in the auditorium.
ಸೊ ನಿಮ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಆಗೋ Zoom. ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ ಬಿಡು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಖಾಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಮುಂದೆ ಅದೇ.
The once highly successful and entrepreneurial, industrial, and cutting-edge city of Mysore, which started the hydroelectric project, silk sarees, kanjifa, inlay, bulbs, fine heritage, and even a bank to fund the many entrepreneurial ventures. It was so successful that even we made a delicacy, we made a sweet out of it to commemorate all of our victories throughout history. But somewhere down the line, we became bogged down and we became more prideful in what we had done. And somehow we became a laid back city. But from then till now, for the first time ever, Mysore is showing us that the grass is greener on our side. And I have one person here to thank for that on behalf of everybody, that is Mr. B.V. Naidu, the man with the golden touch and even a more precious heart. The one who gave birth to the idea of Beyond Bangalore. I call on stage Mr. Venkat to introduce this illustrious speaker today.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Mr. B.P. Naidu, Chairman of the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. He will be speaking on ideas for growth beyond neighborhood. Mr. B.P. Naidu brings in 30 years of experience as an entrepreneur, mentor, and Indian IT growth facilitator. He has played a seminal role for the growth of the IT industry of India in his capacity as Director of Software Technology Parks of India. Mr. Naidu has facilitated the growth of the software exports from less than 8 million with 13 companies in 1991 to 12 million from more than 1,800 companies in 2007. Apart from Startup Exceed, he is also an IC member on Pitchfest Fund. He has founded and helped many organizations as well as policy groups like IESA, Vision Group, Invest Karnataka, Karnataka Knowledge Commission, Karnataka ICT Group, and many others to catalyze the growth of industry in India. Mr. Naidu has been awarded with the Rajya Sabha Award in 2022 in recognition to his contribution to Karnataka. Mr. Naidu is one of the most influential leaders in India, and his insights are sure to be valuable to everyone here. I would like to call upon Mr. Naidu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After the electrifying talk from the Mohan, and of course our grand guru Harish, it is very difficult to talk anything further. Mohan covers everything. He is a numbers man. He covers everything. I'm sure that all the speakers following today will have difficulty in matching up to the numbers, matching up to the information that he has shown. During this time. So nevertheless, I've been coming to the Mysore probably last 25 years, and I've seen that since 1998, when we started the first STPS center in KSS, and then onwards, I've been watching this growth that is happening. I should also tell you, last 1 year, I came probably 5-6 times here. I was telling some people that through KDM, what we achieved in last 18 months, we could not achieve in last 18 years. That's the kind of focus and impact that is, as an organization KDM, with the support of the industry, could able to create. Why are we doing all this? Number one, Mohan talked about all the big numbers, right? But one big number which always lingers back in my mind is that our PM Prime Minister said that by 2047, we are going to be a developed country. And then, EY did some math and said that we are going to reach around $26 trillion economy by 2047. From the current $3.1 trillion. And then probably some more discussions happened politically, and then our Prime Minister said that it's not just 26 trillion, we are going to reach a $40 trillion economy by 2047. that glued into my mind, very strongly that India has to achieve $40 trillion economy. What is that we all need to do together? There are opportunities that the country is providing. Opportunities, like Mohan mentioned, that, the IT services, we only talk about the $200 billion IT services, right? We do not talk too much on the domestic. Our domestic market is also growing with the 200 crores of 200 billions of export, IT exports. Then suddenly our electronics is starting growing. We became probably second largest mobile phone manufacturer in the world, and those exports are growing. And added to that, digitalization, what Mohan also mentioned, our India stack has fueled the growth of the digitalization. So there are opportunities, our services, traditional IT services export industry. There are opportunities in terms of the digitalization that is bringing in, and also there is an opportunity of the startups that are emerging. Together, will pave way to our $40 billion economy. But it is not sufficient only Bangalore, Hyderabad, or any of the larger cities. We need to discover, that is the discovery path we started in with the mission of Beyond Bangalore. And this is a very, very focused mission, which we started 18 months back. I must tell you that we could able to achieve something which probably we all feel proud of that. 36 new companies have come. I'm talking about the Beyond Bangalore, all the clusters together, the Mysuru, Bangalore, and the Hubli. 36 new companies have come and started their operations. And Mysuru is obviously leading among all these three clusters. As we move forward, I see there is going to be a good competition coming from these clusters, and Mysuru will become the role model for the rest of the places, rest of the clusters of Bangalore and Hubli. But what is interesting in Mysuru, somebody was saying, Mysuru has a great strength, but still doesn't talk too much about that. Not many people are aware that, Mysuru does the defense offset much more than any other larger city. The defense offset opportunity is a huge opportunity that Mysuru and the EMS companies of Mysuru enjoy. Not many people are aware. And what Rankson's done is a phenomenon. A company, Cyan coming and acquiring a company in Mysuru and giving an exit to a Mysuru company is a great story to tell the people. These are all the great stories of Mysuru. And recently, Ramesh Kannan Schemes is one of the companies got listed and doing very well in the public markets. When I talk about the case to many people surprised that the Mysuru has so much of potential and opportunity. I think Mysuru has all the ingredients. We saw that the three entrepreneurs who have grown from Mysuru taking the Lifetime Achievement Award, and we also see a lot of other entrepreneurs are emerging. And these new companies wanted to come. Out of 36, I think 22 companies have come to Mysuru itself. I was talking to Bill of Socrates yesterday, and he feels so proud and happy that he's in Mysuru and he's growing big. He wanted to grow to the 1,000+ people. Same story with the company Org Source, right? Org Source. This is the company. Yeah, whatever. Org Process. Yeah, she is an young and woman entrepreneur, and she wants to grow. And her growth aspirations are what she is talking about, employing another 1,500 people. These are all the aspirations. What Bill told me and what she told me, or that, they get the resources here. And Bill is very happy because the people don't leave his company, right? And the attrition levels are very low. These are all the strengths. And then when we wanted to create this Beyond Bangalore mission to all the cities, we need to give some kind of a local flavor, tech flavor or tech touch. And that is when we thought about creating a cybersecurity as a tech flavor to Mysuru city being the tech barrier city. Likewise, Bangalore, we said it's a fintech destination because 8 banks have come out of Bangalore, and Hubli Dharwad as a edutech and an academic. That is really working. And there is a company from Mumbai, a cybersecurity company from Mumbai, by name Wellox. They came and set up a cybersecurity center here. And then Mysuru is also attracting a cybersecurity COE here. A large investment is going to happen here with the support of the government. So a lot of things are happening. With all the things, many people, you're reading about the huge buzz on the electronics industry. Mysuru is the only place where the electronics companies from Korea, electronics companies from Taiwan came and visited here to set up their manufacturing. There are 22 companies, electronic systems design and manufacturing companies, given LOI to set up the operations here. Letter of intent. So there are 22 ESDM companies, including one fab. The government of India approved that fab would come here, but that's subject to the government of India approval. But there are ATM kit facilities. There are 2 companies that are coming here. The battery companies, one large PCB, 8-layer PCB manufacturing company, and all these things are coming here. Why are they coming here? Because Mysuru is a little different. Now, Mysuru is a place, I always told to the people, it has both flavor of electronics and flavor of IT. No other city in India has that. You may be knowing, Mysuru is only the place where there is an industry-driven Lahari test facility was set up. Government of India wanted to set up 14 or 15 such centers across the country for the last so many years, but nowhere that test centers have come and operationalized, except the one in Mysuru, and all of you should feel proud of that. And that test facility here in Mysuru, not only attracting, the other day, Bosch company said that they wanted from Bangalore, they wanted to come and use the facility in Mysuru. So that is the power of Mysuru, and I'm sure with this kind of, the growth or these kind of, we all need to talk about these success stories to the outside world. We are actually planning to do one delegation from 21st of April to the 6th of May, going across 5 cities in US, primarily to talk about what is happening in this Beyond Bangalore clusters and attract the, some kind of investments here. When we spoke about, there is an organization called ITSER, which is a conglomerate of 2,000 small and medium-sized companies. When we talked to them, they wanted us to host 3 events in 3 cities because they are all SMEs driven by the NRIs. They say that they are all fed up with Hyderabad and Bangalore and other larger cities. They wanted to come to the smaller cities like Mysuru. That is an indication that the people are looking at And this is the time that, we all need to come together to perform. From the KDM perspective, we have a very high energetic team. All of you know Sanjeev today, he could not be here. Sanjeev and our Sudhir is here locally, he is stationed here. We are strengthening this team, and this team is always with you, supporting the industry and working with you to make sure that these, the targets we meet. So when we have this $500 billion digital economy in the country, and which is poised to grow to the 1 trillion by 25-26 and 3 trillion by 2030, this is a digital economy. Mysuru should have some share of that. Unfortunately, these all the smaller cities contribute less than $2 billion in this overall opportunity. We said when we set up the KDM, we said that, by 2026, we should, all the three clusters should contribute at least $5 billion. And by 2030, it is $10 billion. Those targets will not happen until unless you people, like Mohan as morning energized, right? Mysuru should not be like a traditional Mysuru, it should wake up. I'm seeing that last 18 months it woke up. Now we need to see how you can run. And for the government and the KDM perspective, whatever support that is needed, we are here to support. And there are a few other things which I wanted to tell you. When we started the discussion with the leaders here, and they said that we do not have a quality IT infrastructure. Now we are setting up a 200,000 square feet area as a global tech center. That is already, actually, it is already announced by the government and inaugurated by the government. The initial phase of 3,000 seats will be ready. I think 6 companies have already signed up to come there. So the problem of the high-tech quality IT infrastructure problem got solved. Right? I'm just talking to Ranga, and like we know, it happened even in Bangalore, it happened. ITPL came in 1996. That time ITPL is a grand attraction. Singapore investments coming in, and ITPL, lot of companies it could able to attract. Likewise, we thought this 200,000 square feet area in Mysuru should attract the companies on the services side. The other thing, what we also said, even though Prashant said that probably we do not require the capital funds may not come here. I know Ajit is here. There are people who wanted to invest into the funds here. So from the government perspective, we got the Mysuru Cluster Seed Fund approved. Government is investing 30%. The bankers are investing 30%. It is a small fund. We expect the local leaders to invest the other 30%. I think Sanjeev will be talking to all of you. Like what has happened in the TiECON fund for Bangalore, it can start happening from 3 months from now. The reason is Mysuru entrepreneurs should have their own local pride, local flavor that they see. I'm not saying that this fund is sufficient for their growth, right? But at least at the seed level, that will be helpful. And the local HNIs can invest into the fund, and you people, the complete investment committees from the industry, and you can drive that fund. So that will, second thing that obviously will be helpful to the Mysuru. So you have the quality infrastructure, you have the seed fund and the startups. Madan is here. And as a part of this delegation, the few of the startups have been taken to the US to participate into the TiECON. Right? So there are more than 450 startup companies are identified from these 3 clusters, maybe 150 to 200 from Mysuru. Sudhir?
Yes, sir.
How many?
190. 190.
190 startups. They came into the startup grid, and we are showcasing the startups to the rest of the country and the rest of the world. And the other one, what government also, we created an accelerated network. That is also is already announced. The acceleration network is nothing but there is an accelerator. I think JSS got that. There will be some funding from the government of Karnataka to support that accelerator network. And there is an accelerator in Bangalore is going to mentor this accelerator. And this accelerator are going to support the startups. So there is a fund, there is an accelerator, and any entrepreneur out of Mysuru, he should feel as comfortable as any other entrepreneur in Bangalore. That is what is our goal. That is what we are trying to do. So, to take this movement a little more forward, we are strengthening the KDM with us, giving a few more hands to Sudhir, and also KDM will be working with JSS and Mr. Sudanwa to do a COE for Metaverse. And this is one place where UNESCO came and said that, they wanted to help in setting up of a COE. The Metaverse COE is coming up and Mr. Sudanwa is leading that. Apart from the Cyber Security COE. And finally, I have one announcement. To do that announcement, may I request Mr. Sudanwa and Mr. Madan Patki to come on to the dais, please.
We also request Ms. Shavani Pawar also to please join on stage. Ms. Shavani from TiECON.
These are the two gentlemen passionately driving the Thai initiative in Bangalore and Mysuru. The good news is global TiECON, and this as a Thai Karnataka, they bid for the global TiECON for 2024, and then the Karnataka won that. And this is a team that going to try this TiECON. This time we don't want to call this as a global TiECON in Bangalore. So we are working on the details. Maybe Madan can explain you. We wanted this Mysuru flavor in that. The global TiECON will have between Bangalore and Mysuru, it will happen. Actually, our initial thought is only to do in Mysuru. But some of the people globally, they said, no, one day at least it should be in Bangalore. So Mysuru will have a great, role to play. And
thank you, Vivi. This is the first time that we're announcing this, so huge round of applause to all of us. TiE Global Summit is a packed global event. As you're aware, TiE itself is in 14 countries, 60 plus chapters. Last year it happened in Hyderabad, several of you were there. Some 3,000 odd delegates, about 1,000 plus delegates from across the globe. And this time, TiE Bangalore with TiE Hubli, TiE Mysuru, and there's a new chapter coming up in Mangalore, which is getting announced on 19th, 20th in Mangalore, TiE Mangalore, along supported by KDM. We all put in a bid. There was a global set of bids that had come in, and TiE Bangalore and TiE Karnataka chapters, group of chapters, won it hands down. Obviously, there was massive interest in coming to Bangalore from across the world, but obviously we said it's not just Bangalore. We will showcase every other cluster, Hubli, Belgaum, Mysuru, Mangalore, and really create a unique Karnataka experience. So this is going to happen in November, December of 2024. We have a good 16 to 18 months for the event to happen, and we've kind of promised to ourselves that this will be the world's largest entrepreneurial summit ever. And it will not just an event, but it will propel Karnataka beyond the Silicon Valley that's in the US. And that's the kind of momentum that we have to build. I know we have it with all of us. So look forward to working with each and every one of you to put really Karnataka on the global map as the destination for entrepreneurship in the world. Thank you.
I also wanted to just reply to the yesterday, Mr. Ajit Pai's comment that despite of the government, the things that happened in Bangalore. Where is Mr. Pai? Ajit Pai? So I wanted to tell all of you, actually, the government and industry should work like two hands. That is what has happened in my Bangalore. I can work for that. I know one for last 20, since 1994, every IT policy, every IT event, every IT initiative, like Mohan was mentioning, since 1994 till now, this happened, because of what Mohan has a huge passion, and I also have a lot of passion for the government. We work together to make the things happen in Karnataka. And likewise, even when we started the KDM, we created the Invest Karnataka. That is again a public-private partnership. It has gone to some level, but not purely. We wanted to keep the body outside the government. That is the reason KDM is being created. KDM is nothing but the two hands. One hand is the government, and the other hand is the industry. They coming together on the board. You have all the the government representation on the board and the industry representation on the board. And we also have the local leaders playing a facilitating role to support the KDM. So KDM is a truly by the industry, for the industry, supported by the government. So I'm sure that the government would, help you to grow further. Ajit, did I answer you? So we will stand by you, and as I said that we are strengthening the KDM initiatives, and the KDM is, as Madan said that, with the TiE, with the IESA, with the NASCOM, and with the local leaders of the, every city, all coming together to make this mission happen. And again, I'm telling you, what didn't happen for last 18 years, happened in last 18 months. And I'm sure that this growth will continue. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. B.V. Naidu, and thank you, Madan Padaki, sir, President of TiE Bangalore, Mr. Sudharma, President of TiE Mysuru, and Shravani Pawar, the immediate past President of TiE Hubli and the first woman President of TiE Hubli. And I think together with the combined power, we make TSG truly globally renowned and the biggest conference across the world for entrepreneurs. Aspiration, ambition, action, and an impetus for acceleration. All of it provided by KDM and through the Beyond Bangalore initiative. Huge round of applause for the coming together of government and industry. In the previous session, they talked about agriculture focus, but B.V. Naidu sir also mentioned about focus on ESDM, defense, cybersecurity, metaverse, and so much more from Mysuru. We have a lot to look forward to, so thank you, sir, for your session. Now I call Mr. Sudharma Dhananjaya, sir, to please come to the stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. B.V. Naidu. Now, a lot has been spoken so far on starting up and setting up from Mysuru. But the real challenge is scaling a business from a tier 2 city like Mysuru. It comes with a lot of its challenges. There's a limited access for resources and talent that people highlighted that we are not able to retain talent here. There's also a challenge of infrastructure. And our speakers today have highlighted this in the past few sessions. Now it will be wonderful to see what our panelists here have to say on the topic of challenges in scaling tier 2 cities. For this discussion, we have with us Ms. Shravani Pawar and Ms. Savita Malava. And the session will be moderated by our TiECON charter member, Vaishali Hadaman ma'am. I request Vaishali ma'am to please escort Ms. Shravani Pawar and Ms. Savita Malava to the stage. Huge round of applause, everybody. More power for Ms. Shravani Pawar.
I welcome you both to the TiECON Mysuru 23. Thanks for making it. My first question to Matt from Hubli. She has traveled all the way from Hubli, and it's an interesting story. I would like to start with you, ma'am. Can you please tell us about how you started your business and what inspired you and how TiE helped you?
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾನು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಶ್ರಾವಣಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ನೀವೇ ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. But I try to keep it very short and sweet. How I started? I don't know how I started. When I started, yes, I was 23 years old when I started. I come from a social work background. I've done my bachelor's in social work. I was more interested in doing something for women, but I didn't know that what I should be doing. Ye part of the healthcare salary, I took a break from studies, started working with an NGO. My friends used to say that this is my time waste matter. BSW matter, MSW matter, must not be. My relatives used to say, Super, no matter. But I was very much clear in my thoughts. Only degrees and certificates won't help. If we want to work with the community, we need practical experience. That's how I took a break from studies. I started working with a rural NGO, which was working with the farmers. ರೈತರ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದು. ನಾನೇ 23 ವಯಸ್ಸು, ಹೊಲ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ಧಾರವಾಡದಾಗಿದ್ರು. ಏನ್ ಹೇಳೋದು ರೈತರಿಗೆ? ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಜ್ಜನ ಕಾಲದಿಂದ ನಾವು ರೈತಾಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು. But that was my job. Along with that, I also had the responsibility of forming self-help group for women. I got excited. Oh, I started working with them. One thing I noticed. Women do everything. Except decision making. Decision they rely on the family. And it is not wrong. It is right. But not every time. We are capable enough to take our own decisions. So in story, I came across with a news publication by the Richmond Foundation. They said they are training on social entrepreneurship. I was like, more words to social work. Social entrepreneurship it is in 2008. After 6 months of working with an NGO, I decided to go back to the course. When I expressed this to my mother, she said, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಲಿತೇನೆ ಏನಾಗೈತೆ ನಿನಗೆ ನನಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. So I was in that situation. So when I came to the fellowship program, so we got an opportunity to pitch business plan. I got excited. Oh, social work background because business smart हो ना मजा बरता है. I had different ideas, plans for like to change them into the city, that we can be making. But then realized this was the same thing what they are also doing. Other NGOs and other organizations. What different am I doing? What is innovation? They should always talk about innovation. So we like to go very much about it. So that's how SafeHand started in 2009 with 9 employees. And today we have 1,000+ people working with us in that state. For people who don't know, SafeHands provides security service for the people of Hubli, Dharwad, Bijapur, North Karnataka. They are very, very prominent, and the people there work for her, and they are very, very happy to work with her. I also yesterday I saw your TED talk, and I thought about asking you about Savitri, who was a woman who was empowered by your organization. Could you tell the audience a little bit about her so that they also can get inspired? And it's a beautiful story. There are so many Savitris, but I would like to say one Savitri story. She's still working with us. She is fourth or fifth. Ashtakalpati Jasti. So she got 3 children, and her husband is the main breadwinner of the family. She's completely independent. She used to work with the households. Money or household. We used to visit SNGs, we used home visits. So now mother ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಒಂದ ಕಡೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಚಲೋ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಸಿಗ್ತೈತಿ, ನಿನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ PSI ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತೈತಿ, ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೆ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಚಾಲೂ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿವಸ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಗಂಡ ಏನೋ ಆರಾಮಿಂದ ತೀರೋಗ್ಬಿಡು. ಸೊ ಅಂತ ಟೈಮ್ನೊಳಗ ಸಾವಿತ್ರಿ ಎಂತ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ಅಂದ್ರ ಆಕಿ ಹೊರಗಿನ ಹೋಗಿ ಏನು ವ್ಯವಹಾರದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ದಾಗಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆಲೆ ಇಂಥ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಂದ್ರ it has become very difficult. But she says, thanks to SafeHands, because I am in SafeHands. SafeHands or give you the connect system. It's called confidence system. So the confidence and very good unorganized sector, confidence and sector. Esto sari na strangers meeting matadu nani healthy barbadu. Bank go work nani healthy barbadu. But even lansangilla, because this is one of my duties. So like this, there are so many other women who think they are not confident enough, but SafeHands has given them a good exposure, say that everyone can do anything. ಇದರೊಳಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನಾನು ಟೈಪ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಟೈಪ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು SafeHands ಎರಡು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಬಾಜು ಆಫೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ we were neighbors. They used to call for all the meetings. We meeting very meeting. Very meeting kuntu matadare. Kuntu matadare ante sakati. So it's all I used to think. ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬೀಳುತ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. I was very clear in my mind idea. So ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ವಾಗ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದ ಹೆಸರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು, ನಡುವೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದ್ ದಿವಸ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಪಿಚ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. 50,000 rupees ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವಾಗ ಮಜಾ ಬಂತು. So this is how TiE attracted me to take a student membership at TiE, and I take this compliment to say that I am the first woman president of TiE. The journey from student to president was awesome. One day I read a collection and
So ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾ ಬರೀ ನನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾನು ಫೋಕಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಏನು ನಾನು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. But in 2016, I felt that so much I'm taking from time, what I'm giving back to my organization. So that's when I decided that I take small goals and I do whatever possible for the organizations. And I make sure that everyone get inspired by my work and they will also start doing, they will also start giving back to the organization. So I did whatever possible as a president, and I keep continuing because time is my second home. Lovely. Savita Mallappa is CEO and co-founder of Art Process. I would like to ask you the same question, Savita, and as I was going through your biodata, I really like your company's motto or mission, which I want to quote is, our mission is to make data solutions simpler, superior, and qualitative, which I really like. Anything simple is what I like. So I would like you to tell me your story of how you started our process and what are the hurdles that you faced.
Yeah, to talk a little bit about art and to talk a little bit about my story as well. The typical Bangalore, grew up in Bangalore, to visit Mysore often. Like many people said today, Mysore was a holiday destination. Right? Finished engineering, and way back when I graduated, there were no real jobs. No what to do. So did the typical path, did my master's, went to the US, did a job. At some point, got married and said we wanted to come back home. So came back to India many years ago and continued the corporate ladder. And at some point, the corporate life in the tech sector can be very exciting. I don't have anything negative to say about it. I was involved in some very interesting products. We had an MP3 player, which was called the iPod killer, but clearly wasn't successful. I've also been involved in products like MRI and so on. But at some point, I started saying, what can I do more? And we used to come to Mysore very often. And then, like most ideas, and I think most entrepreneurs, most ideas start with just a conversation. So it was a kind of a dinner conversation. We said, today technology is so advanced. You can, the power of the network, the power of the internet, and the power of just having a backup, UPS and generator, actually do work anywhere, even the villages that we visit on the weekends. Why do we have to sit in Bangalore and, suffocate with the challenging air quality and the traffic? So the thought was, initially the thought was quite selfish. The idea was to move to Mysore, but Mysore didn't have that many jobs either. So over this conversation, we said, why not take the jobs to the people rather than bring people, all the people to the cities? And that's what initiated our process. The idea was to decongest our very crowded cities and to enable jobs in more rural towns. We first actually started in a very small town called Yellanur. Anybody heard of Yellanur? Okay, so there are people who heard of Yellanur. The government had actually an initiative to encourage businesses in towns that are less than 1 million population. So that became a kind of a spoke, and we eventually grew out of Yellanur and consolidated in Mysore. We do have other centers in Chandranagar and Road as well. With that initial, I think, answers how the idea came about. We started small in 2010, very much like Shabani said, with a small set of people, and we have grown over the years. I think the challenges are there everywhere, and I think both benefits and challenges from the government. I still remember sitting outside the ChessCom office because you need to have 100 computers running, you need power to run it. So sitting day after day to get the power sanctioned, that was a huge challenge. But I'd like to say one thing, and I think I've heard a lot of mixed reactions about Mysore. So when I first came to Mysore, I actually spoke to your father, Mr. Guru Ranga, and he was very encouraging. He's one of the stalwarts here, and the whole family. They said, Mysore is a great place. There's a lot of people in Bangalore, and you see it from some of the speakers today. Mysore, the dull town, or the hill is in the wrong side. But I can tell you, we've grown to 1,000 plus because of Mysore, right? So don't think that Mysore is not up to the mark. I think there's a lot of potential. If the people don't work, I don't agree. We have people who deliver world-class services sitting out of our Alinhalli office, right? We deliver to Australia, we deliver to Sweden, we deliver to a lot of cities in the US, and they're on time, on quality, and we have repeat customers continuously. Thanks to the people in Mysore, right? So please believe that. I think for me, I'm not a Mysorean, but I believe in Mysore. I think there's people have potential everywhere. It's up to us how to manage and tap it.
Thank you. That was perfect. And I'm a proud Mysorean too. Can you tell us about one of your few best moments and worst moment as a lady entrepreneur? And I would like to add one more question. Do you feel that the personality or the personal brand makes, what do you say, plays a crucial role in the building a business for both of you?
I'd actually like to say no, because I want to believe that an organization is an entity beyond an individual, right? So that's in theory probably true. An organization as a legal entity, as a physical entity, should stay, grow, and live beyond any individual. So I strongly believe that. Having said that, I think all of us put our passion, thoughts, and our personality into it, helps grow the business. So I think that answers it.
Now on the story here, Say Finance 24/7 is a very simple business. It's a facility management. We recruit them when we train them and we place them with security guards. We do automate the command. That's how our business runs, right? Most of people, they said that, oh, I'm not the ಇಷ್ಟು ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಸರು ಸಹಿತ ಹಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ರು ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ಸೇಫ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ 24/7 ಮುಂದೆ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ಇಟ್ರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸೇಫ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ 24/7 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಬ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತೀವಿ ಬಟ್ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. Every entrepreneur has his or her own strength, image, working style, taking team to the next level, taking opportunities, creating opportunities, involving people, creating that organization takes individual efforts and it's a different flavor. How do you balance your personal and professional life as an entrepreneur? You need to balance. So can you just explain on that? How do you balance? The balance is a word I can balance but balance now example, when I started Safe Hands as my business, I was 23 years old, and my parents used to say that get married, get married. Oh, even very done. I told my parents that I'm into business after starting 1 year of my business. 1 year I my business because my mother is a high school teacher and my father is a photographer. I have 2 elder brothers and I'm the youngest daughter at home. Parents always think safety, especially for the daughter. But now something wherever. Now I was very obedient. Whatever my parents, my brother used to say, I just say yes, 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 all my life. Suddenly I felt that when we came up with this Safe Hands idea, starting women security,
yours. So I didn't tell my parents because I knew that they are going to say no because it's a risky business. If something goes wrong, where you're going to give the money. ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋದು ನಾಳೆ ನೀನು ಮದ್ವೆ ಯಾರಾದ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲ ಮದುವೆಗೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಂಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗೋದು ನನಗೆ ಯಾರು ಅವ್ರು ಮದುವೆ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಏನೋ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸೊ ಸಡನ್ಲಿ ಮೈ ಥಾಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ನಂದೇ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಐ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮೈ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ I become what I want to become, then I get married. I definitely get married. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಗಾರ ಭಯಕರ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ I used to say my mom that ನಾನು ಮದುವೆನೇ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡ್ರಿ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳೋದು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ 3 ಜನ ಇದ್ವಿ ಒಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇನೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ಗಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆನ ಒಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಸೊ 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನೀವು ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಕಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಿಂಗಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮದುವೆ ಬಾಳ ಮಾಡ್ತಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ನೈತಾರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಾಕತ್ತೀನಿ ಮುಂದೇನು ಮದುವೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ I met my husband at a cafe, 17. He wanted to start his security business. He was in his recovery in season. So I made my husband to close his business, join my business. So I don't say it is a balance, but I say it's a way of life, how we enjoy it, how we take up our priorities. I got married when I wanted to get married. I have 3 children when I wanted to have children. So I'm still running a business. I do voluntary work. I still cook at my home. I do have support. I have more my helping hands at home, but that's okay. But I still enjoy cooking for my kids, gardening at my home, working at my office, doing social work, doing voluntary work. I'm proud to be Rotarian. So I do everything. It is not a balancing. It's my work. I'd also like to commend Shravani because she has a 9-month-old and she's made the journey today with all the children coming to myself. Fantastic. Yes, I think it is a balancing act. I'm very straightforward. I outsource everything in the house that I'd rather not do. So I don't cook, clean because it's just simpler to outsource it. And I can focus on the things that I think are critical. But as a, I'd like to touch on the balancing part for a woman. I think it's, and I see it in a lot of women who work with me in Mysore. There's a lot of expectations at home to be, still the perfect traditional Indian woman. You have to still make Oppattu on Ugadi and you still have to do the right things even if you have something else in the office. And I do think it's tougher. But what I'd like to say is, it is possible to do it all, right? It is possible to have children, have a home, like Shravani very well said. It's a way of life. We learn to, learn our own coping mechanisms and to balance it. The word is balance, but there's no need to sacrifice one for the other, and I think it's entirely possible to do it. Absolutely. My last question, then we will open up for question and answer. Whoever wants to ask anything, they can do it. What are some of the key lessons that you would like to tell? There are many young people here who want to start their business. What are the, of course, business is risk and you need to have passion, all those things are there. But what are the main things that we need to have to start a business? The traditional idea is always passion. I have passion for it. But I think it's, a small percentage of passion, but a lot of perseverance. So you have to stick and stay and keep doing it. And usually things evolve. And it may start as something, but evolve into something else. But I think being perseverant is almost equally, if not more important than passion. So I think
I see a number of people here and it's really encouraging because I assume all of you are budding entrepreneurs are already there. It's so nice to see that vibrant environment and I think I'd like to wish you all luck and I'd like to say just, stay the path, stay the course and things will happen.
ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಬರೀ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೇವೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಂತೇಳಿ ಈಗಿನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಟೈಮ್ ಐತರಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಂತೇಳಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೊದಲು ರೊಕ್ಕ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೊದಲು ಟೀಮ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೊದಲು ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಲೀಡ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಮೊದಲು ಕೆಲಸ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. This is one. And the second is ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ನೀವು ಕಲ್ತ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಹೌದಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ತಿಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಉಳಿದದನ್ನು ನೋಡಕ ಹೈಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸರಿ ನಾವ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಕಲ್ತ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೀಪ್ ಆನ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ಪೋನ್, ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡೂ ದಟ್. Now or never, that's very much important. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನಾವ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ we have our own limitations. We say that ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಐತಿ, ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಹಿಂಗ ಐತಿ, ನನಗೆ ಹಂಗಾಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದರ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. In 2013, I'm a TEDx speaker at Pune. My talk was on 23rd November and my due date for my first child was 25th November. TEDx talk ದವರು 6 months ಮುಂಚೆನ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು. ನನಗೆ ನೆನಪಾಗಿದ್ದವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾ that I'm expecting a child and my due date is this. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿವಸ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೆನಪಾದ ಇವನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ. I spoke to the organizers and I said that see, I'm expecting my baby and this is the due date. I don't know what to do. And they're like, we really want to have your story, but we don't want to trouble you. If you're comfortable, we can have you next year. I was like, give me 2 days of time, I'll come back to you. I started thinking, I discussed with my husband. He said, ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷ ಬಾ ಅಂತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಹುಟ್ಟು ಆರಾಮ್ಸೆ ಉಣ್ಣಾಕುದೆಲ್ಲ ಉಟ್ಟಿಂದ ಏನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. I said, no, I want to go this year. ಹೋಗೋದಲ್ಲ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವರು. ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾ ಇದರ ಹೋಗುದು. Then he asked me, give me one reason why you want to go this year, not next year. I asked him, will you give me the guarantee that I will be alive next year? He said, Nadi, all reports to Nadi. So, doctor was ready, ambulance was ready, hospital was booked, all the arrangements were done in Pune. My talk was over on 23rd. 24th morning, we left Pune. We passed 30 kilometers. My wife was in a car. My husband was tensed. Now, here I am with him. Yaka, hurry again, I deliver again. Hurry again. And the Bay Hospital, only Bay doctor. Facilities change after the, I agree. But now in forest, maybe Lada, he lived the Togo. So, I'm getting mad, wapas, Darada, deliver. So, with this, I would like to say that we limit ourselves. We should never limit ourselves. Fantastic story. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆನೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಮುಳುಗಾಯ್ತು, ಚಳಿ ಏನು ಗಾಳಿ ಏನು ದುಮುಕ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು ಫಸ್ಟ್. I also agree with that. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. So that's a nice thing. I would like if anybody wants to ask a question.
Thank you so much for a wonderful talk, ma'am. Entrepreneurship is a gender neutral. I firmly believe that. It has nothing to do being a female, that you get an extra pat on your back. In fact, it is worse. We have to worry about the morning coffee and evening Mysuru also. In between the tichis and the festivals and the people and the family and then also try to go and earn money and this. So first and foremost, applaud all three of you for where you are. I'm seriously shouting out. Today is the day that I'm inspired. I have heard so many of your private moments and really I am inspired. My question which I wanted to ask you was, what is the difference between financially independent woman and empowered woman?
To answer your question, ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ರೊಕ್ಕ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ, ಬಟ್ ಏನ್ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? Empowered women can take a proper decision. ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ರೊಕ್ಕ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಶಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ಆ ಶಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನ ಅದು ಹೋರಾಟ. But empowered lady can inspire, empower more people and create practice.
Hi, good afternoon. It's finally great to see women talking on the stage and sharing their insights. I've been waiting for this since last evening. My name is Saika and I'm basically from Mumbai and moved to Mysuru 2 years ago with my family with no professional intention but pure personal. My question, I'm coming straight to the point. My question is, by when Mysuru can see a significant increase in women entrepreneurs? What do you think? And any one of you can answer.
You can start becoming an entrepreneur from today. Okay. And with passion, perseverance, and you have a good financial backing and some common sense, I think nothing can stop you from becoming what you want to become. Is my answer, because when I started my multiplex, which is a very rare thing for a lady exhibitor to exhibit movies, the whole ecosystem was male dominated. They said, you will tell Agala, it was the answer I got. I said, doesn't matter. And I had my family backing. And I told my husband that, look, this is what they're talking. He said, doesn't matter. You just go on. You like to do it, you do it. The rest will follow. And the same distributors call me today and say that, ma'am, we are sorry, but we need your opinion on this particular film. So I firmly believe that we need to believe in ourselves first, that we can do it, and put in all the effort, whatever is needed for the work to get done.
So that was a fabulous question. Just wanted to also, before I come to my question, I'm Kanchan Vivedi, I'm the founder of Inspire. Building and growing a community for women, college girls, entrepreneurs, homemakers, and corporate women. I'm looking to empower them by providing them with opportunities, jobs, business opportunities, and this is a pan-India initiative. It's been such an inspiring talk, so motivating to listen to all of you. I also wanted to know who have been the inspiring men and women in your lives who have, kind of changed the trajectory of your life. So who, it could be a man, it could be a woman, who have inspired you in your life?
It's a tough one because, it's usually a number of people. But I do remember one, I had a woman boss in my corporate career, and she was very dynamic. And she was a renowned Bharatanatyam dancer. And she went on to become a kind of a CTO at one of the verticals in Philips in Eindhoven. But I think she kind of motivated and inspired. But I think very difficult to talk about any one or two people. There's always a number of people who inspire you. But I can tell you what inspires me on a daily basis is the impact we create. when you come to the office, and I think I can speak for all three of us, when you come in and you see people coming to work and you create an impact, that motivates you and inspires you every day.
Absolutely beautiful, and maybe, other two also, I would love to hear from both of you. For me, I think the foundation that I received from my parents and the encouragement and the support I received from my husband played a very, very important role for what I am today. Thank you. So, na Savitri story ಹೇಳಿದೆನಾ ಹಂಗೆ ದಿವಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾವ ಕೆಲವು ಏನ್ ಬಾ ಸಾಕು ಅನ್ಸಿರ್ತೈತಿ ಅದು ಫುಲ್ ಮನ್ಸಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಕತ್ತೀನಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಂತ ಸೇವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಂತ ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಇಷ್ಟು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲೀಸ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಅದಾರ ಸೊ ಐ ಶುಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮೋರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಒನ್ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಆಸ್ ಐ ಸೆಡ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಭಯಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರೋ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. So now my husband look after my kids. When I'm at home, my husband look after the business. He is my substitute. That is amazing support from your husband. Yeah, so nice to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would like to share one thing. That many a time we start comparing ourselves. Oh, akki madadanu. Oh, ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಲು ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನನೇ ಇದ್ರಾಗ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಹಿಂಗ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಂಗ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಚಲೋ ಆಗ್ತೈತೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಚಲೋ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ದು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳ ಕಡೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಬಟ್ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಹಳ ಯುನೀಕ್ ಅದೇವಿ, ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅದೇವಿ, ಬಹಳ ಚಲೋ ಅದೇವಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ತಗೊಂಡು ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಆ ಖುಷಿಯಿಂದ ಏನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೈತಿ, ಆ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಸೊ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಹಾಲ್ that don't take any pressure of taking successful ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಅಚೀವರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಅಚೀವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಾನ ಬರ್ತಾವ, ಅಚೀವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಾನ ಬರ್ತೈತಿ. ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಖುಷಿಯಿಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಎನಿ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್, but live your life with happiness and joy, with passion. So everything will follow.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think this was a completely balanced panel, I would say, which totally brought out the message of one size doesn't fit all. We had two illustrious panelists and one moderator who said one believed in finding serenity in chaos, while others said she follows a structured process and believes in balance. One said that she likes to go with the wind, and the other said that she would like to balance the currents. One just mentioned that the boss was the motivation, and the other mentioned the team is the motivation. A totally balanced panel, which goes on to show that only through perseverance you can individually succeed. You don't need to have a formula, that doesn't exist. Don't take any pressure, pursue with pleasure, and find your passion and make it work through perseverance. Thank you so much for this amazing panel. Now I call upon Mr. Pawan Ranga, charter member and board member of TiECON Mysuru, to please share a small token of our gratitude to the panelists. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Paul. I'm sure all of you checked your clock, and yes, it is lunchtime as per the schedule that we had. However, sorry to say that we won't be breaking for lunch right away. You can sip a glass of water and please sit back and enjoy the next panel that we have in store here for you. This is a very exciting panel on new technologies, new markets, and new ecosystems. Our panelists are Mr. Ishwar K. Vikas, co-founder and CEO of Mukunda Foods, Mr. Umakant Soni, co-founder and CEO of ArtPark, and Mr. Saurav Chakraborty, founder and CEO of Simply. I call upon the three panelists to please come onto the stage, and I call upon Mr. Ashok Rao to please escort them, who will be the moderator for this session. These entrepreneurs have all scaled successfully in new technologies and leveraged technology to enter new markets and create thriving startups. Today, they'll share their experiences and share with us some insights on how we all in Mysuru can utilize new technologies, find new markets, make use of new ecosystem, and scale and sustain. Huge round of applause to this panel, ladies and gentlemen. Request you all to please stay back and then wait for lunch after this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a very, very tough spot to be in. We had a very exciting talk, very electrifying talk, the previous session, and we have lunch outside, most of them running on empty stomach. So let's see how best we can exchange some good ideas. So today we are going to talk about scaling in the context of startups that use new age technology to create innovative products, create new markets, and to increase the serviceable, addressable market. So we're going to take a look at the journey of three trailblazer entrepreneurs and their views on scalability and sustainability. Very briefly about the three stalwarts that we have here. Mr. Ishwar Vikas is co-founder and CEO of Mukunda Foods Private Limited, a company that has brought robotics to the kitchen of QSRs and cloud kitchens in India and increasingly across the globe. Mr. Umakant Soni, co-founder and CEO of ArtPark, that's AI and Robotics Technology Park, a PPP and Section 8 company at IISc. ArtPark is dedicated to making the lives of common masses better through inclusive AI and robotics. Of course, Mr. Soni has a lot of other things under his belt, which he's going to elaborate. And finally, Mr. Saurav Chakraborty, who is the founder and CEO of Simply, which is bringing about democratization and digitization of savings in India through its micro savings and investment platform. It aims to achieve financial inclusion for the bottom 40 crore people in India. So these are our three panelists. I'll get started with Mr. Ishwar. Mukunda Foods first started a QSR quick service restaurant serving dosas, but quickly pivoted to providing kitchen robotics for making everything from dosas to noodles and pav. So could you just walk us through your pivot in the F&B space?
So very happy to be in Mysuru. Many people might not know I was schooling in Mysuru for about 6-7 years. So very happy to be back in Mysuru to come back quite often. Happy to be on board. So quickly I will brief you about my journey. It's lunchtime, so you will hear a lot of food and your might start tending, but that's what my business is. So I'm changing my business for this, right? Yeah. So it was in 2014 when I was still a college student and I was at McDonald's and I thought, hey, everybody's selling burgers, pizzas, sandwiches in a McDonald's kind of a fashion, right? Thousands of outlets globally, like McD has 16,000, Domino's has upwards of 30,000 outlets globally. Why not QSR selling dosas? I love dosas, but why not A McD for dosas was the question which I asked myself. I was in college, so I said, okay, let's start. Like, okay, nobody's doing what we do. I was in third year college. I took up a space in Chennai when I was studying in college. So we built an outlet, bright lights, large screens, well dressed staff, selling dosas, idlis, and vadas. The 3 items on the menu. Business was amazing. People were thronging at it. And then I went to my second outlet, replicated the same. And I thought, okay, now I'm going to go and buy a Ferrari because this is what's going to replicate at thousands of outlets or billions of dollars. But guess what? When I went to my third outlet, things broke down. I was not able to maintain the consistency and quality of food. People used to come and say, the morning dosas were good, but the evening was not good. Your first outlet is good, but your third outlet, it's not great. So my NPS, so my customer satisfaction started dropping because we were a people-driven company, not a process-driven. It was hurting me because it was a bootstrap business and stakes were high and I was not able to scale my business. I was an engineer and I thought I should solve for this. Let me buy a machine that makes dosas. Because I was so frustrated that I was not able to create consistent dosas just across the outlets, forget 1,000 outlets. I searched globally, but there was no machine or no technology that could make dosas automatically. But I thought, okay, I'm an engineer, let me make a machine to make dosas. It took me 2 to 3 years, me and my co-founders, we built a product called Dosa-matic, which was the world's first dosa making machine. You put batter, you press a button, the machine makes a fantastic dosa in under 1 minute. I would have loved to show the video, but you could check google.com and see the video. So continuing the story, we made this machine, put it in the outlet. The moment we put a lot of media covered, I think we put us on page 1, NDTV did a story, a lot of stories said that, hey, this outlet makes dosas automatically. That's a minute. Restaurant owners came reach out to us. They said, we want to buy that machine. This is very interesting, very exciting. I have the same problem. We are not able to scale our business because of all these reasons. That's when we pivoted our business. We said we will be empowering the next McD, next Burger King, the next Domino's by selling Indian food. So we started with Dosa-matic. We built a factory. We hired some of the best minds in R&D and we started with Dosa-matic. We had in about 2 years about close to 2,000 restaurants in India using our machine selling dosa right from Rishikesh to the south. Many restaurants using the machine. To cut a long story short, we have gone ahead and automated almost all the global cuisines. Because what we said, the reason why cappuccino is famous worldwide, because an Italian company thought, let's make a cappuccino machine. Right, but if filter coffee has to go globally, and Italian is not going to come and make a filter coffee machine, right? We need to build an Indian entrepreneur who understands Indian taste, an Indian chef who knows how a naan is made, how a fried rice, how a biryani is made, should be building it. So that's where Mukunda Foods comes into play. We have automated biryanis, we have automated butter chicken, we have automated dosas, and now we are also automating global cuisine. So top 80% of Indian brand user machines. We have not only supplied in India but globally. This is the first time where Indian tech is going to Germany, going to Australia, going to US, going to 26 other countries globally. They're not only automating Indian cuisine but global cuisine. So that's the journey of Mukunda Foods. Happy to share more.
Thank you, Ishwar. I think the people are even more hungry now, with all the biryani and butter chicken that you have mentioned. Umakant, you have a very interesting journey along association with AI. Tell us a bit about it and also about ArtPark, whose stated vision is to create a better world with AI and robotics.
Thank you very much. It's hard to follow after so much mention of the food. But it's actually kind of very interesting. My journey with AI started almost 15 years back. I built one of the very first AI chatbot companies out of India in 2009. At that point of time, there were only 4 companies across the globe which were trying to do chatbots. It was so early. And it was considered a negative term. Today, with ChatGPT, it's on pretty much everyone's mouth. So it's very interesting to build the technology, but we couldn't sell it in India because everybody said that we probably have to sell it in US or other places. Then only we will adopt it. And it was very frustrating. We had like few of the best guys that come from Google, that come from they were fellow IT control alumni at the widow of IT control. And they were the best technologists that I know. And here we built the technology, but we wanted to sell it. And so I actually spent a year in Silicon Valley understanding what is the difference between Silicon Valley and India. And I realized that capital, as Mohandaji was telling the morning, is there. We're not a poor country. It's misallocated, but it is there. We have talent. I mean, you take a look, Microsoft, IBM, Google, their CEOs are all Indian, right? They're grown up in India. So we have talent. What we don't have is an ecosystem. And realize that we need to build that ecosystem, that early mindset of taking risks, backing entrepreneurs. So I came back to India and started India's first AI-focused venture fund in 2015-16. And again, it was very early. It said that we are only going to invest in AI. And almost 500, 600 people. Anything with a network north of 300 crores. And half of the meetings will go down, people said, why are you investing in AI, that too in India? Why don't you go to Silicon Valley? And that is the only reason I want to do a fund, because I want to fund these kind of companies in India. Because I do believe that there are entrepreneurs, there is talent here. And so somehow we got support. MD was one of the early guys who supported us. We got support from government of India, we got support from some of the leading entrepreneurs, for the World Bank. We funded around 15 plus companies in this space. And some of them are doing really well. One of them is TiECON Mysuru. It's in generative AI, and also generative AI is very fun. But I realized that it was not very deep, right? There were a few companies that had come up irrespective of the ecosystem, right? But there was no focused approach to building the ecosystem. So I went back to government of India and said that if you don't do this now, you're not going to create the base. And some of the lessons I have been writing, and actually I started before together with TiECON. And we started $500 million investment into research and innovation. And that's where Art Park got formed. And along with that, there are 24 other hubs connected to each of the IITs. And their focus is to actually translate research into products and companies. It's a big shift because so far IITs and IITs have focused on producing talent and research, not on commercializing research. So it's been a very tough journey. It's still very early days. Now we are setting up a venture fund, art venture fund. So some of these ideas which are coming out, another ideas we want to fund them and take them to the next stage. Now it's very interesting because we see a lot of opportunity. I think my kids are doing homework with strategy. It's still not perfect, but I was having this discussion with my daughter yesterday. It's a technology that is still evolving. Along with literacy and literacy, we also need to think about algorithmic literacy. Because if AI is going to be so much part of us, we need to do that. And we also need to take a focused approach, because what some of these technologies are signaling is what I call as the rise of intelligence economy, right? So we are transitioning from knowledge economy to intelligence economy. And it's a big shift. And probably have to dive deeper and understand that so that you can actually prosper.
Thank you, Omar. So also, simply is a bottom of the pyramid type of venture, digitizing the chit fund space. Something like what Kevin Kerr did with Sachets. Tell us about your journeys. Quite fascinating. Thank you.
Start with a little bit about my background. I've been in banking and wealth management for and in the morning, I think so I also suggested So after having doing that, and having launched three prior startups, which are all focusing on the top 150 people, I realized let's do something for the next 400 million. And these are the people who are the backbone of the country. They're the drivers, the labor boys, the maids, plumbers, carpenters, electricians, blue collar workers, the housekeeping staff, security guards, a lot of people outside the door. And these are the people who are between 5,000 a month. And they also have aspirations. They also have needs. They also have emotions. They also have family obligations. In fact, I think yesterday or last 2 days, there's some strike going on. It's very easy for the top management to decide, yeah, let's slash 50 rupees to go and we don't imagine the revenue. So Simply was born out of this desire to give these people the ability to aspire for a better future. Think about it. The next time a Swiggy person comes to your home, just ask yourself, where do you see this person 10 years down the line? Do you see them still driving around the bike, delivering order? What about the team? What about the feelings? How long are they going to keep doing this? Right? So that's what I think with all this quick commerce coming in, we're actually subjugating a large part of mankind to a different kind of so we are eliminating their desire, we're eliminating their aspiration, and that's not good for the country. So simply, we started with making and the simplest product we started with was gold, because obviously they're the largest consumer of gold in the world. And these people, they trust gold because it's an asset. They can hold it in their hand, they can monetize it, they can gift it to their wife or mother or sister or daughter. So we started with gold as smaller quantity. And then we realized that even the person starts saving it's not meaningful impact of the amounts are going to pay over thousands. So we started with gold, and that helped us get over the trust barrier because people could buy in the locker, they could sell it, and within 30 seconds, the money would go back to their account. So we saw a nice trade, a lot of people would do this side, just to see that the whole thing works. It's not an app which is going to take away money and disappear. But eventually, when we dove into this segment, we realized that we can't take 2 steps without encountering this product called chipmunks. And I think as a society, this product is pervasive. Next time you speak to your domestic health or the driver, these people ask them if they have a chip or what it is called in the local language. Like in West, it's called a PC, South, it's called a 2B, in North, it's called society or a community. 90% probability will say yes, that we have saved the product. In fact, 50% of them might also say we have also lost money on this one, because it's also in one segment which is very, very close to jobs, support. And I think that's broadly because the government has not looked at organizing this space. It's only 5% of them, 25%. So when we looked at this space, we said, we can democratize gold, but that's not impactful. Let's digitize and make the product like it. Make it available in the hands of these people as small as 1,000 rupees a month. 1,000 rupees a month is okay, it's like 30 rupees a day, so it's not a very good amount of money. It's like one, think about it, even for one order, one delivery a day is what they set aside. And for them, let's say their insurance is due, and where does that money come? For us, it's like, if I'm net banking, but then they need to plan at that point in this level. Right? When you imagine Uber driver or an Ola driver, most of them drive the general insurance of the vehicle is around 18 to 25,000. Gone are the days when these guys used to make 70,000. Today they barely scrape by those 25,000. And that's before Uber costs and all of that. So the month when the general insurance is due is a nightmare because they don't know where the money will come from. So they borrow money here, there, and that's where a lot of unscrupulous money. So this product actually solves. It actually solves a cash flow problem, helps people balance. I have extra cash, I give you, well, I need cash, you have extra cash. That's the safest functionality to them. So we started with the TiECON, and I think that it's about that. So that's a little bit about it.
Fantastic. Truly a bottom of the pyramid approach. It's not a little bit about the same order. Ishwar, you talked, or when we spoke earlier, you talked about category creation. And so in your case, where you, is it the case where you first need to create a category and grow the total addressable market before scaling up? Or what are your thoughts on that? Because it's a very new space.
Yeah, so I think when we look at entrepreneurship in general, right, the biggest challenge is what do I sell? Because at the end of the day, a sale of a service or a buy-in should happen, right? And if you are doing a Me Too product, when I say Me Too, somebody is selling this, 100 of this being sold, can I also sell that? Then it becomes very challenging because say we are talking about soaps, like the HUL of the world is selling soap. So if you want to sell another soap which is equivalent to a soap, it's very difficult, right? You need to have a distribution, branding, and it's very expensive. So what works for something like this is, when what's the differentiation you can bring through innovation, right? And the starting point for that, which many entrepreneurs usually miss, is what's the pain point, right? And this is one example which I normally say in the organization that would you buy say you came to a meeting and somebody is selling you a frozen tablet. Would you buy it? You would not buy because I don't have a head pain, right? Even the person gives you 50% discount on a frozen tablet or head pain tablet, you will not buy it. But say you have a head pain and you have a very important meeting and the person is selling you something, right? Even a double, triple, 10 times the price, you will buy a head pain tablet because that meeting is very important for you and you want to get away with that thing. So similarly, what I would say in my organization or anybody is, you cannot sell a Me-Too product and build a very valuable organization with that. You need to innovate. And with innovation, you cannot do without understanding what's the pain you're trying to solve. And the moment you understand what's the pain you're solving, you will innovate around that whole thing. Like how you did with with the whole digitalization, understanding the pain point of the last night delivery boys or the gig workers, so to speak. So the moment you try and innovate around those pain points, right, and you have a solution, your product will take off. That's what very basic of entrepreneurship is PMF, right? Product market fit. The moment you have a PMF around an innovation, that's when you create a category. Category creations are very, very difficult. And it becomes very, very easy when you are solving a problem. And the moment you solve a problem, you have to innovate and go for first, second, third, fourth, fifth iteration, 10th iteration as well. But the moment you have identified a problem and have a solution, then you become a disruptor. And it's very, very difficult for a disruptor to be again disrupted by a large organization, right? And because you have done something which is solving a pain problem, and you will become the next HUL or something. So I would say we need to look at really objectively, not emotionally, trying to really answer, is it a pain point and solve? And be very truthful to it. And as long as you are doing it, you will have a business, you will have a customer, and you will have repeat customers. And that's how you grow your business.
Thank you for that. Umakant, you're focused on creating an ecosystem for AI and robotics in India rather than building products. So does that change the way you look at scalability and sustainability? Do you have something to share?
Sure. I think one of the important perspectives that I realized funding 15, 16 companies and also in the spaces that there are only three things that matter in terms of success and entrepreneurship. And that is timing. We all have typical perspectives. We are all trying to solve problems that are around us. However, there is a world that's changing as well. Right? So there are larger waves that are happening. I wanted to actually share a few things as to how the world at large is changing, so that you're able to contextualize your idea. You can't find the big change that is happening in the globe. Right? So it's very important that the way you funnel your ideas, that you're aided by these massive changes that are happening in the back. Could you put up the slides? Just wanted to take you through a bit of what is actually changing now. I think MD Pine morning address hinted on some of these things. I just wanted to go a little deeper and take you through some of the perspectives. So we recently I wrote a chapter in the Entrepreneurship report that he was talking about in the morning, and I'm just presenting a bit of a summary of that, so that you actually have a perspective on where we see things are changing and where you could profit in terms of your ideas and combining your talent in these directions. So 2029, this decade is going to be an AI decade. Some of AI is going to be more than human intelligence. That's something Ray Kuzon talked about in the paper, and I read the paper, and that was the reason I was working in Wipro. I resigned from Wipro and put up went to my boss. I was working with TiECON, who was the CEO, and I told him that I'm resigning because I read this, and if I don't start working now, it's going to take a while. So yeah, I'm a slow learner. I have limits of my own natural intelligence, so I need to build this artificial intelligence. So you see this. So human-like AI. So that's a big leap that we are seeing. So ChatGPT is interesting because it is able to do something that we human beings have been able to do, and it's very interesting. I mean, so if you look at the first wave of AI, it was more about recommending products, to building these recommendation systems. So everything was handcrafted, right? We would handcraft these rules and and so on. The second wave came the deep learning wave, where we could get data about one narrow area of problem, and we could learn from the data and then build. So a lot of the early success in self-driving cars, and of course the cars are still not self-driving. There is a reason for that, because statistically it's still very unreliable, but in narrow spaces it works very well. So I've invested a whole bunch of companies applying AI to logistics, AI to healthcare, especially in the diagnostic part. They seem to work very well. There's a company called Cisco, so they are working really well in that area. But the wave 3, which is human-like AI, where 65 to 70% of the problem space is solved by AI by producing a human-like output, also called generative AI. It's a big shift. It's like unlike the shift that we've seen before, because if you look at the data graph that you can see, so unstructured data is rising at a massive clip. So far, AI was only able to deal with the structured data, and that was a big challenge. But now, with the large language models and ChatGPT and GPT-4, we are starting to see some early success, what we call as in terms of this, making sense of this unstructured data as well. That's naturally, because it's going to lead to what I call as AI first company. OpenAI is one of the early ones. And if I look at it in the overall context, right? So we are transitioning from industrial economy to knowledge economy. We have a great example in Mysuru. We have Infosys, the large campus. And in knowledge economy, we could sell the access knowledge of one person to another person, right? And that was in some substance. So acquiring more knowledge actually allowed you to gain a lot of fair advantage. And we thrived in that, right? I think we have Wipro, we have Infosys, we have TCS, and we dominated that part of the economy. And today, as Deepai was pointing out in the morning, we export more services than Saudi Arabia. And it's a big leap, right? People don't realize it, but it's a big leap. The intelligence economy is the next big evolution, where we were going to have by 2030 7.5 billion people connected to 30 billion connected intelligent machines. And that will be an entirely new kind of economy. We don't even know what will be the big winners in that economy. So everybody is practically starting from scratch. So whether you're in Bangalore, whether you're in Mysuru, right? We are all at the starting line in that, right? So this is a great area. If you find your passion, your knowledge, your background aligns with some of these areas where you're able to take advantage of that, you could start off, today connectivity is a great enabler. Yesterday I was watching Prashant speak and I was saying to him that he's spot on. It takes 1.5 hours from now. From Bangalore to Mysuru. So it's a greater Bangalore itself.
Clarity
Given the time it takes to reach quite quick. So this intelligence economy is going to create $15.7 trillion of economic value. The entire GDP of India is at $3.3 trillion. So it's like almost 5 to 6 times. So if something is growing that big, you will actually get multiplied out. And that is a great learning that I've had. If you are a bit early, then it can be a challenge. I realized it myself. But right now, if you have something that can get amplified, that would be fantastic. So if you look at it, by 2047, the intangible, right, what we call as intelligent intangibles, the growth in value is going to be massive. It's going to be 10 times than that of the physical tangible asset. So anywhere where you're actually putting an effort, if you're able to align with this, it could be fantastic. There are two major drivers. One is intelligent automation. And I think a bit of that is being attempted here by making dosa. Maybe they can make dosas of your choice, or you can put in a recipe of your own, and it could dish out the dosa with the same individual taste. And that could be super interesting, because you might be willing to pay a little bit more for that. Second part is extreme personalization, right? So the extreme personalization refers to all kinds of assets, whether they're physical or digital. And this is a very interesting case study with a coffee machine where you can take your recipe and give you coffee of the recipe that you're talking about. So these are some of the early examples. And believe me, you have to think from the perspective that the digital and physical tasks, if they are done human-like, will create big shifts. So if you look at in ChatGPT, earlier you would go to the Google, scrape, 12, 13 sites, create a report. Now I just ask ChatGPT a question, and it does it like an information as an API. But this is just the beginning. We're going to see navigation as an API. So there's already work that is happening in that area where we will have locomotion. So we will have machines which will go anywhere where human beings can go. That's going to be a huge leap, just like the wheels was a huge leap in our civilization. Then we will have hands as an API, right? That physical intelligence is an API, right? So today we can only get to know the coffee recipe from ChatGPT, but imagine if there is a robot that will dish out the perfect coffee for you and bring it to you. What I see is that by 2030, we are all going to have our own individual bots, whether it is physical or digital in nature, who are going to complement us, right? I may not like to clean my room, but that's not something that I really enjoy doing. So you might actually have a bot or physical or digital one, which might aid in that. So it's also going to permeate across multiple vectors. So it's going to be yeah, robotics is not just going to change things. Intelligence economy is going to change things in AI robotics space, but it's going to, just like the way software is eating the world, software itself is getting eaten by AI. So clean mobility, genomics, space economy, 6G, semiconductor ecosystem, you will see impact percolating across. Of course, the detailed report will be out, but the perspective is very critical that today we are paying for oil. If you don't act and try to build some of these technologies that will be built by entrepreneurs like you, we would have to even pay for the brains. But this is something which I want to share, that along with this, you might have to also look at society 4.0. How do we change ourselves to live in close collaboration with machines? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very interesting. Also, the space that you are in has its own challenges, fraud, etc., etc. How are you addressing that in technology? Is there any assistance you're getting from the government? And does it have any impact on scalability? You know, how do you define scalability in a space like yours? You know,
So in our space, there's two things that we look at whenever we reach out to a customer. One is, of course, the credibility, which also, of course, talks about the social presence, the KYC, whether they are a user, trying to assess their intent, trying to get to see if the real need of capital that they have, or the default system. So it's a lot about intent to be there on that. So one is that, and the other is ensuring that this person can access whatever we have to offer. Now, the second part has kind of been taken care of with the digitization. Really, maybe I would say 10 years back, a lot of Indians not being banked was a significant problem. Consensus is we still do, but obviously reduced vastly. I think with payment banks coming up, that actually continues to come away, even if they don't have account with a scheduled commercial bank, at least they have and with a payment bank, because next time again, going back to the CBA, when somebody comes to want to deliver, almost all of them have the UPI, and so you can transfer cash if you want to see. So 90% of India's bank today is outside with phones. If you reserve, say, 500 million phones for the top 150, 200 million people, assuming families on average size of 3, all of them having a phone, including the children, that still gives you about 250 million people from this segment who have a smartphone. So today that's become accessible to everybody. In fact, for a lot of these people, their core profession depends on us. So they learn how to use Android device, mostly literally they know how to transact with money, which increases the digital trust system, and now they're leaving more and more of the footprint. Again, 5 years back, NTC, for the new to credit, which would be a big problem because a lot of these people did not have really for credit algorithm to score them. Today that has begun to change. People are aware that there is a credit score. Now that helps us because initially, of course, when you operate a product like a chip, typically you'll always have an imbalance between borrower and saver. Chip basically works where you have a heterogeneous room, where you can say all the people in this room, half of them at some point will have a need to save, half of them at one point will have a need to borrow. The different kind of balances. If you go heavy on one side, it becomes suboptimal. If everybody tries to borrow the system, creates it, everybody tries to save more units. And then you have a lot of cash, which is also not good because you can't put this cash to use. According to different rules, there's nothing has to go in deposit. So this actually helps, and technology helps us to go into the hinterlands of the country, go into tier 2 cities. In fact, from a trust perspective, though we are only digital, since last October we've been experimenting with the digital model, how let's start, kind of scale up rapidly onto stores. So, but in our case, don't think of it like let's start branch. Our branch is actually smaller than a SIM card shop or a Xerox shop or an ATM kiosk. It's 150 square feet maximum, 1 or 2 people there, and that's it. And we started rapidly expanding that entire cities, and there are a large number of people who keep coming to the branches because they don't understand what this product is, because it's available at 1,000 rupees. And since it is 1,000, the amount at risk is so small. We initially thought, what if a lot of people come back and start retailing? Because then the chip company that we work with, they obviously have concerns, and yes, 4 months we are responsible for this. It is like the secure version of peer-to-peer lending. If you want to draw a parallel, in a peer-to-peer lending, the lender is solely responsible for the risk of the default. But in a chip, 4 months business, which they came with that. But now with the increasing awareness of credit, people don't want to mess up their credit score for an amount as small as 15,000, 20,000. So that awareness has become important. I should use this product effectively. I should use the product with the right intention. And if I don't do it right, it's gonna affect me on something bigger. Tomorrow, if I want to get a credit card. A lot of unicorns today are also pursuing credit cards and the society. They've kind of now become aware that we need to be credit conscious. So these are some of the things that have actually helped us quite a lot over the last few years.
We are actually seeing a massive change in the attitude towards credit, moving away from cash to a more digitally enabled thing, so which bodes very well for the future. And just a quick one, where do you see competition coming from? Obviously, the Sriram kid funds, they're not going to sit quietly, they are going to do it. Where do you see competition coming from?
I think competition will more be from a lot of these organized players rather than the organized players. Within the unorganized players, there's one important element which is the trust. Because these are operations of groups of people who know each other, like a group of merchants or a group of farmers or a group of taxi drivers, they know each other. So taking through that and getting in is like difficult. Not that much, conscious of the competition from the other bigger players. Because look at any of those players, Gokulam, all of these, they operate at a slightly more affluent segment. So I think the minimum check size we offer is at least 2 to 3 months, which requires about 5 to 10,000 rupees savings. So they're slightly more affluent. So think of a larger merchant or a larger, I would say, someone operating at 3 million more. They are the target. Whereas our target segment is much smaller. So they're not that much of a competition at this point in time. Also, the other thing we notice is that those companies, for many reasons that I don't want to get into, do not want to digitize their business. So their entire acquisition, service, everything is still offline, still cash flows. I can go into the so that's one thing that's happening.
A real quick one. What tip or what word of advice to each one of you budding entrepreneurs here in the room?
Before I answer that, you can change your Brigo with Woki. The Brigo coffee machine you showed. We have a product called Woki that makes thousands of Indian recipes and it's deployed at more places than Brigo. Brigo is at 10 places, Woki is at 2,000 locations. Makes does customization, learns a restaurant's recipe, Indian, Chinese, South Indian, North Indian, East, West, up and there. So I would request you if you can next presentation put Woki there. It has all the tech in it. I can go in detail, but I think out of times. Yeah, I think one of the okay, great. So, you guys show this. Okay, is this open? Okay, so my advice to entrepreneurs is this: that if you love your space of work, there will be a lot of iterations that you'll have to do. So pick a place where you would want to spend the next decade or so. It is going to take a lot of time, energy, and money to crack something, but pick a place which you're really, really passionate about, and things will go down, things will come up. Most of the times you will be down, sometimes you will be up, but you will not feel sad because you are doing what you love. And end of the day, as Steve Jobs said, if you do what you love every day, something magical will happen and it will surely.
I think it's fantastic advice, and I will try to get the picture from you and I'll put it up. It's fantastic that it's happening in Mysuru, and we can show that. My advice would be, in addition to picking up that idea that you can persist with for 10 years, also get a team around you, right? You need Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh to run the universe. So if you're a creator, then try to get the other two. Or if you're operator, then try to get the other two. So it's very important that you are able to get a team together because that would actually allow you to take that idea. See, everybody, I know quite a few entrepreneurs who come to me and say that this is a secret, I have this brilliant idea. And ideas are like that. Lots of people have lots of ideas. But for that to get actualized, you need a very credible team, right? So if you're building something which is about technology, then you need to have that set of people as, and you need to give them enough equity, right? A lot of people make the mistake that thinking that I'll keep 100% of the company, but then you're also keeping 100% of the risk. So it's not just the equity that you're sharing, you're also distributing the risk. So a well-distributed risk will actually ensure success. So it's a very difficult thing to do, and but you need to plan, like, how your idea can become successful, what kind of people can play a part, and reward them fairly. The way Infosys is a great example, and so they distributed equity so widely. Everybody in the employee base got equity, right? Because they distributed risk. That's why the outcome was massive, right? So to think from that perspective, try to build a team.
Great. I'll keep it brief, based on my own personal experience. Be very careful which investor you listen to. Investors have a habit of giving you a lot of unsolicited advice. As Mr. Wonderful in Shark Tank says, only listen to the people who cut you the check. I would actually go a step further saying don't even listen to their advice, because their advice is short term, and there are innumerable number of examples where investors become founders listen to investors and it goes on the dream. So, like by my example, when we started, people told us, so TG does not work. There's no profitable model here. It funds will not work. These people will not save. You can't make revenues here. You don't see path to profit. And 3 years now, we're doing close to 3 crores of revenue every month right now from this segment. So is the right investors to look at you with a myopic sense? You obviously know your business best. So be very careful what advice you take from anybody. And if they cut you a check, then at least pretend to listen to them. If they're not cutting the check, don't even bother.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm told that food is more important, so the Q&A can happen over lunch with our 3 panelists. So with that, thank you very much for your time. Share your thoughts.
Thank you very much, panelists, for your time and for sharing technically on how we can all use new technologies, new markets, and grow. Now I call our TiE President, Mr. Dharman, to please come on the stage and hand over the token of appreciation to all the panelists and to our dear moderator. Can you all please stand for a small group picture? Please, for a group picture. Okay, thank you everyone for listening in on this session. You may please break for lunch. Important announcement, we'll be starting with Mr. Swaminathan Gurumurthy's session at 2:30 p.m. I know it's just 20 minutes away, but please have your lunch soon and come back here by 2:30. Thank you for your patience. Have a nice day. Have a great lunch. Thank you.
The lawyers.
ಮೈಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೈಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ಯಾ? ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡು. ರೆಡಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ನೀನ್? ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಗುರುಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್, sir, are you available on the system? ಕಾರ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರ ತೆಗೆದು ಬೇರೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಇದ್ರ ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ ಹಾಕು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟದೆ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಚಾರ್ಜರ್. ಇದನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದ್ಬಿಡು ನೋಡು, ಆ ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಆ ಥರದಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಚಾರ್ಜರ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಖಾಲಿ ಐತಾ? ಈಗ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಖಾಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಅದ ಹಾಕೋ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಇದು ಆಡಿಯೋ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಇದು ವಿಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್ ಜೊತೆ ಯಾರು ಟಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಸತಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಡಿಯೋ? ಹಾ ಶೋರ್ ಒಂಚೂರು ಕನ್ಸೋಲ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲ ಭರತ್, ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ಆಡಿಯೋ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಭರತ್, ಆಡಿಯೋ ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬೇಡ, ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಬೇಡ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಚೆಕ್. ಮೈಕ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಯಾ ನೋಡು, ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ.
ಈಗ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡು ತರ ಐತೆ. ಒಂದು ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಆಡಿಯೋ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಐತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಆಡಿಯೋ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಮೇನ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು, ಪ್ಲಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡವಾ?
ಬೇಡ, ಈಗ ಇದರಿಂದ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್, ಈ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇಂದ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಬೇಡ.
ಯಾವ್ದಕ್ಕೆ? ಆನ್ಲೈನ್
ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಬೇಡ.
ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಬೇಡವಾ?
ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಮೈಕಲ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಆಡಿಯೋ.
ಅದು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡು ಐತೆ ಆಪ್ಷನ್, ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಅಂತ ಐತೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಔಟ್ ಬರ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನು ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾ?
ಬೇಡ ಬೇಡ ಸರ್. ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ, ನೀವೇ ಸರ್ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಗುರುಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್ಗೆ? ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಚೆಕ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಆಡಿಯೋ.
ಅಭಿಲಾಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ? ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ
ಅವರಿಗೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಂಗೆ ನಂಬರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಾರೆ.
ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಓಕೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ನಿಮಿಷ.
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಲೀಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆಡಿಯೋ. ಹಲೋ,
ಅವರಿಗೆ ಲಾಗಿನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ?
ಹೌದು ಸರ್.
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ,
ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದ್ ಸಾಕ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ತೆಗಿಬೇಡ ಬಿಡು. ಯಾಕೆ ತೆಗಿತೀಯಾ? ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ ನಮ್ಮದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ?
ಹಲೋ
Shiva, this is Rajendra here from Thai Mysuru.
I am Gurumurthy on the line.
Yeah, our guys will be ready now by, around 2:30 is what is scheduled. So
he's online, sir. I mean, he has joined.
You're online. Okay, online. Idara.
Join. I was trying
to
speak to him, but he did not come. ನಿಮಿಷ. Check one, check. Check. Gurmurthy sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಔಟ್ ಕೊಡು. ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಔಟ್ ಕೊಡು. ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹಾ ಬೇಡ. ಹಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೈಕ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ. ಹಾ ಹೌದು. Sir, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, 1 second, sir. We are just trying to receive your audio also. ಇದು ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಎರಡು ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡಿದೀರಾ? ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ? So can you please speak now?
Yeah, are you hearing me?
ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡು. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಹೊತ್ತು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡು. ಹೋಗು ಝೂಮ್ ಹೋಗು. ಸರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ನೌ?
Yeah, are you hearing me?
ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಅಗೇನ್.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are. It's audible now, sir. Thank you. Can you switch on your video also once? Speaker kotti. Okay. Yeah, 1 second, sir. We'll just check your video also. Idu switch ಮಾಡಿ.
ಸೌಂಡ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅದೇ. 1 ನಿಮಿಷ. 1 second. Sir, can you please speak now?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. It's audible and clear. Thank you, sir. We'll start the session in the next 9 minutes. Thank you, sir. Not working.
Voice difference. क्या था? முதல்ல கேட்கல. அவங்களுக்கு தான் ஏதோ ப்ராப்ளம்.
here. So request everybody outside to please make your way to the auditorium.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Vidya Patel. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the post-lunch session of TiECON 2023. As an associate member of TiE from Velox Solutions Private Limited, I'm privileged to be part of such an inspiring and engaging conference. We have an exciting lineup of sessions planned for this afternoon that will keep you engaged, informed, and motivated. Our speakers will be sharing their expertise on the range of topics from innovation, technologies, to game-changing real-life experience and strategies for building businesses. The post-lunch session is going to be interesting and inspiring because we have most awaited keynote session of the day by Mr. Swaminathan Gurumurthy, who is joining us virtually. I'm sure many of you would have seen WhatsApp videos of his recent talks at various media conclaves and are eagerly waiting to hear from this intellectual giant. Now I request Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjay, President of TiE Mysuru chapter, to introduce Mr. Swaminathan Gurumurthy. And also I request Mr. Sanjay KS to moderate Q&A after the speech.
Thank you so much. Namaskaram, sir.
Namaskaram.
Firstly, my apologies for having pestered you a lot. It means a lot to have you with us today. It would have been great if we had your electrifying presence here. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the flights for you to be here today. It's also a fantastic privilege, a great privilege for me to be introducing you. But before that, this is TiECON 2023 of the TiE Mysuru chapter. This is an annual flagship event. TiE Mysuru chapter is 4 years young, sir, and it's been we had a little bit of a gap during pandemic, but it's been a year full of activities, talks, projects, competitions, and now culminating this year with the flagship event of TiECON. I welcome all the participants too. It's my duty to make a brief introduction of Swaminathan Gurumurthy, even though he needs no introduction. Most of us would have seen him on television quite a lot and on YouTube quite a lot. Greatly impressed and a fantastic personality. Swaminathan Gurumurthy, popularly known as a writer and journalist in India and a chartered accountant by profession, is a corporate advisor of high standing. Highly rated for his investigative writings, he has ceaselessly campaigned against corruption at high places, exposing the bribery in Bofors arms deal and the nexus between corporates and government. A beleaguered government arrested Sri Gurumurthy sir and persecuted him, but faced humiliation with the entire media standing by Gurumurthy sir. The issues raised by Mr. Gurumurthy became election issues, which led to the defeat of the most powerful government since independence. Hamid MacDonald, a well-known Australian journalist, wrote in his book, Polyester Baron, that Gurumurthy's investigative work must rank among the most powerful examples of investigative journalism anywhere in the world. Let's put our hands together for Gurumurthy sir. Emphasizing that Mr. Gurumurthy had a strong sense of probity, Business Baron magazine rated Gurumurthy's knowledge of economics, finance, and accounts as outstanding. In his biography on the media baron Ramnath Goenka, B.G. Varghese, a highly respected editor and writer, described Gurumurthy as a brilliant chartered accountant and exceedingly astute, a mature lawyer. For the chartered accountants in you and the lawyers who are here, I'm sure some of you are keen to interact with him once he does his talk. Gurumurthy is the visiting faculty of IIT Mumbai in the domains of economics, finance, and management. He is also the distinguished professor of legal anthropology in Sastra University. Gurumurthy was consistently seen by the media as a powerful, as powerful. From 1990 till now, he's seen as a very powerful personality. He's rated amongst 50 most powerful persons in India in 1990 by the Gentleman magazine, as the 8th most powerful by the Business Baron magazine in 2004, as the 17th most powerful person by India Today in 2005, as the 50th most powerful person by India Today in 2015. This goes on, and the testimony to his being a very influential thinker and a very powerful individual is something which is on new media quite a lot, and many of us would have watched it. Yet, on the advice of one of the greatest sages, Shankaracharya Chandrasekhara Saraswati of Kanchi Kamakoti Peetham, he has kept away from all positions of power offered to him by various governments, corporates, and other institutions. Mr. Gurumurthy serves as the editor of Tughlaq magazine, a popular weekly in Tamil Nadu. He is the chairman of Vivekananda International Foundation, Indian public policy think tank. I don't see one thing in the brief that was provided to me. He's also a member of the board of RBI. Sir, it's been such a great pleasure to read your biodata and to welcome you for this session. As I said, it would have been fantastic if we were to meet in person. I'm sure we will have another occasion where we will have you with us, sir. Thank you so much for making time. It's a great pleasure, sir. And now the floor is up to you for your address, and then we will have a few of our members interact with you, sir. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And though your introduction has been very flowing, it is also a challenge, because when you introduce me in such a glowing manner, that sets a huge bar for me to rise up to it and confirm what you have said. You know, you are as business people, you are concerned with a certain aspect of life, economy, country, and the world. In a way, it is a silo-based understanding, but I would like to speak in a silo-free manner, because too much of focused silo approach and specialization has made the world extremely illiterate. And so it is necessary to have a general appraisal of where the world stands, and particularly in the context of where India is today. The dramatic shift in India's geopolitical position, particularly after the Ukraine war, where India has positioned itself by a very calculated risk in the foreign policy making into a position of high importance and high risk, and in a world which is getting into a new world order, as many people say. So at this particular point in time in history, which is very important for India, India is also the chairman of the G20 arrangement. The Prime Minister of India had made two important focal points for India's leadership of the world, G20 world. He said that India has a very different philosophy to present. In a world of domination, in a dominating world, dominated by the Western ideologies in the last couple of 100 years at least, India has come forward with an alternative view of the earth as one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This has been our understanding of the world for the last 4,000 years at least. This occurs in the Rig Veda. These are all things which are not even taught, and we don't even think that these are relevant today. These are all great thoughts of our sages and seers in the past. And I would like to emphasize that India lives this life, and I would like to prove it to you with reference to facts and figures. Second is, the Prime Minister emphasized that the high debt and environmentally risky world has to move away from both debt and to an environmentally comforting world. These are all big challenges. But what is India going to contribute to all this? Are these merely wishful thinking, great ambition, or a greedy idea? Or is India capable of contributing something to these things? Is what I will try and explain to you today. This Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is a fascinating idea. And many people have no understanding of how the world operates on the ground, to understand whether there is any connection between India of 4,000 years ago, when our sages thought of it, and the way India lives. And I would like to give you a few figures, because without figures, you cannot prove any philosophy. In the world, 70% of the area is sea and 29% is land. In this 29%, 10.3% is agricultural land. Out of this 10.3% agricultural land, 70%, almost 8% of the agricultural land is used for cattle farming. Only 2.4% is used for crop farming. It is crop farming to which only 2.4% of the land area is used, gives you 83% of the calorie value. The balance 8% of the land which is used for cattle farming gives you only 17% of the calorie value. Now you go to protein value. 63% of the protein value comes from agricultural land, which is just 2.4% used for crop farming. And only 37% comes from 8% of the land used for cattle farming. These are all established and proven figures. And if you look at India, the per capita land available in India is 0.13 hectare. In China, it is 0.37. In US, it is 1.27 hectare. The global average is 0.63 hectare per capita. In India, it is only 0.13. Now I go to a little more revealing figures. India has 2.5% of the total land area of the world. 2.5%. And our population, human population is 18%. And our cattle population is 30%. Our bioresources is 8%. And the total agricultural land that we have is just 1%. 1% agricultural land, 2.5% land area, 30% cattle population, 18% human population, and 8% bioresources, 30% of which exists nowhere in the world. It's a stunning revelation. How does India live, feed not only 18% human population with 1% farmland and 30% animals? And the third animal population in India, cattle population in India is 300 million. It is just 80 million in America and about 90 million in China, who have land 3.5 times the size of India. So how do we manage it? We manage it because of two things. One, because of our lifestyle, and because of our food style. You know, it is calculated. You may even have a look at our world in data.com. Our world in data.com, where if you look at the land use data, all that I am giving to you will be found. You know, if Indian food habit is adopted by the whole world, what will happen? If the Western food habit is adopted by the whole world, what will happen? If the Western food habit is adopted by India, what will happen? If you get answers for this, then you will get answer for what is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. If Western food habit is adopted, for example, if American burgers and McDonald's replace all the idlis, vadas and dosas in India, the estimation is we will need 6 times the agricultural land that we have today. If American food habit comes into India and we give up all our food habits, because food habits goes with culture, it goes with beliefs, it goes with the women of India. You know, I always search for that woman who made the papad. I think she should be given Nobel Prize. You know, this is the kind of culinary art that we have developed. Our culinary varieties are in millions. If you go from Constantinople right up to Greenland, the culinary varieties will be in few hundreds. You know, these are local grains. You know, we had at one point 100,000 varieties of rice. Even today, we have 24,000 varieties of rice, which are living. That's the most important thing. The entire Western grain production can be reduced to a variety of just 250. So this multiplicity, this diversity in climate, in soil conditions, in eating habits, you know, this has given us a particular way of approaching food. Food is not just a secular item, it's sacred. Before taking food, you know, I all come from a village. So we are all supposed to pray before touching the food. You know, this is how we have made food part of our culture, belief, way of life, with the result that if the Indian food habit is adopted by the whole world, you will not believe that the world will need only 44% of the agricultural land it uses for farming today. If the Western food habit is adopted by the world will need 40% more agricultural land than it has. As I told you, if Western food habit is adopted by India, we will need 2.5 times the size of India first. That is how we live with animals, we live with birds, we live with cattle, we live with such a human population. In this, the most critical thing is that our meat consumption is one of the lowest in the world. 3.1 kg per head per annum. You will be surprised to know it was 4.9 kg in 2001. It has actually come down. It's because of yoga, it's because of health consciousness. Despite all the huge biryani shop that is growing, cooking meat in home is coming down. And if you see the per capita Meat consumption in America, it is 109 kg per capita per annum. And 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions are by non-vegetarian food. I'm not saying non-vegetarian food is wrong. How you take non-vegetarian food is important. For us, non-vegetarian is a sabji. It is like a vegetable. Our main food, whether it is vegetarian or non-vegetarian, is crop, is grain. So our food habits do not mean the destruction of the cattle population. So we not only have a cattle population which is 3-4 times bigger than American cattle population. We don't need them, we live with them, we feed them, we make them part of our economy. When you say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, in a small piece of land, we live with such a huge population, it's such a huge cattle population, with birds and animals which do not exist anywhere in the world. Do you mean to say all this has been brought out by any government policy? It has been instilled by any corporate advertising model or any great educational system that you have followed since independence. This has been there because of thousands of years of acculturation. So we live with animals, we live with cattle, we live with birds. That is why Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam means, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is not world as one family, it is earth as one family. We live with all these multiplicities, and if we don't live like this, we cannot live at all. Tell me, which educational institution, which media, which public discourse, which intellectuals, which business or thinking organization has made this fundamental fact clear to the Indians that they have to live the life that they have been leading, otherwise they cannot live at all. Because this is the only way India contributes. India is 18% of world's population, and if it is not living a life which it can manage within a land area of 2.5, with an agricultural land of 1%, it will be a burden on the world. That India is managing itself is a huge contribution to the world. Next is, by the manner it is managing the lifestyle of the people, it is contributing hugely to global environment and ecology. If India lives like America, there will be no world. India will destroy the world. And this discipline is accultured over thousands of years, and that is why when the Prime Minister said Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it had very profound and practical and living meaning. I think this is something which we have to talk about and make our people understand. The next point is about debt, which the Prime Minister emphasized. In terms of debt, why India is having a much lower debt than all the so-called developed and developing economies. In US, the public debt was 65% of the GDP in 2008 and 128% today. In UK, 43 to 104. In European Union, 66 to 98. In Japan, 172 to 262%. In India, the public debt in 2021, after the huge hike in the government spending in the COVID period, is just 85%. Private debt in India is 57% of the GDP, one of the lowest in the world. And in China, it is 197%. The whole world is weighed down by debt. It is not weighing down. It's actually the world is collapsing under the weight of debts. And the explosion of phony money has created phony debts. Central governments have actually stopped printing money. They have allowed the the asset appreciation to produce money. Asset appreciation is the source of money. And asset appreciation was considered to be, in 1997, Alan Greenspan, who was the chairman of the Federal Reserve System, he devised a beautiful economic theory that commodity inflation is bad, but asset inflation is good. Commodity inflation affects the day-to-day life of the people. Asset inflation is future prosperity, and so you should promote asset inflation. And that is what resulted in a huge explosion in debt and liabilities since the turn of the current millennium. In which, how India escaped? India escaped a debt not because of any particular government policy. It is not because of any banking policy. It is not even because of any Reserve Bank policy. It is because of the way we live. You know, we have an internal resistance to debt. Our families do not borrow. In fact, we are like Germans, we are like Japanese, we are like most of the Asians in putting the money in bank. You know, Japan, the bank gives a negative interest. If you deposit 1,000 rupees in a Japanese bank, at the end of the year, they will give you only 999 rupees. Because the 1 rupee is the money you have to pay to the Japanese bank to keep your money and return it safe. And this has confounded the world. But still the Japanese put 51% of their savings only in banks. They have a huge stock market in which the most modern financial instruments are available for dealing and making money. But the Tokyo Stock Exchange is a place where the foreigners come and make or lose money, and the Japanese do not go to make or lose money. They put money only in banks. You know, it's something which relates to the character of the people, the way of life. Likewise, in India, we put up most of our savings in bank. The amount of money that goes into equity directly and indirectly in India is about 9% or less. It's almost the same in Germany. You know, in Germany, when stock options were offered and cash options were offered, 80% of the employees took cash options and not stock options. That is the character of the country. But we all think about America and want to follow America because America is a risk-bearing country. You know, why is it risk-bearing? No American son or daughter needs to take care of their parents. No American parent needs to take care of their children. There is no propensity to save. There is no need to save. With the result, the savings is personal there. Here you are saving not only for yourself, you are saving for your grandson and granddaughter. Bob Swartz, a very eminent economist of the Brookings Institutions, he came out with a fantastic theory in the year 2001, if I remember right, that the American savings is personal, but the Asian saving is dynastic. You know, we have a very different view of life. That is why we focus on savings, we focus on safe savings, we avoid risky savings. That is what has made India less debt-driven economy. And it has its own way. We may not be able to grow at 12%. And those who have experimented 10 to 12% growth rate are in serious problem because they have borrowed so much money. They have leveraged so much on the economy, on their own, and on the world economy. For example, the kind of money that China has borrowed and lent outside China is not only risking China, but the whole world. But India has not risked the world. It hasn't risked itself. You know, there is a sense of moderation which informs Indian life, cultural, political, economic. But this is not what we are taught. In fact, I find extremely difficult to operate in the official policy environment of India, which is not informed by Indian thinking, Indian way, Indian approach. So all that I plead with all the people with whom I have had occasion to interact is that you have to look at India differently. If India is growing today, It is because of its inherent character. If it is stable today, it is because of its inherent character. The whole world is trembling with so much of problem and uncertainty. You know, if you look at the UN data on the crime rate, India's crime rate is one of the lowest in the world. In fact, in terms of rape, it doesn't appear in study. In spite of the fact all the problems that are being put out in the media, Indian rape statistics do not figure in the first 120 countries. We do not know. In murder, India is one of the lowest. In dacoity, India is one of the lowest. Not only that, we have 668,000 villages and towns. How many police stations we have? I asked this question in IIT and IIM. Many do not know. Most do not know. We have only 12,800 police stations for 668,000 villages and towns. And still, why we are having this kind of, and if you put the diversity of India on the one side and the diversity of the rest of the world on the other, you will see more diversity in India than the rest of the world put together. With all this, how is it this country with these 900 spoken languages and dialects and people of all colors, hues, and we have gods, the number of gods at one point of time exceeded the number of human beings in India. We live with so many diverse gods. There are countries with one god, they are not able to live in peace. They kill each other in the name of this god or that god. My god is superior, your god is bad, your god has a beard, my god has no beard. You know, how long should be beard is sufficient for people to kill each other? Have we presented India like this? Have we perceived India like this? And unless you perceive and present India like this, you are not going to perceive and present India like this to the world. You are all highly educated people. You can be the ambassador to the world. You can be the window to the world. And the world sees India through people like you. We know nothing about India. And we talk about Milton, we talk about Shakespeare. The generation in which I lived was so slavish. They would not even know one Thirukkural or one Gita Sloka. And we were very proud in talking about Milton to people who knew Milton 100 times better than you. India is transiting this position. We are overcoming this cultural slavery. And that is why today, India is a sought after nation. India is a destination. You know, immediately, I don't know if you had occasion to look at the newspapers in April 2022, after the Ukraine war began. In that 1 month, leaders of 27 nations, foreign ministers, finance ministers visited India. It was something unthinkable. Every day somebody or the other was coming. We are living in a new India, but with an old mind. So I think we need to, because being business people, you will have to interface with the world and you will have to present a new India, both in terms of what we are and what we can be. Before I close, I will just give one more statistics. You know, in America in the year 1960, there were 3.3 persons per household. In every household, 3.3 persons were living. Now, only 2.5 persons are living. This 0.8% reduction per household meant 32 million more houses. 8.5 trillion was the cost of just the construction of the houses. And the environmental damage was incalculable. And now we have in India 4.5 persons per household. If it comes down by just 1% per household, we will need 60 million more houses. If it comes down to the American level, we will need 130 million more houses. Can India withstand it? We have to live with our parents, we have to live with our grandparents. Here, by introducing the concept of human rights, you are creating problem between father and son, husband and wife, brother and brother. Is this the way our courts are thinking, our media is thinking, or even the government thinking? There is a clash between human rights and economics in India. These are all very fundamental points. I thought I would share some of these things with you. These are all based on researches which have nothing to do with the kind of work that is going on in the academic circles and intellectual circles and media. With all I am connected. So I thought I would share not only these thoughts, but also my anguish that the English educated people in India are repeatedly letting down this country, which is not good for them or for the country or for the world. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much for that thought-provoking, inspiring, insightful address, giving us a journey through how important our heritage and cultural values are, and how important it is today for us to follow this. We wish that you were here with us. You are so electrifying, and I'm sure that your presence here would have set the stage on fire. Now we will have the question and answer session. Pawan.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for that fantastic, inspiring session with with extremely intriguing statistics. You know, we never look at India or the world through these kind of statistics you have thrown at us today. And I think they're extraordinarily intriguing. And I, for one, surely will dig deeper to understand it in this perspective. Sir, my question to you is, you have been a proponent of always been teaching the importance of our ancient wisdom and tradition as a country and as a civilization. Here at TiE, we have a bunch of young entrepreneurs. I think we are representation of the new India. How should an entrepreneur imbibe our ancient wisdom and tradition in the organizations and the ecosystems he or she is building? Your thoughts would be greatly appreciated and respected in this line. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You know, this is a big challenge because we are operating in the Western ecosystem.
So I think you are on mute. You need to unmute.
No, I am not on mute. You have done something wrong with the
now you are audible. Thank you.
Okay. You know, we are operating in the Western ecosystem, which has nothing to do with the ancient ecosystem because they completely wiped out all ancientness in their society. Take, for instance, America. You know, it wiped out the entire civilization and began on a clean slate. And it is the rules framed by that new society that is now being given to us as the model. This is not going to work. It is not working there already. I'll give you a few statistics about the current state of America. About 50 years back, 4% of the Republicans won't marry the Democrats family into the Democrats family and vice versa. Today it is 55%. 55% of the Democrats won't give their son or daughter in marriage to Republicans and vice versa. This is a huge division in the society. In fact, Pew Research says such divisions exist in all societies, but America faces a very big problem because it doesn't have any common factor other than the Constitution of America. But in India, even if there is no constitution, we will be able to live very peacefully, in my view, because when the Parsis came to India, there was no Article 29 or 30. When the Jews came to India, there was no Article 29 or 30 to protect them. We always lived a peaceful life because that is the way our whole philosophy structured us. And if you are all very interested, you must get into a website called Power Kills. It was built by Professor R.J. Ramal of university's name I forget. Professor R.J. Ramal. He built that website over 33 years of work, and he tracked human beings, mass killing human beings over a period of 2,500 years. He says till the 13th century, there was no mass killing in India. When the entire world was letting blood and total number of people killed according to Professor Ramal in the last 2,500 years is 1.2 billion. How is it that we lived in peace? Because we had a higher sense of understanding of life than what rule of law can give. So we are a very stable and a continuing society of a kind which the Western world doesn't come across. We are a very durable society. No, Carl Sagan, one of the greatest cosmologists, came to India in the year 2001. I missed his speech in Chennai. He said when the Indians said topped of billions of years, we all thought they were fools. But it looks like that their calculations are more near the scientific calculations of both the Big Bang as well as the formation of the world than any other civilization in the world. You know, once you have such a long sense of life, once you believe in rebirth and you believe in 3 generations from now, once your grandfather is planting a mango sapling, he is not going to eat. He is planting it for 3 generations from then. This is the Indian society. We must understand it. And some of us are working in that direction. To give a practical example, you must have heard about Sridhar Vembu. He is one of the finest technology brains in the world. His idea is to make his company one of the top 6 technology companies in the world in the next 10 years. And he's well on the way to do it. In fact, he may do it even faster. You know, we sat together. In fact, he calls me his mentor. So we all thought, what is the best way to do it? He must achieve the top position in the next 10 years with the corporate address of his office in a village near Tenkasi. That is the best way to tell the world that one need not have to be in Bombay or Delhi or Bangalore or New York to be the top technology companies in the world. Today, with electronic highway having been opened so massively, you don't need any highway, any airway to communicate with anybody. And Sridhar Vembu is the greatest example. You know, his monthly cash profit must be in the region of 300 to 400 crores. And he wears a dhoti, goes on a cycle. We have to live our life. And he is presenting it like this to the world, that wearing a dhoti is no sense of underdevelopment. Having a tikka on your face is not semi-barbaric. Are we capable of presenting an India like this? Then, and you know his own organization, he goes in a small car. So his executive will not demand a larger car. We have to live a very contented life. And unless we live that life, our organization will not live that life. In fact, one of my clients is a chief executive who was a gold medalist in CA. He was working in a big liquor company. He told me, I asked him, what is the financial discipline of your organization? He said, my owner will spend in crores, he will spend in lakhs. You know, this model will not work in India. We have to have a moderate way of life. And so, when everybody goes in a private jet, you go in an ordinary plane. When everybody stays in the 7th-star hotel, you stay in a 3-star hotel, nothing wrong. It is your brain which is going to attract people and not the hotel in which you stay. Are we capable of it? This is what Sridhar Vembu wants to demonstrate. And this is the conviction all of us must have. We should insist on quality and not on quantity. Are we capable of it? Then you build your own brand accordingly. Narayan Murthy went by bus to his office. Still he conquered the world. I have seen him cleaning his toilets. I have gone to his house and stayed such a small house. But that doesn't prevent him from conquering the world. India has to teach new ways to the world. Otherwise, the world will not be able to stand the kind of ostentation to which it has been exposed, which has caused enormous environmental and ecological damage.
Thank you, sir. We will be taking one more last question.
Good evening, sir. For most of us here, businessmen and entrepreneurs assembled here, one of the prerequisites, I imagine, is political stability. Now we have with us, fortunately, a tall, glorious leader who has shown us the path, asking us to believe in ourselves, backing us, but with the kind of self-set goals of retirement at the age of 75, etc. 3 years down the line, what next? Where is the political stability and how is it going to impact us as businessmen, as an economy which aims to scale up the global ladder? What is the path ahead after 3 years? Maybe you are privy to certain facts which most of us aren't, but most of us would certainly like to know, sir.
I am not going to give you contemporary facts. I will give you historical facts to say how India has a way of managing its stability. You know, when Jawaharlal Nehru was the Prime Minister, at least some half a dozen books were written. What after Nehru? Everybody thought after Nehru there would be no India. But whether you like it or not, I fought Mrs. Gandhi's emergency, but she proved to be a much better leader than Jawaharlal himself. And afterwards, a struggling Narasimha Rao came, and he made one of the most successful prime ministers. And then came Vajpayee, who turned India into a nuclear power and faced all the odds and sanctions. I was part of the governmental efforts to resist these things. It was in that period, in that 5-year period, India had 5.6% growth rate, generated 60 million employment. And our house property prices rose in those, land prices rose only by 21%. And stock market rose by 32%. Gold prices rose by 38%. In the next 6 years, the stock market rose by 338%. Gold prices rose by 330%. And real estate prices went up by 2,700%. The growth rate was 10%. Inflation rate was 12%. Employment growth was just 2.7 million. And this we call as the greatest growth period of India. How foolish we are. We just don't know these things. So, you will get leadership because the people are becoming more and more aware. Today, Indians know they are not electing a prime minister for India. They know they have to elect a leader for the world. So, we are not lacking in competence. When Narendra Modi became the Chief Minister of Gujarat, many thought he may not be able to survive because the whole world was pouncing on him. The more challenge someone faces, the greater is his capacity to prove himself. And I don't want to mention names, but the nation will have a future far beyond Modi because he has set it on an irreversible course. That is the greatest success of Modi. He has set it on a course which is irreversible, and you cannot, for example, Deva Gowda can't become Prime Minister today. It's simple. So the bar that Modi has set will decide who will be the leader, and such leaders will always keep coming because India will need capable leaders and not just leaders to fill the void. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks. I am happy that all of you listened to me for so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Gurumurthy sir, for your kind words. You have given us a lot of hope, and I'm sure all of us will sleep well tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an enlightening address. This is Sudanwa here again. I will keep in touch with you. I will persevere until we get you here in person. Another event. Thank you very much for your valuable time, sir. I know it was not very easy for you to find this slot for talking to us. Thank you so much, sir. Namaskar.
So after this inspiring speech, we have our next speaker with an extraordinary story of resilience in overcoming the odds, and with the trait that every entrepreneur has to inculcate to be successful. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Shekhar Naik, captain of Indian blind cricket team, to inspire us with his life story of guts and glory today. Please welcome him. And also I request Mr. Viren Ranjan, charter member of TiECON Mysuru, to introduce Mr. Shekhar Naik and also to moderate the Q&A session.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Viren Ranjan, and it is my privilege to be moderating the next session, a story of resilience and endurance. We live in a country that's obsessed with cricket. Cricket is the most watched sport in India, and nothing brings more patriotism in an Indian than an India-Pakistan cricket match. The roar in a stadium when Kohli walks up to bat brings goosebumps to your skin. More than being a sport, cricket is a religion in India. India is a polytheist country, as was mentioned. And one of the reasons why there are so many gods is the number of cricketers that we idolize and worship. In fact, Dhoni probably holds a higher pedestal than most of the smaller gods in India. We have all grown up watching, playing, and worshipping cricket. We as a generation have seen cricket evolve from a 5-day test match to a 1-day international to the now the entertainment extravaganza of a T20 cricket match. In fact, I've had conversations with my father where he used to reminisce about the radio commentary on a 5-day cricket match without a result at the end of 5 days. We then migrated to a 60-over 1-day international, and innings of people like Sunil Gavaskar at the Lord's World Cup against England, where he made a princely score of 36 runs in 174 balls. And now we're at a stage where we have the Rinku Singhs of the world, to whom 28 runs in 5 balls is not an insurmountable task. We are so obsessed with cricket that we saw an entire decade of newborn children. I mean, every other newborn child being named Sachin, be it boy or girl. We are so obsessed with cricket that if you meet a child and you ask him the batting stats of Rahul Dravid, he might know that better than his own maths teacher's name. We are so obsessed with cricket that even after 14 seasons, we continue to have hope and support for RCB. One of the main reasons why we have seen so much talent coming to the fore is the opportunities that have been presented to the youngsters. We recently saw the women's IPL, and it had more viewership than most men's mainstream sport across the country. I mean, across the world. But while we are familiar with mainstream cricket and all the stats that it has to offer, how many of us know that the Indian blind cricket team has been one of the best in the world for many, many years now? In 2012, it won the first T20 World Cup by beating Pakistan in the finals. In 2014, it won the first One-Day International World Cup, beating Pakistan in the finals. In 2016, it won the Asia Cup. And in 2018, it again won the World Cup, beating Pakistan in the finals. Looks like play against Pakistan brings out the best in everyone. And one of the main people responsible for India performing at the world stage is Mr. Shekhar Nayak, the former Indian blind cricket team captain. Coming from a humble background in a small village in Shimoga, Mr. Shekhar Nayak's story is one of hardship and tribulation. He was born to a large family of 15, all of who was affected by a visual impairment. He lost his parents very early in life and then had to move to a hostel to pursue his studies. But his passion for cricket got him to start playing cricket early. And his first break was when he entered the Indian cricket team in 2002. He won a host of Man of the Match and Man of the Series awards, and finally took over as captain of the Indian cricket team in 2010. And under his captaincy, India won the World Cups that I was talking about. In 2017, he was awarded the Padma Shri by the President of India for his contribution in sport and to society. But did he have the opportunities that youngsters have today? Or was it a story of sheer grit and resilience? Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear this story from Mr. Shekhar Nayak himself.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Wow, super. Very nice energy. So you all had lunch, no? So in the afternoon, actually, we feel sometimes quite sleepy, right? So I was just checking your energy. So first of all, my sincere thanks to the organization for giving me this wonderful opportunity and told me to share my journey. I was born in 1986 in Shimoga. So there are, more than 16 members are visually impaired in my family, including my mother and her sisters and their children. So I was totally blind for about 8 years. So from 86 to 94, I was totally blind. And my mother, she used to always encourage me because, my neighbor, my childhood friends, so they don't allow me to play with them, like, because, they go to the river, they jump, they play in the water, and they play, different types of games. So I am not able to play with them because I'm not able to see, right? So these are all the things, observed by my mother, and she used to tell me that, don't worry, you have to create a day. So now what these guys are, not taking you to play. So you have to create a day that they have to come and ask you, Shekhar, अरे मुझे भी खेलने के लिए ले ले यार. So like that. So the kind of thing my mother used to, motivate me. As I said, she was also a totally blind. So in my 8 years, I had so many experiences. Like, whenever the rain will come, no. So I thought, someone is putting water on my head. And sometimes in my village, there are lots of hens, dogs, and sometimes the auto rickshaw used to come to my village. So I thought that these are all things made by the human. I mean, people are doing like that. But why I am not able to do, take that kind of voices? So I used to try, but still, because I don't know who is doing this, right? So that was the bad experience I had when I was totally blind. So in 1994, I got a eye operation. So then a little bit, I mean, like now 30% I can see. I can see you all, but very blur. I can see up to 3 meters clearly. And when I got my operation, so within 3 months, my father passed away. My father is a normal person. So he had come from the different family and got married to my mother. So this problem was from my mother's side. And when I got my operation, within 3 months, my father passed away. And my mother also, as I said, she is also totally blind. She is not able to go to field and, work in the fields. So that's what, my mother, put me in a hostel. So there is a hostel in Shimoga, Sharda Devi Andhara Vikasa Kendra Blind School. So I got admit there. And why my mother admitted me in the hostel? Because if I get admission in the hostel, I'll get free food, accommodation, and clothes, right? Uniforms. So that is the reason my mother put me in a hostel, not to not to study or not to become something. So when my father passed away, she was suffering, very badly. Like nothing. There was no money with her, and no one is, taking care of her. So that's what she put me in a hostel. And in the hostel, I was a 9-year boy. Actually, in 86 I born, I said, right? So 1995 I joined school. When I was a 9-year boy, I joined for a first standard. So in 1997, I started, playing cricket match to my team, to my school team. And I said, my mother, that Mama, I have started playing cricket. So she doesn't know anything about, cricket, but she said only one thing, that you have to become something in this. So I have taken, at that time I was a very small boy, just a 11-year boy. And, but still I have taken those words, you have to become something, you have to achieve something, whatever she said, I have kept it in my heart. And I thought that I wanted to become something. So in 1998, my mother also passed away. So totally no parents for me, and no brothers, no sisters, I'm alone. So from 1998, I started, playing for my school. Then in 1999, I got a chance to represent my Karnataka state team. So actually, there was a South Zone tournament in 2000. So it was in Belgaum, and there are, 4 states have taken part in the South. Now it is Pondicherry and Telangana added. So before that, Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka. So I scored 249 runs against Kerala in the finals. So that was the thing that day made me a cricketer, because that day there are some selectors has come from the Cricket Association for the Blind in India for the upcoming 2002 World Cup. So they wanted to select a best team. And so that's what they had come. And 2000 end 2001, so they selected me for Indian team, and we had a coaching camp in Chennai. So that time I doesn't know anything, like I know only Kannada. So, and now whatever English I am speaking, this is listening from the radio commentary. So that was the thing. And so 2002, we are having, we are playing with them, and I mean in Indian team. So only one player from Karnataka selected for Indian team, and in Indian team there are more than 10, 11 state players. So there will be players from Haryana, Gujarat, Punjab, Kerala, Karnataka, and Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan kind of thing. So I wanted to express myself, right? I wanted to tell my skills to other players. So what to do? I don't know any other languages. I know only Kannada. So in 2002 World Cup, even we have not entered to the semi-finals also, because there was no proper communication. There was no proper coordination in the team. Lack of communication. So in us also, like within as an employee, we are working for a company. So the most important thing is that we have to be very good, we have to get very good coordination and communication skill. So if we help each other, the company will grow, and as well as your post also will go high. So like that, in 2002 World Cup, there was no communication in the team. So that's what we have not won. And 2004, India had been to Pakistan. So that was the very first time India traveled to abroad. We crossed, Wagah border. Like that time, Atal Bihari Vajpayee sir has, hosted a bus, that India-Pakistan Dosti bus, right? So in that bus, we have traveled to Lahore, and we played there 5 matches. Unfortunately, we lost the match, but unfortunately we lost the tournament by 2-3, and in that I have scored 198 against Pakistan in one match. So that was motivated me, and that time I used to think that I wanted to become a captain of Indian blind cricket team. So I am having some skills. I'm having some ideas in my mind, but what to do? I don't know any other languages. So then from 2004, I started learning languages. So today I can, I can understand and speak in 9 languages. So learning is very, very important. So if till our last breath, learning is there in humans' life. So whenever we get chance, we have to learn. Whatever you learn, how much you learn, you don't show your attitude, and you don't show like I know everything. So whatever you know, that is still nothing. So like that, in 2006 also we had a World Cup in Pakistan. So in Pakistan also, India, if you go to Pakistan Indian team, they'll be, huge big security they used to provide. And that time, whenever our Indian team bus used to go to ground, no, so there is a zero traffic, and we feel that I used to feel that, oh, king is going. That's what all the everything is stopped. So I used to feel that kind of feelings, and unfortunately that World Cup also we have not won. We entered to the final match, but we lost the final match against Pakistan. That was, I got very, very upset, and I just taken I promised myself that I wanted to become a captain, and I have to win the World Cups. So finally the day has come. So 2010, I have become a captain of Indian blind cricket team. And that day I remembered my mother. My mother used to tell me that you have to become something, achieve something, because when I was a small, these guys are not allowing you to play, right? So in that way she has said, but I have taken it very, very seriously. And when I saw my name in the newspaper, that is, I saw in the Prajavani paper. So I was feeling very happy, and I thought that what my mother said, I have achieved it, but still no. That is, I thought that is the beginning, and that is the first step of my life. There are a lot of things to do. So we went to London, England. We had a 3 T20 and 3 one-day matches. So we had come with the white clean wash 0303. So then 2012, we had a first ever T20 World Cup. It was in Bangalore only. And in that World Cup, there are 9 countries have taken part. And of course, the final match. So before that, my coach, our Indian team coach, Mr. Patrick sir, he used to tell me always that, Shekhar, we have to win this World Cup because our we only are organizing it and we have to win it. If we won after 1,000 years ago also, if anybody will ask who is the first ever T20 World Cup winner, what is the answer? What is the answer will come? My mother country, India will come, right? So that's what he used to motivate me. And finally, in the league matches, we lost against them. And finally, final match, we won by 23 runs. So that was very, very huge, big experience we got. And after that, and after that only, I used to go to different people and talk to them, talk to media. And when you become the captain, I mean, when you become the leader, you have a lot of responsibilities. You need to manage your team. You need to manage your management. You need to manage with the media, what you need to speak, what you not to speak. See, always media people, they will put you in a trouble while asking the question. I'm right or wrong? Always they will put you in a trouble. So that kind of difficult questions they will ask. If we say our ideas, our plans, no, then pura India will see, pura world will see. And our ideas, it won't work. So I had a lot of experience with the media, and of course, after winning the World Cup, still we got good felicitations. But after winning the first ever T20 World Cup, how much cash prize we have won? I mean, what is the cash award for Indian team? For winning the World Cup, we got 2 lakh rupees. Not for the individual player. It's for the whole team. 2 lakh rupees, 21 member, 17 squad plus 4 manager and assistant manager, coach, physio. So how much we got? Approximately 9,000, 8,800 rupees. For winning the World Cup, we got some 8,800 rupees cash award. So what I'm trying to say is, for our visually impaired cricket team, still we are not getting any benefits from any government or any private sector, any public sector, any corporates. So that was the thing. That's what visually impaired cricket is still under the grass only. So it has to come up, and we need support from Government of India. They have to give job opportunities. So then only if your manager will appreciate you, what do? You work more, right? So you will expect more appreciation from him. Then only you will get promotion, right? So kind of a thing should be happen. But still, let's see. There is a day for everyone. There is a day for everything. That day will come. You will get recognized. Still, I don't lose my hope. And 2014 World Cup, we had a again 2014 World Cup, we played in South Africa, Cape Town. So that is what happened. I won the toss and I gave them the bat. Our blind cricket will be 40 overs, not 50 overs. So they scored 389 runs in 40 overs. One innings done. And we went to washroom after the innings, before the lunch, and there are 2 boys are discussing, अरे यार क्या यार ये लोग तो 390 बना दिया यार, हम तो बिल्कुल हार जाएंगे यार. So like that they are discussing. Then I listened it and I told my coach that, sir, they are discussing like this. Then he said that, why you had come to South Africa? Why you had come to South Africa? For playing cricket, right? What is your duty? Just go and play. Then you see the result. Before going, before going to the ground, if you lose your hope, then what you can do in your life? I'm right. So you have to go and do your duty. Let's see the result. So we have played and finally we have saved 2 balls and won the World Cup for our India. And very next, within 5 minutes, Narendra Modi ji tweeted, Sachin Tendulkar tweeted on Umesh Yadav, Shikhar Dhawan, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli. So some, including Narendra Modi ji, some 20-25 cricketers, other politicians, they have tweeted and congratulated our team. And so when we came to Delhi from South Africa, the same day, Modi ji invited our visually impaired cricket team, and he has given just 20 minutes to discuss with him, talk with him, and take whatever photographs, everything, whatever you want, you take it. Just 20 minutes. Once we entered the his house, we spent 1 hour 20 minutes with him. So he was asking, he was coming and asking each and everyone, Bhaiya, aap kidhar se ho? Kaise ho? Kitna saal se cricket khel rahe ho? Like that. And one player, he is also Gujarati, his name is Ketan Bhai Patel. He asked Modi ji, he asked in Gujarati only, Modi ji, humko aapka autograph chahiye. Then Modi ji said, today I will take all of you signature in your visually impaired cricket ball, and that ball I'll kept it in Prime Minister's Museum. So now our ball, it is there in the Prime Minister's Museum. So that was a very big proud moment. And 2017 Padma Shri, oh my God, if you say that name, goosebumps will start, right? So when I was in schooling, I used to read, which is the highest civilian award, Bharat Ratna, Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri kind of thing. But I never thought it will come to me. I just did my duty. Because of this, my guru is main and my mother is aim. So because of them, I achieved this much. But still, I can say one thing, that not for money, not for name I have played. I have played for my happiness, and I have played that my mother told me to become something. You should not think that you are disabled. You should not in a one room. You should fly freely. So like that she used to tell me, and because of that only I got it. So I think we are running late. So thank you so much.
That was an inspiring talk. Since we are running short of time, we will limit this to just a couple of questions. Mr. Naik, there's one question that I'd like to ask of you. You have been involved with the NGO Sanatanam, which funds the Cricket Association for the Blind. Can you tell us more about this organization?
Yes, sir. Actually, we have, Cricket Association for the Blind in India, CABI, like BCCI. And we have WBCC like ICC. So WBCC, it is in London, and this CABI, Cricket Association for the Blind, it's in Bangalore only. Under this, there are 26 states are affiliated in this umbrella. So like what KCAB, Karnataka Cricket Association for the Blind, Gujarat Cricket Association for the Blind, Maharashtra Cricket Association for the Blind, like that. So before that, this Samarthanam organization have started, promoting cricket and getting sponsors and supporting visually impaired cricketers. So I was with them from last last 18 years, and they are the cricket promoters. And now proudly I can say that more than 15,000, visually impaired cricketers are in India.
Very impressive. Another question. We as entrepreneurs assume that putting together a talented team makes all the difference in an organization. Here, we have the experience of someone who was handed a team to him, all of them with a visual impairment, and you made it at the largest stage in the world. Can you tell us more about working with other visually impaired people and how you made it so big in cricket?
Yes, actually, I played for, India for about 14 years. And before that, I played, my career was about 17, 18 years. So when I, gave a retirement in 2015, so I got an injury. So that's what I thought, that I played enough cricket, and now I wanted to support other visually impaired cricketers. There are other, hundreds of shakers in the village. I need to identify them. So that's what I have opened my own cricket academy, that is Shaker Naik Foundation Cricket Academy. And Rahul Dravid sir supports me for this, cause. And whenever I will have a cricket coaching camp. So till date, from 2019 to 2023, I have trained more than 300 visually impaired cricketers. And I'm finding, the players in a school level. If you train in a school level, so that will be, working under the grassroots level. So it's a foundation. So like that, I'm searching the visually impaired cricketers and giving training them. And one more thing that I'm very, very happy to say, that I was, studied my high schooling, 8th standard, 9th standard and 10th standard in Mysuru only, this Tilak Nagar. So in Tilak Nagar, there is a blind school. That school was started by Maharaja in 1902. So we had a very, very strong team, Mysore team. So here also I'm, planning to do a cricket coaching camp. So like that, I'm finding the other cricketers and, supporting them.
Fantastic. Thank you. We can take one question from the audience. Does anyone have a question? Okay, then I will ask a question. Any final message that you would like to leave for people to be inspired to not fear failure and actually pursue their passion?
Yeah, actually, see, some people, if they got any, disability or any problem, okay, so they always think that, "Arey, my disability is, very big problem for me." And other people also, like, people, everything they have, they can see, they can hear, they can walk, they can run, they can do everything, but their mind is disabled. So that mind disability has to go first, right? That mind is disabled. So whenever, if you help someone, help with the heart, help with the happiness, or if you get, see, if you help someone, you don't expect help from the same person. God will help you with from the other person, right? So help, you will also get help from others. So that was the thing. And why I'm standing here and talking to you and play cricket, done everything. Why? How? What is the reason? Because of my disability. So I love my disability. Because of this disability only, I got chance to represent my mother country. Otherwise, if I am a normal person, I don't know, I would have working in my village, or working in a, I'm so sorry to say this, like any driver or sweeper or anything. So because of my disability only, I got chance to represent my country, and disabilities, it has made everything is good to me. So disability is not my weakness. It is my strength.
Mr. Nayak, that was an inspiring story. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. I do believe that he deserves a standing ovation.
nothing stops an achiever. And thank you for being the light for Indian blind cricket team, sir. And I request Mr. Viren Ranjan to hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Shekhar Nayak.
No one has asked me how you play cricket. So this is my question, right? So, so this is our cricket ball, okay? This is our cricket ball, and there are 3 categories in a team: B1, B2, and B3. B1s means 100% blind, those who can't see anything, 0%. So they'll play 4 members in a team. And B2 category, those who can see up to 3 meters, they'll play 3 members in a team. I'm also B2 category. And B3 category, those who can see up to 5 meters, they'll play 4 members. So 4, 3, 4, 11. So like that, we have a combination, and we used to bowl underarm bowling, not upper arm bowling. This ball, it will roll, and the umpires will always normal only, and boundary line will be like 55 yards, not 75 yards, because it has to move on surface of the land, right? So that's what this is the cricket ball.
And also I request Mr. Shekhar Nayak to accept a small contribution from TiECON Mysuru for the noble cause. I request Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjay to hand over the token of gratitude from TiECON. Thank you. Bye, sir. All the best. We need one. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to applaud and recognize one of the iconic entrepreneurs in Mysuru, Mr. Ramesh Kannan, who has created a hugely inspirational mark by taking Keynes technology into public. Recognizing the milestone event, TiECON Mysuru would be felicitating him and also listen to his story through a fireside chat immediately after that. Now I invite Mr. C.K. Shabarishan, Charter Member, TiECON Mysuru, to initiate the felicitation.
Thank you, Vidya. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After an inspiring session by Shekhar Nayak, we are now going to witness another inspiring session in felicitating Ramesh Kannan. I would request Mahesh Rao to kindly accompany Ramesh Kannan onto the dais. Give him a big hand, please. I deem it a great pleasure, a privilege, and an inspiration to introduce Ramesh Kannan by reading through his beautifully captured citation, which I'm sure it will inspire all of you. Mr. Ramesh Kunnikannan, Lifetime Achievement. We at TiECON, on the occasion of our flagship event, TiECON 2023, are privileged to facilitate you for your lifetime of achievements. Your tryst with Mysore began as a student at the National Institute of Engineering, from where you graduated in electrical engineering. Right out of the college in 1988, you began your entrepreneurial journey under the banner of Keynes Technologies, manufacturing PCB assemblies for marquee customers like L&T, Wipro, and others. Your courage to undertake contract manufacturing at a time when outsourcing was rare and dependence on manual labor was high speaks to your grit and conviction. These were the early days of electronics manufacturing in India, and while many companies struggled due to poor scale, your vision and innovative mindset enabled you to establish Keynes Technologies as a leader in the EMS industry. You are amongst the first to adopt technology and automation in PCB production, and as an early investee in processes and systems, Keynes Technologies was one of the first EMS companies to get ISO 9000 certified back in 1995. Your farsightedness enabled you to grow Keynes to one of the top 5 brands in India in the EMS sector. Keynes is the only company in India to have 7 certifications, paving the way for it to become the largest exporter of electronic hardware from Mysore, with exports contributing to over 30% of its sales. Today, Keynes is one of the fastest growing EMS companies, having a pan-India presence with 7 manufacturing facilities. Your insatiable thirst for growth and forays into diverse and complex domains has Keynes poised to break into the ₹1,000 crore sales club. Your successful IPO listing in November 22, which saw record oversubscription, is a testament to your 34 years of efforts and is a stepping stone for many more successes in your life. We at TiECON, many of whom are proud Mysoreans, deem it an honor to recognize you this Saturday, 15th April 2023, for your lifetime of achievements so far. And what we recognize is only the beginning. Sri Ramesh Kunnikannan, you are a far-sighted entrepreneur and a leader par excellence who built an institution that is making Mysuru and India very proud. I now request Sudhanva and all the board members to come out on the dais to felicitate Mr. Ramesh Kunnikannan. This felicitation will be followed by a fireside chat, which will be moderated by Dr. Mahesh Rao.
Good evening. It's been wonderful listening to quite a few speeches up to now. We are going to now hear the grit and the perseverance of a Mysorean who was born somewhere else but came to Mysore and made Mysore as his home and has been working hard for so many years, 34 years, not 1, 2, 3, and has been a success at Mysore. We are proud of you, Mr. Ramesh Kannan. Let me ask you a few questions. Because of the paucity of time, we are going to limit to about 15 minutes. I'm extremely sorry about that. Today, we will talk about the scaling and sustainability of ESDM sector and a particular company in Mysore, which started almost about 38 years back. And AIMS is an IoT-enabled integrated electronics manufacturing offering the entire gamut of ESDM services. So, Mr. Ramesh Kannan, tell us a little bit about your childhood. As you were born in Malaysia, I don't know how many of you knew about it, and migrated to India, Kerala, and got basic education there. So kindly take us through that journey, the formative years of your life, before you migrated to Mysore to do engineering at NIE, please.
See, I was born in Johor Bahru, Malaysia. At that time, my parents was in a small business as a chemist and druggist. I remember our house was on top and our shop was bottom. We were 3 children. Those days, the gap between children it's only 1 year, and all 3 of us will be full-time fighting. So the mother's job is to bring 1 tin of biscuit from the shop and keep it in front of each person. Of course, my brother was well built, and then he used to first finish and then fight with all of us and finish ours too. As we grew, I reached first standard. My father were discussing with my mother that we'll go back. She was not at all keen, but then he kept on insisting, saying that our children should grow with the Indian culture and our Indian value systems we cannot imbibe here. So for good we came, though we all 3 children and mother was very unhappy, because at that time it was a colony and you had the best of the best things available there. We came to Kannur, Kerala, where you cannot eat outside. You cannot even eat whatever is the small little ice cream available, because those days, how people from these houses has to eat inside the house only. We used to curse our father without knowing what is what. As we grew, I did my schooling in St. Michael's Anglo Indian High School, a tough school with fathers controlling things. But these are teachers who taught us what is discipline and what is values. I completed my 10th standard. Actually wanted to be an entrepreneur at that time itself. So I wanted to get myself admitted in NTTF and somehow did not get qualified there in the written entrance exam. Because those days friends will come, we will go play football, come late. Only condition is before father comes back home, we should be back home. All because of immaturity, you know. Today, when you have a children only, you realize all these problems. I did my, because I did not get qualified for NTTF, I did PUC and came to NIE Mysuru, did engineering there. That is how I came to Mysuru.
Very nice. And that means that you grew up with siblings and you have seen the fights. So you were able to sustain that part of it, means industry fights, and that part of it shouldn't be that difficult. In 1988, you graduated with electrical engineering. At that time, as I could understand, most of the students who graduate either go to KEB as an electrical engineer or find in some public sector job somewhere. You didn't do any of those stuff. Looked and went into some kind of an entrepreneurship. And you did mention that you wanted to be an entrepreneur. What else made you to go that way?
My good friend Mahesh Rao has missed. Land Army was another department which used to employ engineers. I was told 800 rupees was the salary. See what happened as I did engineering from second year onwards, I've been toiling with this idea. Every vacations, I used to go and work in various companies. I more or less finalized to bring an ice cream brand to Mysuru. But you see the destination, I think you are confined to be in this industry. I did my final year project in Larsen & Toubro. Larsen & Toubro hardly had 30 staff in an alpha building. The construction just started and they started manufacturing. I did a project called enhancement of RAM in a printer so that there will be no gap between pages for printing. As I did, I became very friendly. They used to ask me to help during month end and all in their production. I used to also do. What interested is evening there was a nice snacks available. And there was a free ride from there to city. From Uttagalli to city. So these two, at least I enjoyed. My team members, I am not very sure because they kept on cribbing about it. And during that time, I became very friendly. They had organized a vendor meet. So I helped the organizers. There I saw they have kept a lot of parts for development. And that is how I got into an electronic assembly business.
How was your startup days? Okay. I mean, were there a lot of challenges during those times to start up? Because
I don't know whether to call it challenge or anything, but when I had all people present, there was no work available. When work had come, people were on leave. And work and people, KTB was not there. And in the morning, they will call. But one good advantage was there was no mobile. But then in such small offices, you are the only person to take the telephone and start answering. So it was as good as mobile. But in my growth phase, I feel those are the enjoyable days which I miss now. That time it is always tension. You produce 100, You go deliver, 90 comes back. You rework the 90, next day's 100 will not go. So he fires you. So you don't know what to do. You try and make 90 plus 100 of tomorrow's, you fail, both. So it was a saw which I had to play around. But my good thing is I always had a good team. I always like younger crowd. If any of my colleagues are here who are very seniors, kindly excuse me. I always like a younger crowd because they have a lot of energy. They're willing to learn. So I somehow used to beg, borrow, or still get the work done from them. And this company has created a good skill set in the market. We have never hired people from our competitors. We always hired people either fresh or from some other industry.
RK, ESDM sector seems to be in a sweet spot in these days in India, right? So the market in India is expected to grow at a CAGR rate of 35 to 40% over the next several years. Is this mainly due to Czechit, that is the exit from China? Or is it a global supply chain realignment? What is it, in your opinion, which is making this kind of a growth in India?
I've been always traveling to study about this business. And wherever I go, their turnover will be 5,000 crores, 10,000 crores. And my company's turnover will be 5 crore and 10 crore. Whatever you do, it will not grow. Due to hard work, we used to somehow crossed 100 crores after the first decade. Then first decade to second decade, it took another 100 crores. So it was not that easy. But what is interesting is today, the government's policy on import substitution, and they have done our work, that is marketing. So they have come heavily on China import, heavily on imports from other countries. So customers are forced today to localize. And that is where in the last 10 years, the growth has happened. But I am expecting now the growth to happen in 10 folds. Why? Because whatever homework in the last 10 years the government has done has started producing results, and you see a lot of market getting developed. Second point is China exit, Czechit, or ABC. So what I am trying to tell you all is, added to that, the geopolitical situation has added some more marketing incentive to our companies. So we have started getting RFQs from globally to use India as a manufacturing base, and for India, it's an export. Third but the least, wherever you go, it is monitored now. Whatever you do is measured, all through IoT and all through electronics. So more and more electronics, whether it is a car, bus, air, you name it, it is all about electronics. So I think the next 8-10 years is our sweet spot. Companies like us should become $1 billion plus on top line with, and I feel it is not only 1-2 company. I feel this country will have 5 to 10 companies in that base. I have not considered the flextronics of the country or the other large exporters or mobile manufacturers. So my view is, these are the 3 factors which is helping this industry. And I feel this government and this promoting agencies should bring 5-10 customers like us, companies like us, companies like us, and also build an ecosystem so that this type of industry grow. We ourselves is planning to invest around 250 crores on a PCB plant, which is again an ecosystem partner. We are also building a ATMP by investing around 500 crores. So both the plants, I wish it should come in Mysuru, because Mysuru is close to my heart and this is where we have grown.
Just thank you. I mean, I really like your, what you call it as your hope and aspirations towards Mysuru. You did an IPO in November, raised a fresh equity capital of over, above 500 crores. Investors must be very happy. You gave a 60% return on them within a period of about 5 months. What do you think is the next challenge for you then?
I think our company is in a growth path. Thanks to systems which we have developed in the company, and it is on auto mode. So it will grow with me or without me. Like this is like somebody told about Jawaharlal Nehru. So it doesn't matter. The ball started rolling. Secondly, in this type of business, you should have absolute control. This is fully into details. A project manager has to control all the cost. Otherwise, the company fails. So we have developed systems, we have developed ERPs. I feel there are a lot to do, but my people always feel I'm a demanding boss. So we have to play in between. But we are expecting to make a double-digit EBITDA and a double-digit PAT also in the days to come in, which will help this company to grow big heights.
Wonderful. One last question, because we are just running out of time. If I were to ask you, name one thing which you love about Mysuru, what is your answer?
I see very soft people here. They're willing to learn. They're very nice. So you need to completely coax them every day, mentor them so that they can give you the output. But this, even if you coax in other places, you will not get. So this is a nice place. I like the people here. Right from my college days till today, I only had good days.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
For you, there is Mr. Ramesh Kannan, the iconic figure of Mysuru from the perspective of taking the company to the IPO and been very successful and providing a 60% growth within a five-month period. Those who bought the stocks, they must be very happy. And he must have shown a lot of progress. And he says that, he's going to grow into $1 billion company. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts, sharing your ideas. We appreciate it. It was a really, it's a good humorous speech. You made it really fun for us to listen. Thank you so much.
I'm not a good speaker, so I always avoid this. I requested him and Dhananjaya sir, but then they said, no, that is not allowed. So I always feel very small in front of all of you. There are people who have attained much bigger heights. Anyway, thank you very much, TiECON Mysuru, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
It was wonderful listening to Mr. Ramesh Kannan on the story of his path to IPO. I'm sure it will be a shining example for many other entrepreneurs in Mysuru. I thank Dr. Mahesh Rao for moderating the session. Now, moving forward to the Thai University Pitchfest 2023, may I request Mr. Shivashankar, CEO of SJC STEP, chapter champion of Thai University program, to join us on the stage. He will provide a brief overview of Thai University Global Pitch Fest, which will be followed by prize distribution ceremony. So stay tuned to witness the exciting culmination of this competition. Mr. Shivashankar, please.
Thank you, Vidya. Very good evening, one and all. It's been last 12 hours, a roller coaster and our opportunities. We have seen the speakers talking about the success and a lot of motivation. The great example from Shekhar. I don't think you get any other opportunity for especially youngsters to get motivated, that kind of inspiration from the Shekhar itself. And also the all the speakers from yesterday till last session. It's been fantastic to witness. And TiE stands for opportunities, as you can see that from the networking, mentoring, funding, and as well as the connecting in the ecosystem. So the flagship program of similar to TiECON. So we have TiE University program. TiE Mysuru chapter is participating in TiE University Global Pitch Competition since the inception from 2018. It's a student entrepreneurial program to support the aspiring university students and graduates to shape their idea towards the startup journey. And we are the only TiE chapter from Karnataka taking part in the global event from the last 3 seasons. The University Global Competition 2023 program this year started in January to provide an opportunity to young and budding entrepreneurs to showcase their ideas and compete at a global level. We have received an overwhelming response across Karnataka with more than 30 institutions participating with 90 applications received across different streams from the students, startups up and present their idea. From there, we shortlisted top 20, take them through the training programs, mentoring programs, and workshops for them to find shape their ideas to were presentable. And top 20 teams were reduced to 9 teams who pitched their ideas in the finals on 31st March 2023 in front of the expert panel juries. And we categorize the 9 teams under idea stage, MVP stage, and as well as the traction stage to give them a fair assessment. We have deviated from the earlier assessment of picking top 2 or 3. Now, what we have done under each category, we pick top 2 teams from each category where we have finalized one of them will be nominated for participating in global level, and they're already on the way. Top team will represent the TiE Mysuru at the global level pitch competition to be held in Silicon Valley, USA on May 4th and 5th, 2023 for a top prize of USD $50,000. At the chapter level, top 6 teams who have won the cash prize put together more than INR 2.5 lakh rupees, which we are distributing now along with the various other benefits, including the TiE membership, continuous of mentorship, and as well as the newly launched the nurture program which they are undergoing in coming days. Now we have seen we have more responsibility than before to make this generation dream big and address the big problems of the world. In that aspect, all our effort, contribution in whatever the little way is much needed for the new Atmanirbhar Bharat. With this, I invite our President, TiE Mysuru President, Sri Sudhanma Dhananjaya Sir, onto the stage, along with Madan Padaki, TiE President from Bangalore, onto the stage to hand over the certificates and prize money for each of the team. May I request Kishan to line the team members and the winners of TiE University Global Pitch Competition 2023. And I request all the teams to be come forward.
Thank you, sir. Again, indeed, it is my, what I can say, I can use the word, it is my luck to be part of TiE, seeing all the students who nurture their ideas or already tuning themselves to be the future entrepreneurs to the Mysuru ecosystem. And as Shiv sir mentioned, this was the pitch fest wherein we had received the applicants across the Karnataka, even from Hyderabad as well. So I take this time to introduce the team Apna EV, who are working on an idea for hassle-free charging, wherein they can go with every household charging facility wherein they can generate revenue, whoever goes with the installation of these type of ideas. So at the ideation stage, the runner-up, team Apna EV, Mr. Vedant Singh and Nagaprakti PS. So they represent Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, Mysuru. Well, to brief about the winners, yes, I do need to take a time. Glamour never takes a day off. It's a shine and confidence, and the fashion has to reflect who you are. To make this contrast a trailblazer, Glamour Garden gearing up to provide customized solution with their better value through their mobile application. Now I request Mr. Abhishek CT and in her absence Nidhishri from Glamour Garden, who are the winners of TiE University Pitch Fest in the ideation stage, and they represent Myra School of Business, Mysuru. Yes. Next, the stage to go with is MVP stage. We had engineers who thought of technical aspects, but we have team of doctors who want to run the machines. Yes, we have the medical doctors working on materials that leads to run machines towards the development of ecological and sustainable material. Team EcoVardens provide eco-friendly packaging material just to be the replacement for the packaging. So we have team EcoVardens represented by Dr. Rituparna Kundu and team from JSS. Thank you, team EcoVardens. And the winner of MVP stage is not a Mysorean. He is from Bijapura. Mr. Sriram Kulkarni and team, who is working on the ultra electric platform, wherein they are going to solve or prove the technology that it is a tool to refine towards the battery charging, wherein it has emerged out in a very good way. So they are working on ultra electric vehicle charging automation. To represent ultra electric, the winners of MVP stage, Mr. Sriram Kulkarni and co. The final stage, traction stage, I think if Chinmay Nayak representing Bliss Care would, if he was present here, would have been more happy because we had the Shekhar Nayak, the blind Indian cricket team captain, because the team Blitzcare, I just want to introduce in their absence. They are the people who are working on physically disabled platform, wherein they have a permanent solution for the study pattern for visually impaired students. So in their absence, I'd just like to request you all to put a huge round of applause to Team Blitzcare, the runners of traction stage. And yes, the winner of traction stage, again, I need to introduce in a different way. Innovation is an inexhaustible engine for economical development, and the digital economy must be built on decent work which gives human dignity. It is innovation and digital solution team Affinity working and tested it successful. They are nominated for the global representation from TiECON Mysuru chapter. A huge round of applause to Mr. Shobit, representing Team Affinity, the winners of traction stage, all the way from Bangalore. I request all the winners on the dais for a group photo. All the winners, runners, as soon as possible onto the dais, please. In this platform, I would also extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the mentors who mentored these teams, the charter members, associate members, and all the other members who were part of TiE University pitchfest and making it a big success. And I also extend my heartfelt thank to Mr. Mahesh Katale, ED of TiE Mysuru chapter, for making this a very big success. Thank you all. Thank you, Sudhanu sir. Thank you, Madan sir. Thank you, Shashankar sir.
I think in the morning, somebody was asking the participation of the women representation in entrepreneurship. I think TiE University is testimonials to see that more women entrepreneurs are part of that engagement. So with that, I take this opportunity to thank the entire TiE Mysuru team, the president leading and supporting from the front to deliver this program. Importantly, all the mentors, the juries who helped us throughout the this program, and also the TiE global team for their support. So thank you one and all.
Let's now turn our attention to the final keynote of the day, which will be delivered by Mr. Madan Padaki, a highly regarded social entrepreneur and the president of TiE Bangalore. I request Ms. Lajja Surekha, associate member of TiE Mysuru, to introduce Mr. Madan Padaki.
A very warm good evening to one and all. I am Lajja. I'm the associate member at TiE Mysuru, joined the chapter very recently and very thoroughly enjoyed the last 2 days. So as we approach the conclusion of this incredible 2-day event, it is my absolute pleasure and honor to invite our final speaker of the day, Mr. Madan Padaki. An entrepreneur and change maker, Madan believes that every youth has to be empowered to unleash their unlimited potential. And every such empowered youth is a mass entrepreneur, a job creator. And every mass entrepreneur is a social change maker, making a positive difference to the communities around them. What a beautiful thought. A successful serial entrepreneur himself. Thank you. A successful serial entrepreneur himself, Madan co-founded Meritrack in 2000 and as India's first skills assessment organization, which was acquired by Manipal Education in 2011. He is the founder and CEO of One Bridge, an assisted commerce platform that delivers digital financial services and aspirational products. Today, One Bridge is present in 77 plus districts across South and East India and has over 12,500 plus village entrepreneurs engaged in delivering services to their consumers. One Bridge was recognized as a winner of the National Startup Awards 2021 by Government of India and was highlighted for its pioneering work by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in his Mann Ki Baat address to the nation in May 2022. Madan has also co-founded One Verse with a vision to bridge physical and meta worlds seamlessly, creating a truly unique platform to revolutionize the way products and services are experienced and bought by consumers in the metaverse. Not only that, he is also the managing trustee of Head Held High Foundation, which is a non-profit that brings dignity and abundance to very poor households by transforming their youth. He is the co-founder of Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship, which catalyzes large-scale job creation by bringing governments, businesses, and CSOs to collaborate on igniting a mass entrepreneurship movement. Currently, he serves as a strategic advisor and board member of UNICEF. And last but definitely not the least, he is also the Honorable President of TiE Bengaluru. So let's give a big round of applause and warmly welcome this multifaceted personality to the dais. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Namaskara Ellargu. It's a pleasure, privilege, honor to be in Mysore, my hometown, place where I studied, and more importantly, my wife's hometown. So this is more than my hometown. Delighted to be here. I know it's the end of a long day, and I certainly won't get into long death by PPD, but I still wanted to play a few videos just to share some thoughts on the possibilities. I think today has been fantastic. I came in the morning when Mohandas Pai was talking, and then subsequently we've all heard about the power that is there in our country in terms of youth, talent, entrepreneurial spirit, and technology. I just wanted to share my experiences over the last decade of being in this space and kind of see the framework for all entrepreneurs here on, from the morning we've been talking about how Mysore should wake up, should get out of the shadows of Bangalore or whatever, carve its own identity. I'm going to flip it around to say, how can Mysore be the leader for every other district that is surrounding Mysore? Right? How can Mysore pull up entrepreneurs in Chamarajanagar, in Mandya, in Kodagu, everywhere else in the southern part of Karnataka? And how do we as entrepreneurs think about it? Right? What do we do to build for Bharat? And that's what I wanted to just share over the next 20 minutes. I'll keep it short. Some of you may have, these are some of the videos that have really, and stories that have really shaped my life and changed my life. I just want to share that story with you over the next 15-20 minutes and open it up for questions. In the last 10 years of working with rural youth in Bharat, I've come to realize 4 things, and that's the framework I want to just share. One is that there is the same aspirations, if not more, that resides in every person's heart in rural India. And sometimes we take that as, oh, they just need livelihoods. Many times I ask, when you and I go ask for a job, do we ask for livelihoods? No, we want to go and a salary, a growth, a car, stock options. But why do we then dumb down everything in rural to livelihoods and saying livelihoods are good enough? Long ago, I did a series of short clips of asking young people, what do you want to be? And this answer has not changed over the years. Some volume, please. Okay, you get the picture, right? You could hear we'll hopefully get to the voices later, but
None of them, all of them are sons and daughters of farmers, landless laborers, etc. None of them said, I want to be another landless laborer. In fact, there's this kid who said, I want to be an auditor somewhere in deep Koppal. I said, how did you get to know what an auditor is? He said, no, I was sitting next to somebody in a bus, and I was asking him, what do you do? And after a long-winded conversation, apparently that guy told him, I go and ask questions to the bank. So this guy said, my dad says, I always get asked questions by the bank. I should be the one to ask questions to the bank. So I want to be an auditor, right? So that's the power that we see of aspirations. Okay, no problem. We'll play it again later. So one of the points, especially for entrepreneurs, is don't take the voices for granted, right? Let us learn and understand what are we building for. It is not that, I'm building a product for Koramangala, I'm going to take away a few frills and whistles and bells and whistles and it'll work in Mandya. It will not, right? So that's the first level of thinking, that Akanksha or aspirations is a very powerful driver of the Bharat economy. The second thing, which has been my own journey over the last 10 years, is the Atma Vishwas, or the entire confidence and the unlimited potential that exists in our young people. Again, a story that I've told several times, but 15 years ago, when I was moving out of Meritrack, was approached by a few friends who said, let's kind of set up a rural BPO. We started looking at talent, and we said, let's take the talent in rural. Then we went a step forward and said, why don't we take the most unemployable talent in rural India? And is it possible to transform them? And that experiment changed my life, because a person like Ramesh, which video I'll play for a few seconds, who comes from a very Shekhar Naik-like story, who comes from a village in Raichur called Kotigudda, family of 10. The 10 siblings had never ever entered a school. Ramesh has never held a pencil in his life. In fact, we went to the extent of saying, if you've seen a train, you're not as underprivileged as one is, right? So one of the questions we asked, have you ever seen a train? And we said, if you have, then we'll come back to you later, right? So Ramesh had even never seen a train. There was not even a train line that runs through nearby his village. And this is Ramesh on day one of the transformation program. So you get the picture. So he is not even able to string a sentence together in Kannada. It took us 3 hours to get him in front of the camera. He was so scared. He had never seen a camera before. And in 2007-8, we were using an old Handycam, which is why it's green this way, right? 8 kids like Ramesh came to the program. They claim their ages are 18. Nobody knows when they're born. There's no age. In fact, if you come to any of our training centers and I look at the roster, the birth dates are either Jan 1st or July 1st. Because, I went to one of our training centers on Jan 1st and saw some out of 25 people, 16 people celebrating their birthdays. I said, what a coincidence. Yeah, it was just written by the school teacher, right? None of them know their birthday. So Ramesh's transformation happened as we were trying to prepare him and the remaining 6 boys and 2 girls for a career in insurance claims processing, to run in a BPO. We hired a BPO trainer who vanished during lunchtime. He said, are you crazy? I mean, these guys can't even speak Kannada. How will I ever communicate with them? My colleagues and my partner, Sunil, Rajesh, started living with them, figuring out from first principles how to transform them. I was traveling extensively during that time. When I came back after a few months to meet them, my life changed, because this is the same Ramesh after 7 months. I still get goosebumps when I see this, because when I was sitting and talking to Ramesh, I could never believe my eyes, ears, because in my previous avatar, I had spent like 10 years, 15 years testing people. My life was all about telling youth, you're employable, you're unemployable. And my worldview was something is black, something is white, the rest is all gray, and the gray won't get anywhere. This proved to me that talent is unlimited. Potential is unlimited. Professor Mohammed Yunus told it beautifully. He said, a lot of us die without knowing what treasures lie within, right? And this treasure we had unearthed. And it's not that it's a training program. A training is a two-way street. You train, Ramesh, you don't practice, you become the previous avatar again. Ramesh after can never ever become Ramesh before again, right? It's a one-way street. In fact, 9th month, all 8 of them started working on an insurance claims processing that we got from HDFC Standard Life. We met the Bombay office metrics in 3 months' time. These guys were earning 15,000 rupees a month. The family was earning 300 rupees a month, right? In 12 months, they had taken the family income on a monthly basis over 10 times, right? So, and in 2011, we won the CNN IBM Real Heroes Award. You can see Ramesh's transformation continues 4 years later.
Ramesh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 4 years ago, I had never thought of getting out of my village. Today, I am on national TV. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. 4 years ago, I didn't know how to write my name in any language. Today, I'm working in a BPO company as a team leader. My dream is to give an opportunity to all the villagers like me.
In fact, 2014, he looked at this video and said, what am I doing in a BPO? He had become a team leader. He said, what am I doing in a BPO? I'm earning 25,000 rupees a month, but I have no satisfaction. He went back to his village. He reinitiated his farm. He's now a farmer, but more importantly, he's probably North Karnataka's most motivational speaker. He goes and speaks in colleges. He claims that he has touched about 6 lakh lives, where he's a lecture series. This was in Mysuru many years ago. He was in SVYM, and we had done some work with SVYM. We've seen this happen in every other youth. Hedeldai Foundation began with this journey. We're today in about 100 districts, 22 states, completely free. We work in the most rural, the most underprivileged, the most BPL of the families. 70% are girls. We have touched about 25,000 youth like Ramesh so far. In every case, we've seen transformation happen, right? In fact, it's interesting, and this is a matter of huge pride. The last 2 years, Hedeldai Foundation and I and 2 other of my rural youth are the first day for sure at the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy of Administration, the IAS trained Civil Services Academy. We do an 8-hour immersion program on why you should never underestimate the power of potential and power of youth. And 2 of my rural youth from the first training program, Chandana and Meghraj, are the faculty along with me. And you should see the standing ovation that is given to these guys. Sorry, this is this is a few months ago at the So that is Chandana, who's a 10th standard or 12th standard report maker, who's a Harvard, and he's now at China. So it's interesting that these youth tell me, in fact, Meghraj stood on the stage and somebody asked him, what's your vision? What do you want to personally do the next 10 years? And he has a 8-year-old son. He says, I want to see my son in the audience in Labasna. Right? That's the power of transforming a family, right? So all I'm trying to make in this point is I have learned over and over again that if you believe in anyone, the power of your belief shows up in that person. It is just like the story of Hanumanta and Rama, right? Hanumanta didn't believe that he can leap over the oceans. But the moment people said, hey, you're a Ram Bhakt and you can do it, right? The confidence filled and he did whatever he did, right? That power we underestimate as entrepreneurs in ourselves and in the people that we work with, right? So that's the second aspect of this. The third, which is very topical to us, is what I call as Entrepreneurship, the third A. And I would like to believe that the word entrepreneur is derived from the Sanskrit root word entrepreneur, right? Which may or may not be true, but I believe that way, that it is entrepreneur that makes an entrepreneur. And there are several stories of entrepreneurial resilience that I've encountered in rural, that there's so much more resilience, far more than what you and I see in urban, because they face so much of adversities, right? Again, I won't go into too much of details. This is Manjunath, who's a carpenter in one of the villages in Gadag. Many years ago when I met him, he was the only guy who had a three-phase power in his village because he was using a planing machine. And I asked him, especially for students, it's interesting. I asked him, so how do you sell your services? How do you market it? Right? And he pushed the question back to me saying, sir, if you were me, what would you do? I was trying to rack my brains to say, oh, I'll put up a banner, I'll hand over pamphlets. He knocked off all of them to say, I don't have time, I don't have the money to print pamphlets and all that. I'm the single guy. He has a nephew who helps him. So I said, how do you do that? So he says, every time I make a sofa, a table, a chair or whatever, the customer gives me some 300 rupees to deliver it to his house in a tractor. I pay another 200 rupees more to the tractor and ask the tractor filler to take the most circuitous route to reach the village. He says, I put my nephew on the tractor, I give him a drum and a plate, and every village he stops, I have a handwritten note saying, this sofa going to so-and-so's house costs so much. If you're interested, call me. Number. He says, every delivery I get 5 to 10 calls and I make at least 3 sales from that. That's not stuff that we teach at Harvard Business School, right? That is there in the entrepreneurial mindsets. And how do we leverage that? This is somebody that I was fascinated with. Again, runs a small factory, employ 100 women in a place which is Lakshmipura, which is about 100 kilometers from Gadag. He runs a local brand called Appu, which is a washing powder. And he says his high came a few years ago when I had met him. He says, I was sitting in a bus and there was a P&G sales guy sitting next to me. And the guy is speaking to his boss and saying, yaar, ye Appu wala na hamara vaat laga diya idhar. So he is the highest selling brand in Gadag because he says, I understand customers better. I understand the water of Gadag better. Hands don't get wrinkled or whatever. And he says, Appu brand beats the P&G brand in Gadag. Look at that power, right? How many of us know? And I'm sure, this is a random person I met. I'm sure if you look around, we'll find stories like this in every district, every taluk, but we only think the unicorn founders are the true entrepreneurs, right? So we don't give the credit for entrepreneurship where it actually must be. Look at the story of Sri Ramesh Khandan. What an amazing story, right? So if there is a power of this entrepreneurship that resides that we take for granted, this is very close by in a village called Kilara. Abhishek still runs a chai shop, which caters to laborers who wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning to go onto their land. When I met Abhishek 5-6 years ago, he was so much of energy. He says, sir, give me something to do. That's when the OneBridge idea was forming in my mind. He became one of our first OneBridge advisors. In his village today, he has sold about 70 two-wheelers, generated demand for about 20 tractors, and he is the go-to guy for anything that the village wants to purchase. So from a simple tea shop owner to a guy who uses technology. In fact, he took a challenge to say, why aren't the women in my village not doing anything? So we went and sold this to Google, and Google created the Internet Sati program in which we had about 80 women from Mandya going and getting trained by Google on how to use digital technologies and how to serve their villages, right? So what I'm trying to say is these are not people who came through a cat-like exam, you only bubbled up the top 0.001%. This is everybody, right? And that's the power before I end, I just want to share this story. I don't know how many of you have been in Bangalore. There's a tea stall called Sharon Tea Stall. Next time you're around in Indranagar, you should go have chai at Sharon Tea Stall. And Sharon's story is amazing because this is just a 2-minute video that I just want to play.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮುನಿಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಡ್ಯಾನಿಯಲ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಇವಾಗ ಶಾರನ್ ಟೀ ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ತಿಪ್ಸಂದ್ರ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಂದಿರಾನಗರ್, ದಮ್ಲೂರು, ಹಲ್ಸೂರು, ಕಸ್ತೂರಿ ನಗರ್ 4 ಔಟ್ಲೆಟ್ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಗಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 100ಕ್ಕೆ ಅತಿಗವಾಗ ವೆರೈಟಿ ಟೀ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ವೆರೈಟಿ ಟೀ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ವೆರೈಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು ನನಗೆ. 2:45ಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಎದ್ದೇಳೋದು, ಫುಲ್ ಡೇ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಲಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 12:45 ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ 2:45ಗೆ ಎದ್ದೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದ್ ಅಂಗಲ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಫುಲ್ ಡೇ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪನೂ ನಿದ್ದೆನೇ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಹೊತ್ತು ಕೂಡ. ನಾನು, ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಫ್, ನಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮ ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಅವಾಗ ಜನ ಬಂದಾಗ ಲೆಮನ್ ಟೀ ಕೊಡಿ, ಜಿಂಜರ್ ಟೀ ಕೊಡಿ, ಮಸಾಲಾ ಟೀ ಕೊಡಿ. ಅವಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ವೆರೈಟಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ಆ ವೆರೈಟಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಜನ ಬರೋದ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಒಂದು ವೆರೈಟಿ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಟೀ ಕುಡಿಯಕಂತ. ಆ ಹುಡುಗರೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಈಸಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ರೆ ಲೇಬರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವಾಗ ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇ ಇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಯಾವ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ನೋಡಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದನೇ ಬಂದಿದೀವಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ತೊಂದರೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ನಾವ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ ಪಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೂ ಫಲ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ ಪಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹೆಸರು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟ ಪಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಮನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಇದಿತ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಅಷ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರು ಬಂತು ನನ್ಗೆ. ಶಾರನ್ ಟೀ ಅಂದ್ರೇನೆ ಈಗ ವೆರೈಟೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೀ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾರನೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರು ಬಂತು ನನಗೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವಾಗ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟೆ, ಇವಾಗ ಸುಖವಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಆರಾಮಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ 20 ಜನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 4 ಔಟ್ಲೆಟ್ ಇದೆ. 4 ಔಟ್ಲೆಟ್ 20 ಜನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಔಟ್ಲೆಟ್ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೂಡ 40 ಲಕ್ಷ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಒಬ್ಬನಿಂದ ಸುಮಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿನೇ ಬದುಕ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದೊಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಇದು ಒಬ್ಬನಿಂದಾನೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ 20 ಜನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದವಾಗಿದೆ.
ಡ್ಯಾನಿಯಲ್ ರವರು ಸಿಗರೇಟು ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡುವುದನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಲು ದಿಟ್ಟ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟರು. ಅವರು ಹಗಲು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿ ತಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯವಹಾರವನ್ನು ಸಣ್ಣ ತಳ್ಳುವ ಗಾಡಿಯಿಂದ 5 ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾದ ಶಾಖೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Phenomenal lessons here. I think one takeaway for us at TiE is that look at the wisdom that is flowing from him, right? Look at the mentor that he is, right? And I believe that as entrepreneurs, especially in a country like India, we have to work on helping job creating entrepreneurs grow faster. I'm saying if you just look around Mysore, how many businesses will find like this? Tons of them, right? What are we doing to help them to scale faster? And what are we doing to help them to think like this? I also love the social angle that he brought in, that apparently his people told him, I mean, the going, norm is people come to smoke and therefore they buy a tea. He reversed it to say, no, my tea is good enough. I will not sell cigarettes. So apparently his neighboring shops and all predicted his downfall, saying he'll shut business. He says my business grew because women and children started coming to drink tea, right? And it was a safe place. So at TiE, and this is the mission we are on at GAME, at the Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship. How do you create an upsurge of entrepreneurship in every nook and corner of the city, of the country? And how can we make entrepreneurship inclusive and not elite? And how do we help entrepreneurs like this? So when we do the TiECON or the TGS next year, can we have 1,000 people like them in the audience and on the stage sharing their lessons? Because there's such invaluable lessons here, right? So in a nutshell, what I want to say is that there is enough and more entrepreneurial spirit. And if we can create 10 million new entrepreneurs in the next 10 years, who can create 5 jobs each, we've solved the employment problem of the country, right? I don't know how many of us are aware, but it's actually a big challenge. 68 to 70 million MSMEs in the country today, registered. I'm not talking of the unregistered ones. Can you guess how many of them employ less than 3 people? What percentage do you think employs less than 3 people? Take a wild guess. 50%, 40%, 97%. 97% of the businesses, registered MSMEs, are subscale, right? Less than 3 people. So we are large number of small, very small enterprises. Even if you can unlock potential in 10 million of them to employ 5 more people, the 150 million people who will enter the workforce in the next coming years, in 10, 15 years, will find employment here, right? And I think that should be the key aspect of things we do. Lastly, the last A for me is Antarjala or internet. That technology really is playing a massive role in reshaping the world, especially in Bharat. We've heard enough stories, but I'll just share one example. We run one of the largest last mile delivery entities. And for the first time in a traditional town like Rajahmundry, in a place which is about 30 kilometers from Rajahmundry, with Amazon, we opened, this is probably India's largest women-only owned delivery station, right? We have 65 women who work here. Last mile delivery is done by them. The police have given us an assurance that nothing will happen to those women. You let them be. And the way they deal and the way they're working on AI tools that we've given them for route optimization, etc., is unbelievable to be seen, right? So we've broken the norm that, listen, it needs only men to do last mile delivery. You can run an all-women station. This model is now being replicated by Amazon globally on what are the SOPs we need to run in a process to make it safe for women to be in the last mile delivery business, right? So technology is playing a role in creating this, and I'll come to a small experiment that I did not 50 kilometers from here in a village called Kathanadi. A few months ago, we challenged the notion that why should there be a showroom? Why can't we take a virtual showroom? So with a few partners from the US, we actually built out the world's first ever metaverse for rural consumers in this village. And even now, if you go in Kathanadi, we have 10 entrepreneurs who have Oculus Quest 2 headsets. And we are actually running, we built a full-fledged EV showroom in the metaverse. And we have entrepreneurs who are helping consumers enter the EV showroom. Right, so this is a small shop run by an entrepreneur called Ravi in Kathanadi. We just converted that with Shamyana. We had people coming in, putting on an Oculus Quest 2 headset, entering the metaverse. This is the metaverse. It's got upgraded many times over. We actually built it for a brand called Bigos. They were walking around in the avatars. There was a sales guy who sat in from Bomanalli, from Bangalore. He entered the metaverse in his avatar and he was interacting with consumers in real time, right? Our first experiment when we did this in October was we said, the first 10 people has to be young, old, everybody. And this was my test case. I gave it to a 60-year-old farmer who had never used a smartphone. And I said, hey, if this guy can't use it, we have failed. If this guy uses it, we are green lighted. You should see him interacting with the sales guy in real time.
Totally full market. ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ 150 ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾವೆ ಸರ್. ಈಗ 150, 140 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಸರ್?
So he's actually walking around saying blue scooter noting, red scooter noting, right? After a while, he was refusing to take off that. Said, hey, don't disturb me, I'm having fun and get out. Right? What I'm trying to say is, of course, we then organized real world test drives. By the way, we've done 7,000 sessions, consumer sessions in Kathanadi, Chinkurli, a few other villages. 800 test drives have been done, and we have done about 22 bikes sold already without a single presence of a showroom. Well, there is massive commercial implication of this. What I wanted to say is when we said we're going to take metaverse to rural, people laughed. Hey, it's not working in the US. How will it work? What is the use case in India and in Bharat? I'm saying push the boundaries. You'll find that people are far more open to taking this than anybody else, right? I mean, as we were doing this, we took it around the town. We had vendors, vegetable vendors, all experience the power of, this is one of my favorite photographs where somebody is watching it, selling vegetables. Who knows, tomorrow I might be buying vegetables like this, right? So I'll just end with this. This just captures my.
The hinterlands of India consists of around 650,000 villages and 850 million people. I started OneBridge in 2016 to bridge the rural-urban divide and empower young people to become entrepreneurs and change makers. The youth of India are so full of optimism and have a go-getter spirit. Many of them have very little work experience. It doesn't take much to get them going. A few weeks of orientation and they're transformed into tech gurus, helping their village communities use e-commerce for the very first time.
ನಾನು ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗಿ ಈಗ ಹಣವನ್ನ ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
Since having this idea, I've been unstoppable, working all hours of the day to bring this dream to life. And this project has proved to me that when you give capable young people the right opportunity and reliable technology, they are unstoppable too.
Captured the ethos of what we were doing. Things all. Maybe I'll just end with this. This was a proud moment, but it shows the requirement for this kind of a work when we were recognized by the Honorable Prime Minister.
हमारे यहाँ मदन पड़ाकी जैसे लोग भी हैं जिन्होंने रूरल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 2014 में वन ब्रिज नाम का प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया था। आज वन ब्रिज दक्षिण और पूर्वी भारत के 75 से अधिक जिलों में मौजूद है। इससे जुड़े 9,000 से अधिक रूरल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स ग्रामीण उपभोक्ताओं को अपनी सेवाएं उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं।
So that kind of, we want to take it to 100,000 entrepreneurs, 1 million sellers. In fact, in Mandya, as we speak, we are running the first ever ONDC pilot to connect sellers and distributors in Mandya town to retailers in Mandya taluks to households in the Mandya villages and create a complete hyperlocal commerce network. I think ONDC is going to be a fantastic game changer as far as commerce is concerned. Democratization of commerce. So all I'm trying to say is, listen, Atmanirbhar Bharat will come when we combine these 4 elements. That of understanding the akanksha's, bringing out the aspirations properly, the talent pool that resides there, the antarprerna that exists, and finally connecting it to technology. And this is the mantra which I call as Rubenomics, saying if we can really understand and build this model in every village, every taluk, every district of the country, why 5 trillion economy? We can be a 50 trillion economy in the next many years. With that, I'll just pause and end my sharing. And happy to work with anybody here who has a product or a go-to-market to reach these towns and villages. At TiE as well in Bangalore, we've been extending the boundaries. We worked with the State Rural Livelihoods Mission to help women entrepreneurs get access to technology. We are working on a massive challenge called Prajwala Challenge by Ministry of Rural Development. So the idea is let's build a far more inclusive entrepreneurship ecosystem in every nook and corner of our state and the country, and we'll see the world change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A right mentor at the right time can take us to the right path. Thank you, sir, for sharing your amazing journey of building Bharat. And now we are moving on to a token of appreciation to Mr. Madan Padaki from Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjay. Thank you, Sudhanva, sir. So with this, we come to the end of TiECON 2023 with much more expectations to build more networking and educating and investing and incubating the startups, supporting the startups, and also setting the bar high for the upcoming TiE Global Conference in 2024. And with this, I invite Mr. Bhaskar Kalale for the closing remarks and vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody, for one last time during this TiECON to Mysuru 2023. No duty is more important and urgent than being able to stand here and say thank you very much to so many people who have been involved in making this 2020 TiECON 2023. And of course, with bookends like what Madan Patki provided just now is just an awesome stage and tells us how exactly or how successful this TiECON has been. Initially, I had a long speech that was written while actually I was writing it throughout the day as I was listening to all the speakers. And Mahesh Rao said, cut it down, man. It's too long. People have had a long day. Long story short, it still ended to be quite a long one. But it is a duty that I have to do to deliver the vote of thanks. I know nobody wants to be here to hear the vote of thanks, but you feel obligated to be here to hear it at least. So give me about 5 to 7 minutes and I'll wrap up as quickly as I can. So on behalf of TiE Mysuru, I have so many people to thank. And then even though TiE Mysuru has been holding TiECON every year since its inception 4 years ago, and we were probably one of the first chapters to start hosting TiECON from the very first year of its inception, every year brings in something new. Every year something brings something new for us to take away. That's been my experience. And this year has been no different either. Over the last 1.5 days, we have had some amazing sessions and listened to some amazing speakers who have made a mark for themselves in their respective fields. One thing that stands out is that entrepreneurship is just not about starting a business or owning a business, but it is about the mindset. And that is what Sudhanva also says, that it is a mindset. It is that attitude of never to give up. It's an attitude of thinking of some new ways to something new to do, always in different way and creating ways. An attitude of not giving up, having faith in your ideas and yourself, and have a very, very strong bias for action, and so on. There's so many things. And I was privileged to be attending my younger son's high school graduation ceremony at an international school in Bangalore yesterday, called Indus International School. And I was telling Sudhanva earlier today, their principal, General Ray, is one of the most inspiring entrepreneurial principals I have ever seen. Right? He is so energetic, and he talked something called 10X leaders. Okay, so he's built a school or a curriculum in that school. And by the way, that school is known for having introduced the robot teachers in the class, one of its kind in India. Right? So he was talking, extolling his students, graduating students. And believe me, out of 120 graduating students yesterday, about 60 to 70 of them actually had a business idea that they were going to pursue. That is how strong the entrepreneurial ecosystem is being built in school. And I mentioned that to Sudhanva because I know Sudhanva's Excel Public School is also striving to bring those entrepreneurial spirits in the kids at a very early stage. But anyway, so the 10X leaders are those who think exponentially. They don't think in a serial way. 10X leaders are those who they become leaders not because they're doing something 10 times better. They are the people who actually think 10 times differently. Right? So that was the concept of 10X leaders. So phenomenal. And that's exactly what we are trying to do here in TiECON Mysuru year after year, to bring in different types of people from different walks of life, people who have shown grit and determination and an entrepreneurial spirit. Right? So or sometimes also called killing spirit or killer spirit or whatever, or killer instincts. So we at TiE Mysuru have always been striving to bring different, as I said, different types of people, not only in TiECON, but also in all various monthly events that we conduct. So with this in mind, it has been an endeavor to bring to your to you diverse set of distinguished speakers to share the experiences every year. And I believe this year was no different. This year, we had a series of inspiring speakers and panel discussions over the last day and a half. Our gratitude-filled thanks to all of them, as well as the moderators. The line of speakers we had is a testimony to the growing stature of TiE Mysuru and TiECON Mysuru. And all of this has been possible because of the tremendous work that the volunteers do at TiECON, and of course, all of the people like yourself whose support means a lot to us. Our sincere thanks to all of the sponsors, Excelsoft Technologies, Walkmate, Ranksons, Infopine, Myra School of Business, Chevron Laboratories, Equalize RCM, PayPal Ventures, and Velox. Without their support, we would not be able to host such a grand event. Not but the least, Axis Bank and HDFC Bank have also been a great sponsor for this year's, even though their logo does not appear here yet because they confirmed a little late. But my request to all of you is please patronize these businesses as much as you can and wherever it is possible, because they are the reasons that we can hold these events for you. Thank you. Thanks. And finally, the ecosystem partners, KDM and Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering. KDM, you already heard, has a Beyond Bengaluru initiative that Mr. B.V. Naidu talked about. So the thanks to all these sponsors for their tremendous support, both financial and otherwise. Our thanks also to the print and digital media for their coverage of the event, and also to Abhinava Events for the stage arrangements. Thanks to Desi Adda and all the beautiful designed props and inside out consultants for the digital marketing coverage running up to the event, and for the constant feed into the social media during the sessions as well. Thank you very much, Adarsh and your team. No event of this magnitude can be completed without the help of volunteers. TiECON and TiE Mysuru is a volunteer organization, and all the volunteers for this event have proven that more you give, more you get back from your experience. Now it is my privilege to call out the names of each of the committee chairs, and I request each one of you to stand up and identify yourself to the audience and keep standing. And my request to the audience is to hold your applause till I've called the last name, and then you can applaud, so that we can applaud all of them together with a larger magnitude. First and foremost is registration committee, Ashwin Rajgopal. I don't know if Ashwin is here. Venue management is Shiv Kumar. Not here. Host committee is Venkat. Finally, hold your applause. Okay. So, travel and logistics is Manish Salyan. Where is Manish? Oh, there you are. Felicitation is Mr. Sabrishan. Food and beverages, Ali Wag. I don't think he is here. Digital media marketing and props design is Adarsh Ramesh. Where is Adarsh? All right, come forward, step forward, Adarsh. And finally, the sponsorship committee is yours truly, right here. So a round of applause to all of you, please. And one last one I forgot was Vidya Shankar. So thank you very much, Vidya Shankar. Sorry for missing your name. Oh, I didn't mention that, huh? I did. No, I said media and PR, Pramod BN. I'm sorry, Pramod, please. Thank you very much. All right, you may have, please take your seats. Thanks to all the committee members as well. See, these were the committee chairs. And if all the committee members, whoever here is, can you please stand up? I can't read out all the names, but if you're here, I would like you to just stand up so we can all say thank you to you. Thank you very much. Without your help and support, none of us, this would we would have been able to do and materialize. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of TiE Mysuru and the board of directors of TiE Mysuru. Special thanks also due to Cycle Pure Agarbatti, AA Probix and Nectar Fresh and Abhaya brand virgin coconut oil, who provided all the inserts in the goodie bags that we were able to give to all of our speakers today. Thanks to Prashant Bhatt, Adarsh Ramesh and Vidya Patel for being the MCs over the last day and a half. So if you guys can please step forward. Adarsh, Vidya, please. It is never easy to be anchoring any of these programs, and the kind of the work that they've done is we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Our sincere gratitude and thanks are also due to this year's TiECON chair, Nagarajan Srinivasan, and co-chair, Dr. Mahesh Rao. Their leadership, planning, attention to detail, and keeping everybody true to their commitments on their toes was extraordinary. So thank you very much, Shri Nagaraj and Dr. Mahesh. And their job is not done just with this year. And as Mr. B.V. Naidu announced earlier today, next year, TiE Mysuru is co-hosting, probably still called Global TiECON Summit between Bangalore and Mysuru along with Hubli. So their job is not done yet. So next year, we expect a similar level of commitment, not only from them, but from all of you as well, to make next year's TiECON a grand success. Finally, you, the audience, thank you very much for being part of this event. We hope you get more than what you got, more than what you expected and you came here expecting. As I said, this year has been, every year has been better and better and better, right? So the fourth year of our TiECON has been just amazing, right? So the kind of speakers that we have been able to attract, I think it is kudos. And and how can I forget? So looks like the age is catching up with me, right? So I finally, Mahesh, ED, Mahesh Kathale, our executive director. I was hoping to ask him to waive my charter membership fee this year. Now I lost the chance. So, right. So finally, the audience, you've been just an amazing audience. I think you all deserve a round of applause as well. We hope to see a similar patronage from you and support and encouragement from for all of our future events as well. And I encourage, if you are not a member of TiE, please reach out to one of us, and we'll be happy to have you included as a part of our community. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
Well, this is not scripted and I was not in the agenda, but still I wanted to come by and say this. And thanks for the vote of thanks. Bhaskar, I think that was, I mean, although you were not there yesterday, you managed to cover pretty much the key activities that happened yesterday as well as today, plus almost everybody who had participated. But I think I'll be missing in my duty if I don't recall the latitude and the freedom given by our President Sudanwa in making this event happen. Working with somebody like Sudanwa is, one is challenge because he gives a lot of freedom. So which means basically you have all the options in the world to take your calls and move on. But at the same time, you keep wondering, does he have any feedback at all, or should I move on with this? Makes it challenging, makes it interesting, but never once in the planning phase for the last 2 months. And see, the activities have gone on for the past 2 months. Never once has he interfered or has he come down to say that, the direction that we are taking is wrong. And he has encouraged every step of the way in making this happen. Thank you so much for being there. and helping us with this entire process. And my sincere thanks to the board of TiE as well. We practically roped in everyone. Ajit was a part of the felicitation committee. Pawan helped with a lot of PR activities. And then Bhaskar, of course, was involved with sponsorship and everything else. Did I miss out anybody else? Okay. So practically everybody in the team pitched in with their own little bit in making this event happen. So thank you so much. And it's been a fantastic experience for us, for me personally. And I hope we can continue to have this wonderful shows put together for the benefit of the entrepreneurs in Mysuru and in the surrounding districts of Mysuru as well, who need this kind of exposure. Thank you, everyone. Handing it back to the MC.
I request all the committee members to join for the group photo. And with this, we are signing out from TiECON 2023. And I wish you all to encourage and join your hands for the next upcoming events of TiE Mysuru chapter. Have a good evening.